Chapter 1192. The night gradually deepened. Mu Linger gradually fell asleep in a daze. Even though she was in the wilderness, curling up on a tree branch was not comfortable at all, but she slept exceptionally peacefully. Her instincts did not lie to her. Gu was indeed nearby. By the time Mu Linger fell into a deep sleep, Gu Qishao had emerged from the darkness, dressed in an elegant and luxurious red robe. His smile was devastatingly beautiful. His smile was like a red lotus in the night, silently blooming, so enchanting that it was suffocating. He stood on top of the thorny tree, his red robe contrasting with the thorny tree crown. Under the moonlight, it became a meaningful painting. His smile was frozen in the painting. On the tree, Mu Linger's peaceful and innocent sleeping face was also frozen forever. Looking from afar, this scene, this moment, was forever. Gu walked closer, quietly jumped onto the tree branch, and sat opposite Mu Linger. Although Mu Linger's eyes were closed, Gu could still see that her eyes were swollen. Actually, even without looking, he knew that this lass must have been crying every day during this period. Wasn't it always like this in the past? When she couldn't find him, she would cry. Gu, who was always smiling and not serious, was rarely so serious. Those long and narrow eyes did not have a smile, only silence and steadiness. He looked at Mu Linger and said lightly, "Silly lass, crying is useless, being strong is useless. It's been so many years, you have to grow up." After saying that, he smiled to himself, 3 parts doting and 7 parts helplessness. He slowly leaned forward, close to Mu Linger, and lightly pecked her forehead, like a dragonfly skimming the surface of the water, and immediately let go. He could only give this much. He did not even look at her, and jumped down from the thorny tree, and turned to walk into the forest. Step by step, although he walked very slowly, he did not look back. Just like that, Gu's figure disappeared into the night, and Mu Linger slept soundly until dawn. She smiled sweetly in the morning light. He wondered what kind of sweet dream she was having. When the sunlight became more and more dazzling, Mu Linger finally woke up. As soon as she opened her eyes, the first thing she did was to touch her forehead. She had a beautiful dream last night. She dreamed that Chi brother stayed by her side and even kissed her. That feeling was too real. She remembered clearly that when Chi brother leaned over, she could smell the unique fragrance of herbs on his body. Those herbs were personally concocted by her. He had been soaking in the medicinal decoction for more than 2 months, so the fragrance was left on his body. In fact, she really wanted to open her eyes and see how Chi brother would approach her and kiss her. But she didn't dare. She was afraid that as soon as she opened her eyes, she would wake up from her beautiful dream, and all she could see was the endless darkness of the forest. Mu Linger touched her forehead and felt happy for a long time. She tore off her hair tie and tied it into a beautiful bough on the thorny tree above her head. She knew she'd come back here one day. Mu Linger jumped off the tree and stretched her limbs before heading north. At the foot of the mountain, her big sister had arranged for a carriage and luggage for her, as well as a shadow guard. She was going to Northern Li to help the medical team save the dying. As soon as Mu Linger left, Chu Shifeng exhaled in relief and immediately went back to report. Yesterday, Han Yunqi had been worried that Mu Linger would take things too hard and do something stupid, so she'd sent Chu Shifeng to observe in secret. Thus, Chu Shifeng had seen Gu last night as well. Princess Gu went west. This subordinate sent people to follow him from a distance so he can know his whereabouts at any time, Chu Shifeng said. Han Yunqi was surprised. Gu didn't want to see Linger, but he didn't want to see her or Long Fei either. That guy had been clamoring all day to be Rue Er's godfather. What kind of godfather would do that? At this moment, Long Fei Yi had just finished dealing with government affairs and arrived. Chu Shifeng immediately told him about Gu, but Long Fei Yi wasn't interested at all. He only grunted before going to play with Rue. Rue had been playing happily with Zhao Mama, but stopped smiling as soon as he saw his father walk over. He stared at his father with wide eyes. His clear black and white eyes were so clear that it was intoxicating. Even someone as smart as Long Fei Yi couldn't guess what the little fellow was thinking. But when Long Fei Yi saw that Ru'er didn't seem to reject him, he scooted closer and reached out to hug his son. Helpless, he had just picked up Ru'er, when Ru'er started crying again. Long Fei Yi's patience was limited. It had been months since Ru'er was born, but he cried every time he held him. Was this little fellow here to go against him? I don't believe it. Long Fei, you wouldn't let go of Ru'er. Han Yunqi couldn't bear to let him go and ran over. Let go of him. He's crying like this. You'll scare him. My Long Fei Yi's son shouldn't be so easily frightened. Long Fei Yi said unhappily. How old is he? Let go of him. Han Yunqi was fierce. Actually, Long Fei Yi was only fierce with his words. Seeing his son's teary eyes made his heart ache even more than Han Yunqi. He could only obediently let go. Ru'er stopped crying as soon as he was in his mother's arms. Han Yunqi teased him again, causing him to chuckle even though his eyes were still brimming with tears. His pitiful, adorable appearance made everyone laugh. Even Long Fei Yi couldn't help laughing. Long Fei Yi asked, just what's going on? When will he stop being afraid of me? Han Yunqi gave Long Fei Yi a helpless answer. I don't know either. Why don't you talk things over with him? Long Fei Yi scooted closer to Ru'er, who looked him in the eye. Father and son stared at each other for a long time without coming to a conclusion. Chu Shifeng and Zhao Mama were both secretly laughing on the side. In the end, Chu Shifeng walked over and asked in a low voice, Princess, how about this subordinate find Qi Shao and have him go help out in Northern Li? Meddlesome, Han Yunqi replied. Gu wasn't a man who bemoaned the state of the universe and pitted the fate of mankind. Moreover, Gu was an expert in medicine, not medicine. He wouldn't be of much help in Northern Li, but would only add to the mess. As long as that fellow recovered, Han Yunqi wouldn't care about his whereabouts. Chu Shifeng backed away resentfully at the meddlesome remark, not daring to say another word. But soon enough, the shadow guard reported from the doorway, Your Highness, there's a secret missive for you. Long Fei Yi was still staring at little Ru'er when he asked, Where did it come from? Gu, the shadow guard replied honestly. Long Fei Yi and Han Yunqi both looked up at him at the same time. Chu Shifeng was surprised as well, and quickly went to retrieve the missive. Long Fei Yi's gaze turned cold as soon as he opened the letter. There was only one line written inside. Long Fei Yi, tell your shadow to get lost. Don't follow this old man anymore, or else you'll have to bear the consequences. Long Fei Yi's eyes were cold as he handed the missive to Chu Shifeng. Chu Shifeng sent something off as soon as he saw his master's expression. He carefully peeked at the words and felt like his world had collapsed. Long Fei Yi didn't even ask where Gu was. Cold, he asked, Who sent someone to follow him? Chu Shifeng's head was almost buried in his collar as he didn't dare to answer. Han Yunqi was about to speak when Long Fei Yi said cold, Chu Shifeng, you go follow him personally. Follow him wherever he goes. Bring more poison guards with you as well. Remember, if you lose him, you'll have to bear the consequences. Chu Shifeng raised his head and grinned, revealing his pearly whites. Yes, this subordinate obeys. His Highness is still partial to his own people. He'd definitely bring the best poison guards with him to follow Gu every day. That way, he'd see if Gu dared to tell them to get lost again. A leopard couldn't change its spots. Gu was still as bad-tempered as ever after his narrow escape from death. What could Han Yunqi say? She pretended she didn't know a thing and kept playing with her precious son, looking at Ru'er, who didn't know how to sit yet and only knew how to cry and laugh. At most, he could wave his little hands and kick his little legs. Han Yunqi was truly anxious to see Ru'er grow up faster. That way, she could take her son and run all over the world. In truth, Han Yunqi was busy as hell. Even if Ru'er or could run around with her, she probably wouldn't have time to leave Yuning Prefecture at all. A few days ago, Ning Jing had mentioned in her letters that little Tang Tang had learned how to walk. Han Yunqi calculated that it'd be next year before Rui could walk again. After Ning Jing and Tang Li returned to the Tang clan, everything went smoothly. Lady Tang and the Tang clan elders were all preoccupied with Tang Li and didn't have time to worry about Ning Jing. Most importantly, they still didn't know that Ning Jing couldn't conceive anymore. Han Yunqi might have spies at the Tang clan, but outsiders couldn't meddle in its internal affairs. If she wanted Ning Jing to have a good life in the future, she could only place her hopes on Tang Li. 10 days later, Mu Ling arrived at the headquarters of the Northern Li Ning clan troops, the Hulun Mountain Barracks. Han Yunqi had already greeted Ning Qing and Gu Beiwe. They weren't surprised by Mu Ling's arrival, but Jin Zi, who didn't know anything, was surprised. Mu Ling came just in time to see Gu Beiwe going to the quarantine area. If she had been half a day late, she probably wouldn't have been able to see Gu Beiwe. Mu Ling was very conflicted about other things, but she wasn't at all conflicted about saving people and treating illnesses. She was decisive and prudent when needed. As soon as she arrived at the barracks, she said to Gu Beiwe, "Dr. Gu, I'll go with you." Mu Ling wasn't a doctor and might not be as good as Gu Beiwe in diagnosis and medication, but as a pharmacist, she was of great help to Gu Beiwe. For example, she was responsible for checking whether the prescription was right for the illness, whether the combination of medicinal ingredients was reasonable, whether there were any side effects, whether the dosage was appropriate, and whether the ingredients were real or fake. Gu Beiwe wasn't as professional as Mu Ling when it came to the quality of medicinal ingredients, so it wasn't convenient for him to be so serious. Mu Ling, who was from Medicine City, was the most suitable person for this task. After all, almost all of the medicinal ingredients for the disaster relief this time were provided by Medicine City for free. Gu Beiwe had to be wary of the various clans from Medicine City tampering with ingredients. Chapter 1193. How could they tamper with the herbs? For example, old and moldy herbs could be dried in the sun, washed, and sent over for use. Another example was that some herbs had already been refined and their essence could be dried in the sun before being sent over. This kind of thing was not uncommon in the pharmaceutical world. Some moldy herbs could still be used after being dried in the sun, but some herbs would be poisonous once they became moldy. As for those second-hand herbs, their efficacy was not as good as the original. If they were used according to the normal dosage, it would directly affect their efficacy. Gu Beiwe was worried that there was no suitable person to take care of this. Mu Ling was a straightforward girl who dared to offend anyone. She was simply the best candidate. Gu Beiwe saw that Mu Ling was covered in dust and looked tired. He said, "Miss Ling, please rest well. I will go ahead first. You can leave tomorrow morning." "I'm not tired." "Dr. Gu, how many people have died in the quarantine area if we delay for a day?" Mu Ling had a serious look on her face. Currently, the disaster areas in northern Li were basically under control. Every city was divided into two. The healthy victims and the infected victims were separated. Several medical teams were sent to different quarantine areas to save the critically ill. Ning Cheng soldiers were responsible for delivering herbs to the healthy victims to prevent infection. Everything was carried out in an orderly manner. However, there were still many critically ill patients who died every day. Their bodies were all burned nearby. The reason why Gu Beiwe wanted to personally stay in the quarantine area was to protect these critically ill patients. Currently, there were 7 cities that surrendered to Ning Cheng, occupying more than half of the northern part of northern Li. In these 7 cities, there were about 300 critically ill patients. Gu Beiwe could not handle it alone. He could only do his best and save as many as possible. Gu Beiwe admired Mu Ling's professionalism the most. He nodded and said, "I'll give you 2 hours to eat and rest." It was at this time that Jin Zi came in and bumped into Mu Ling. Jean Z stared blankly. Mu Ling also stared blankly. The two of them, one at the door, the other at the door, the distance between them was only about 10 steps. They looked at each other. Gu Beiwei left without a sound, and Ning Cheng followed suit. Unexpectedly, Jean Z turned around and looked at him. Cold, he said, Ning Cheng, I have something to talk to you about. Oh, Ning Cheng said thoughtfully. Go ahead. Can I have a word with you? Jean Z's tone was obviously unfriendly. Although he was talking to Ning Cheng, his eyes never left Mu Ling. Mu Linger really didn't like Jean Z's gaze. Every time he looked at her, his gaze was cold and sharp, as if he could see through her heart. Mu Linger was a muddle-headed person who couldn't even see herself clearly. She hated Jean Z's gaze, and was also afraid of it. Then let's go, Ning Cheng said again. Jean Z then retracted his gaze and turned around to leave. After everyone had left, the curtains were lowered. Mu Linger then regained her senses. Actually, the reason she came back to Northernly this time was firstly for disaster relief, and secondly to settle the score with Jean Z. In another 2 days, their 1-year agreement would be up. Mu Linger shook her head, not wanting to think too much. On the way here, she had already made up her mind. When Jean Z came to ask her, she would lay her cards on the table with Jean Z. Mu Linger exhaled a mouthful of turbid air, walked to the warm couch at the side, and sat down heavily on it. Suddenly, squeak! This sharp squeak startled Mu Linger so much that she immediately jumped up. She saw Lil Thing sprawled out on all fours, lying flat on the rabbit fur cushion. Mu Linger didn't even look carefully earlier. How would she know that Lil Thing would be sleeping here? She hurriedly carried Lil Thing up and pulled at its claws, then pulled at its hind legs. Lil Thing, I didn't do it on purpose. I didn't know you were here. Lil Thing lazily stretched its 4 claws and twisted its neck before looking at Mu Ling. I really didn't do it on purpose. Mu Linger apologized again. Lil Thing immediately stood up and turned around to show Mu Linger that it was fine. Mu Linger couldn't help but laugh. You're still the best. Mu Linger sat down to rest, and Lil Thing jumped onto her. It hadn't seen Miss Linger for a long time, and it was very happy. Although Mu Linger was tired, she couldn't fall asleep. She wanted to go out for a walk and talk about the disaster areas, but when she thought of Jean Z and Ning Cheng talking outside, she didn't want to disturb them. She held Lil Thing in her hands and began to chat with it. Lil Thing, did you know that Dr. Gu's getting married? That's not right. You follow Dr. Gu around every day, so you must know. Lil Thing, have you seen that eldest Miss Chin? I haven't, but I've heard that she can only sit in a wheelchair for the rest of her life. Lil Thing, you know Dr. Gu best. What do you think Dr. Gu is thinking? Mu Linger said a bunch of things, but Lil Thing only looked confused. It had no idea what she was talking about. As for that eldest Miss Chin, Lil Thing had no idea either. Originally, its mission was complete after the gentleman brought Gu back to Medical City. It was supposed to return to Mama Yunqi's side and visit its little master, but it couldn't bear to part with the gentleman. Mama Yunqi didn't send anyone to pick it up, so it happily followed the gentleman to Northernly. Mu Linger was staring blankly at Lil Thing while Jean Z and Ning Cheng were already in another tent. Why didn't you tell me she was coming? Jean Z's face was filled with rage. Ning Cheng might be blind in one eye, but his other eye was still sharp enough to see the source of Jean Z's anger. What? You can't bear to see her go to the quarantine zone, he asked. I'm asking you, why didn't you tell me she was coming? Jean Z asked word by word. Why should I tell you she was coming? Ning Cheng smiled coldly. You. Jean Z fumed. Why are you so worked up? If you can't bear to see her go, then just kidnap her. My eyes aren't good, so I'll pretend I didn't see anything, Ning Cheng teased. Han Yunqi had long written him a letter telling him to keep an eye on Jean Z and not let him bully Mu Ling. Ning Cheng didn't take the matter to heart. Ning Cheng knew better than anyone what kind of person Jean Z was. No matter how much Jean Z liked to eat force melons, he wouldn't really eat them. Jean Z didn't speak, but stretched out his hand. Unexpectedly, Ning Cheng simply took out Jean Z's indenture agreement from his sleeve and placed it in his hand. Jean Z was alarmed and unconsciously clutched the indenture agreement, afraid that Ning Cheng would take it away again. There won't be any more battles in Northernly. Yesterday we received news from the snowy mountains that the commoners in Snow Country have rebelled. Ning Cheng wasn't joking. With a serious face he said, "We agreed that if you help me take over Northernly, this indenture agreement will be yours." Jean Z didn't feel grateful. This indenture agreement was a matter of course for him. He carefully looked at the indenture agreement. It was indeed genuine. He immediately tore the indenture agreement and threw it into the furnace. Looking at the raging fire in the furnace, for a long time he muttered to himself, "I'm free. Hee, you can kidnap her now, before I change my mind." Ning Cheng laughed and walked out. Ning Cheng didn't do this to test Jean Z, because Jean Z didn't need to be tested. Without a doubt, he was doing this to convince Han Yunshi not to worry. Compared to Gu, Ning Cheng was biased toward Jean Z. Moreover, he also had some selfish motives. He couldn't keep Jean Z to take over the Black Clan. Perhaps Mu Linger could do it. Mu Linger only had about 2 hours. However, Jean Z didn't go to find her. Ning Cheng found that he had handed over all the matters in his hands to the Deputy General. Before Mu Linger left, he disappeared. Mu Linger finished her meal and finally walked out of the tent. Seeing that Jean Z wasn't outside, she secretly sighed in relief. She directly went to find Gu Beiwe. In this way, after Mu Linger arrived at the camp, she didn't stay for the night. She went straight to the nearest isolated area with Gu Beiwe. At night, Ning Cheng sat alone on the grass outside the camp to drink. The attendants felt strange when they didn't see Jean Z. They knew that Master Ning would usually find Jean Z to accompany him when he drank. After all, it was lonely to drink alone. However, they didn't make any guesses. They just thought that Jean Z had something to do outside. Who knew that after 3 days, Jean Z still didn't appear. Ning Cheng's newly promoted Deputy General Chin couldn't sit still anymore. He ran to Ning Cheng's tent to ask about this matter. "Master Ning, Jean Z wouldn't have run away, right?" Ning Cheng asked, "So what if he ran away?" "If Jean Z runs away, who can control the Black Clan?" Deputy General Chen was anxious. The Black Clan was very valiant and reckless. They only feared Jean Z. "The indenture agreement is with me. Are you still afraid that he will run away?" Ning Cheng asked again. "Master, what can a thin indenture contract do to him? He's not someone who's afraid of lawsuits." Deputy General Chin said seriously, "The indenture agreement was useful for ordinary people. However, for people like Jean Z it was really useless. Even if he didn't want the indenture agreement and directly ran away, Ning Cheng might not be able to find him." Ning Cheng looked up and asked seriously, "Since it's useless, why didn't he run away after so many years?" When these words came out, Deputy General Chin was speechless. That indenture agreement was Jean Z's character, Jean Z's integrity, and the backbone that Jean Z had kept in his heart for so many years. This subordinate has misspoken. Deputy General Chin saluted and consciously retreated. At this moment, Mu Ling had just finished checking a few batches of medicinal herbs and returned to her tent. She and Gu Beiwe were very busy when they arrived at the isolated area. Although it was already late at night, she only had about an incense's time to rest. Gu Beiwe would later send someone to send the prescription for her to check. During this rest time, she should have taken a short nap. However, her mind was full of Jean Z. Yesterday was the deadline for the appointment. Jean Z actually didn't come to look for her? This wasn't like him at all. Could it be that he had already given up? Not long after, Gu Beiwe's medical assistant sent over a pile of prescriptions. It was much more than what Mu Ling had expected. Miss Ling, these are all prescriptions to prevent the plague. Dr. Gu said that Tianqi, Buddha's Hand, and pangolin are currently in short supply. It is estimated that there will not be enough for the next month. Before the medical assistant finished speaking, Mu Ling understood what Gu Beiwa wanted. All right, I will try my best to find alternative medicine. I will also consider the dosage. Please pass on my message to Dr. Gu and ask him not to worry. That night, Mu Ling didn't sleep. She spent the whole night pondering over 1/3 of the prescriptions. It should be known that the prescriptions that Gu Beiwa sent over were not simple. Mu Ling worked with Gu Beiwa in this way. Unknowingly, a month had passed. Jin Zi didn't come to look for her, nor did he appear in the military camp again. Where did Jin Zi go? Chapter 1194. Where did Jin Zi go? If Ning Cheng hadn't said that Jin Zi had gone to Winter Crow country, the army would have been filled with rumors and the Black Clan would have made a ruckus. Because in the next 2 months, Jin Zi didn't appear again. And in the 3 months that Jin Zi was missing, the medical team under Gu Beiwa's personal leadership completely controlled the epidemic in northern Li. The epidemic didn't spread to the south, and almost all the cities in the north returned to normal. There were only a dozen or so patients left, and they were all arranged to a desolate place. Gu Beiwa and Mu Ling, as well as a few doctors, personally guarded them. The medical team split up to carry out the final cleanup of the epidemic area and distribute the medicine to prevent and cure it. Ning Cheng, on the other hand, led the soldiers to deliver grain and rebuild the city. Spring and summer were the time for grass to grow. Northern Li had experienced such a great disaster in spring. Not only had their livestock suffered a great blow, but their population had also plummeted. It would take 2 or 3 years for them to recover. The herdsmen were valiant and straightforward. They would repay kindness with kindness. The herdsmen hailed the Ning family army as the saviors of the grasslands and were very respectful to the soldiers. They also called Ning Cheng the savior of the grasslands. Just as the epidemic was about to end, news came from Snow Country. The Northern Dynasty's emperors had been forced by the people of Snow Country and had no choice but to commit suicide on the snowy mountains. With the death of the Northern Dynasty's emperors, his loyal subordinates scattered and fled. Ning Cheng always knew that there would be no war at the foot of the snowy mountains, but he didn't expect it to happen so quickly. He didn't personally go to Snow Country and sent his deputy to clean up the mess. Just like that, Northern Li, once the strongest army in Cloud Realm, was destroyed. In fact, if they really fought, not to mention the Ning family army, even the East Qin army wouldn't be able to destroy Northern Li in a short period of time. Northern Li was destroyed partly because of the civil strife caused by Junisia and partly because of the epidemic. Half a month later, Gu Beiwa saved the lives of 7 patients and personally set fire to the bodies of the other 9. Officially, Northern Li's plague had ended. Ning Cheng prepared a grand bonfire banquet to reward the soldiers, including the medical team. But who knew that Gu Beiwa actually asked the doctors in the medical team to leave in a low-key manner? He did not plan to stay any longer. The night before the banquet, he sent Mu Linger away and came alone to say goodbye to Ning Cheng. When Gu Beiwa entered the tent, he thought that Ning Cheng would be drinking. Instead, he saw Ning Cheng standing next to a map of Northern Li hanging on the wall, deep in thought. Gu Beiwa stood there for a moment before saying, "Great General Ning." To say goodbye, Ning Cheng asked, his attention still on the map. Gu Beiwa had arranged for the medical team to leave before telling him afterwards that there was nothing he could do. He knew Gu Beiwa's personality very well. Tonight, he had been waiting for Gu Beiwa to say goodbye. Gu Beiwa didn't reply. He walked closer and saw that there were quite a few markings on the map. They were scattered around the northern border of Northern Li, the snowy mountains, and a few large cities. Is the Ning clan head planning to station troops in the various regions right now? Gu Beiwa asked in a low voice. Ning Cheng glanced at the map and suddenly laughed. What? Won't Long Fei Yi agree? Long Fei Yi had spent the past few months at Yuning Palace and had almost finished all of Cloud Realm Continent's military deployments. Western Zhou, Tianning, Tian, and the central regions and the southern regions all had garrisons stationed there. Only Northern Li's situation had just stabilized. Whether it was Western Zhou, Tianning, Tianan, or the central and southern regions, none of them were as centralized as Northern Li's. Every major region had 2 or 3 separate armies under different military branches. Meanwhile, Northern Li only had the Ning clan troops, which meant that the Ning clan had monopolized all of Northern Li. That was a huge taboo. Even if Long Fei Yi didn't say anything, his strategists and soldiers would all have opinions. If Ning Cheng was smart enough, he would have gone to Yuning Palace this morning and let Long Fei Yi make his own arrangements for Northern Li's garrisons. Ning Cheng's reply to Gu Beiwe meant that he was well aware of the stakes involved. Ning clan head, it's up to His Highness whether he agrees or not. What you do is your own business, Gu Beiwe said. Unexpectedly, Ning Cheng replied, this one remembers that the princess is in charge of Northern Li's military affairs. This matter should be the princess's business, right? The princess is familiar with Northern Li, right? This one only wants to gift this map to the princess. Gu Beiwe's expression was as gentle and calm as ever. Ning clan head, the princess is familiar with Northern Li, right? But His Highness must have as many maps of Northern Li as you do. Ning Qing gave a start, then quickly understood something. He laughed heartily and didn't dwell on the matter. Instead, he invited Gu Beiwe to the side. Someone come. Bring up the food and wine this general has prepared. Ning Qing shouted. Only then did Gu Beiwe realize that Ning Qing had long prepared a farewell feast for him. When the food and wine were brought up, Gu Beiwe glanced at them and found that there were only 2 dishes. There wasn't even any meat, but the wine was excellent. Gu Beiwe, is there a lot of food in the military? Please make do with it, Ning Cheng said jokingly. Gu Beiwe only replied with 2 words, it's enough. It was already the end of summer. Northern Li wouldn't have a good harvest for the entire autumn, and the ensuing winter would be grim. When the time came, they would need a lot of food from the central and southern regions. Now, they had 2 dishes to go with the wine. It was really good. Last time, Ning Qing saw that Gu Beiwe was in a hurry and didn't have time to sit down and have a good chat. This time, he finally had a chance to say a few heartfelt words to her. They tacitly didn't mention anything about the military. They talked about the D clan and another clan, their childhood, and each other's families. Lil Thing occasionally poked its little head out of Gu Beiwe's wide sleeve and looked curiously at the wine on the table. It wanted to drink, but didn't dare to ask for it. It was in a dilemma for most of the day. It was obviously sneaking around. It didn't know why, but the young master was able to read its thoughts while chatting with Ning Cheng. When the princess poured a cup of wine and placed it on the table, Lil Thing didn't hesitate to rush over and lick the cup impatiently. It was just 1 sip, but it was extremely excited. It didn't expect the wine to be so delicious, so it licked it with all its might. Soon, it licked it clean, leaving not a drop behind. At this time, it turned to look at the young master. It was a little unsteady on its feet. It felt its head sway, and the young master in front of it had become 2 identical people. Squeak! Lil Thing wanted to express something, but unfortunately it only squeaked once before its body fell to the side. It got drunk just like that. Ning Cheng was shocked. Gu Beiwe was also rather surprised. According to Lil Thing's appetite and its immunity to poison, it shouldn't be so weak to wine. Ning Cheng's wine was excellent, but it wasn't wine that was easy to get drunk on. Even someone who didn't know how to drink wine wouldn't collapse after 5 or 6 cups, right? How's Gu Beiwe's tolerance as a master? If you get drunk, I can keep you for a few more days. Ning Cheng joked. Lil Thing is the princess's, Gu Beiwe hurriedly explained. Ning Cheng didn't care about this question. He was curious about Gu Beiwe's tolerance. He picked up a large jar of wine and placed it on the table. He smiled and said, "Do you want to accompany me?" "Too much wine is bad for the body," Gu Beiwe said lightly. "When the heart is happy, nothing can hurt the body," Ning Chung retorted. Gu Beiwe pondered for a moment and smiled. That makes sense. In the end, he still very humbly rejected Ning Cheng's large jar of wine and didn't accompany him to the end. This one's tolerance is average. With Master Ning's tolerance, if you want to be happy, I'm afraid you can only invite His Highness to accompany you. A complicated look flashed past Ning Cheng's eyes. He picked up the jar of wine and drank it in big gulps. He drank it all in one breath and casually threw the jar to the side. He smiled and said, "I will. In a few days, I will go to Yuning to invite him for a drink after I've explained everything in the army. Drink to your heart's content." Gu Beiwe was puzzled. With the relationship between Ning Cheng and Long Fei, Ning Cheng wouldn't really invite Long Fei to drink, and Long Fei, you wouldn't be interested. But judging from Ning Cheng's tone, it didn't seem to be a joke. That night, Ning Cheng and Gu Beiwe chatted until late at night, while Mu Ling sat alone on the grass outside the camp until late at night. In the grassland in June, no matter where you were, as long as you raised your head, you could see the sky full of stars. Mu Ling was lying on the grass at this time, looking up at the starry sky. The starry sky was so bright, but behind it was a bottomless, dark sky. But if it wasn't for the darkness behind, how could she see the bright stars? Mu Ling stared blankly and muttered to herself, "Is it because it's so dark that I can see the stars?" Mu Ling knew that the medical team had left and that Gu Beiwe was leaving tomorrow. What about her? It had been 3 months. She had been overdue for 3 months, but Jin Zi hadn't appeared. Didn't he know that there was a phrase called "no waiting for overdue"? If he didn't come, did it mean that their agreement was over? She couldn't be responsible for her promise anymore. Mu Ling suddenly sat up and said seriously, "Yes, no waiting for overdue." She thought it through and strode towards Ning Cheng's tent. She didn't know that Jin Zi had been nearby, watching her. For the past 3 months, Jin Zi hadn't gone anywhere and had been following her all this time. As soon as Mu Ling arrived at Ning Cheng's tent, Gu Beiwe and Ning Cheng walked out before a soldier could announce her arrival. "Miss Ling, it's so late. Is something the matter?" Ning Cheng asked. "You two chat. I'll be going back first." Gu Beiwe left first. With Gu Beiwe's martial arts, he had long sensed that Jin Zi had been following them. He hadn't said anything even now, because he wanted to stick his nose into this matter. Unexpectedly, Mu Ling suddenly asked, "Dr. Beiwe, are you going back to Medical City to get married?" In the past few months, Mu Ling had interacted with all the doctors in the medical team, so she heard quite a bit of gossip about Gu Beiwe's marriage. Many people said that after Gu Beiwe returned from Northernly, he would go to the Qin family to propose marriage and prepare for the wedding. Gu Beiwe was slightly taken aback. He turned back and gave Mu Ling a deep look. He originally wanted to brush it off with a smile, but when he saw Mu Ling's melancholic face for the past 3 months, he couldn't help but say, "Girl, go about your own business." She didn't even care about her own business, yet she was always concerned about his marriage. This girl deserved to be melancholic. Chapter 1195. Mu Linger never thought that Gu Beiwe would call her girl. She couldn't get used to it for a while. She only felt that the way Gu Beiwe spoke and smiled just now was not the same as usual. Inexplicably, Mu Linger suddenly felt that Gu Beiwe had become much more amiable. One had to know that although he was humble and cultured, he always gave people a sense of distance. If her brother-in-law had an aura that kept people 1,000 miles away and didn't dare to approach him for the first time, then Gu Beiwe had a very good impression of him for the first time. After getting along with him for a long time, she gradually felt his alienation. They had known each other for a long time and were very familiar with each other. But when she thought about it carefully, she realized that she didn't understand him at all. Mu Linger couldn't help but be curious. Was Gu Beiwe really close to Miss Qin? After thinking about it carefully, She quickly felt that her idea was laughable. He was going to marry her, so of course he liked her. Since he liked her, he would naturally be close to her. If it weren't for Mu Linger's big mouth, Ning Cheng wouldn't have known about Gu Beiwa's marriage. He asked Gu Beiwa in surprise, "You're getting married?" "Yes, soon. When the time comes, I will definitely honor you with my presence at Medical City to drink a cup of wine." After Gu Beiwa finished speaking, he smiled and turned to leave. He clearly didn't want to say anything more. He and Mu Linger both stared blankly at Gu Beiwa. They both had the same thought. Gu Beiwa, this guy was really hard to understand. "Miss Linger, did you need something from me?" Ning Cheng asked. Mu Linger looked around, so Ning Cheng led her into the tent to talk. However, when they entered the tent, Mu Linger was still hesitating, as if she had some misgivings. "Why don't you come back after you've made up your mind?" Ning Cheng asked. No, I just want to ask you. Just ask." Mu Linger was in a dilemma. She hesitated for a long time before she said, "Where's Jean Z?" Ning Cheng was not surprised. What surprised him was not Mu Ling asking about the gold, but Mu Linger's attitude towards this matter. This little girl had always been carefree and said whatever she wanted to say. She had chased Gu all over the world without hiding anything from anyone, and she had never felt embarrassed. Everyone asked her if she liked Gu, and she admitted it openly. She asked about Jean Z's whereabouts after being rescued, yet she was able to stammer for so long. Was she embarrassed or guilty? Ning Cheng sized up Mu Linger and asked, "Why are you looking for gold?" Mu Linger's heart was already in a mess, so she did not feel embarrassed or guilty. However, when Ning Cheng looked at her like this and asked her this question, she actually felt a little embarrassed. "I'm looking for him, for something," she answered. "What is it? Is it very important?" Ning Cheng asked again. Mu Linger hesitated for a moment, then suddenly said, "It's nothing important. Sorry to disturb you so late at night. I'm leaving." Ning Cheng's eyes flashed, and he said loudly, "I've already given the indenture agreement to Jean Z." He left after receiving the indenture agreement and hasn't appeared since. He probably returned to Winter Crow country and will never appear again. Mu Linger stopped abruptly. "He's free? That indenture agreement was burned right here in my tent 3 months ago." Ning Cheng's voice was as loud as ever, as if he was doing it on purpose. "He went back by himself." Mu Linger muttered to herself. Suddenly her eyes brightened, and she turned back to look at Ning Cheng, laughing loudly. "That's great. Then I'm free too." She was free too? Just as Ning Cheng was pondering the meaning of these words, Mu Linger had already skipped out. When she reached the door, she turned back and shouted to Ning Cheng, "Great General Ning, I'm leaving in a bit. I'm going back to find my sister." Leaving in a bit? Leaving in the middle of the night? Was she in such a hurry? Ning Cheng's mouth twitched. As he expected, Jean Z appeared at his door as soon as Mu Linger's figure disappeared. Jean Z pushed Ning Cheng into the tent and said angrily, "Ning Cheng, who told you I went to Winter Crow country? Who told you I'm never coming back?" Ning Cheng had deliberately said those words to provoke Jean Z into revealing himself through Mu Linger. At first, he also thought Jean Z had returned to Winter Crow country. However, Jean Z hadn't sent him a single letter during this period, so he knew Jean Z hadn't left. "It's a misunderstanding. Can you go and explain?" "She's leaving in a bit," Ning Cheng said. "My business with her has nothing to do with you." Jean Z was full of anger. Ning Cheng probably couldn't be so relaxed in front of Gu Beiwa. Only in front of Jean Z could he say everything he wanted to. He restrained his smile and said seriously, "Jean Z, I have something important to discuss with you. The matter in Northern Li is basically settled. Are you coming with me to Yunnan County? I'll leave in a few days." Ning Cheng was afraid Jean Z would refuse and wanted to ask him to consider for a few days before making a decision. Unexpectedly, Jean Z nodded without hesitation. Yes, I'll leave tonight. Do whatever you want. Jean Z looked like he was in a hurry to leave, just like Mu Linger just now. Ning Chung pressed his shoulder. Just now, Mu Linger said, she's also free. What does that mean? When Han Yunqi left Northernly last year, she had asked him to investigate what had happened between Jean Z and Mu Ling. He hadn't been able to get anything out of her. However, Mu Linger had clearly let it slip just now. Jean Z had returned to Wintercrow country and was never coming back. She was free? Could it be that Jean Z had forced Mu Linger to do something? I don't know. Let go. Jean Z said coldly, if I tell Han Yunqi what you said just now, do you think you can still go to Yining? Ning Cheng's voice also turned cold. Jean Z was silent for a while before saying lightly, Ning Cheng, I've always treated you as a friend. Don't interfere in the matters between me and Mu Linger, okay? Ning Cheng was a little angry. Lan Sheng, if I didn't treat you as a friend, would I have given you the indenture agreement? Do you know that Han Yunqi told me again and again to keep an eye on you? Of all the people you could have provoked, you just had to provoke her sister. It was only in private that Ning Cheng would call Han Yunqi directly. Only then did Jean Z turn back to look at Ning Cheng. He caught a glimpse of wine at the side and strode over, picking it up and downing it. Jean Z's alcohol tolerance wasn't very good to begin with. These days he had been following Ning Cheng and was dragged by Ning Cheng to drink every day. His alcohol tolerance had improved, but he still didn't get drunk after downing a large jar. After finishing the wine, Jean Z sat down at the side. Ning Cheng crossed his arms and leaned against a map on the wall, looking at him. Jean Z was a taciturn person. At this moment, the figure sitting there alone gave off a silent and lonely feeling. He told him about the agreement between him and Mu Ling. Ning Cheng thought for a while and said seriously, Do you know that I won't wait for you after the deadline? I only promised her that if Gu takes a liking to her within a year, I'll let her go. A year's time is up. It's my business when I want to bring her back to Wintercrow. Jean Z said confidently. Ning Cheng asked curiously, Gu didn't come along. Other than Han Yunqi and a few others, no one knew about Gu's situation. Ning Cheng and Jean Z had no way of finding out. However, Gu didn't come along with Mu Linger this time. Moreover, Han Yunqi had told them that Gu definitely wasn't with Mu Linger. According to the previous agreement, Jean Z could naturally bring her away. Moreover, Mu Linger even took the initiative to come to the military camp and asked about his whereabouts. She must be here to break the contract. Otherwise, based on her character, she would have hidden far away and wouldn't come here. Jean Z's lips curled into a self-mocking smile as he said lightly, Ning Cheng, we're both businessmen and we value contracts the most. But he's actually afraid that I'll allow her to break the contract. For the past 3 months, he had been avoiding her because he was afraid that she would come to negotiate with him. He was afraid that his heart would soften under her pitiful gaze once again. How could he give up on the prey that was already in his mouth? Ning Cheng smiled helplessly and patted Jean Z's shoulder, saying, It's done. I'll pretend that I don't know about this. If you're going to Yining County, hurry and prepare. Jean Z was about to leave when Mu Linger unexpectedly returned. She didn't enter the tent, but said outside, Great General Ning, can I ask you for a favor? Ning Cheng glanced at Jean Z and answered, What is it? I have a gold card here. If you see Jean Z in the future, please pass it to him on my behalf. Just say that I'm returning it to him. Outside the door, Mu Linger was already leading the carriage and carrying her luggage. All right, you can leave it to the guards, Ningda said loudly. Thank you for your trouble. I'll be leaving then. Mu Linger's tone was cheerful. Jean Z lowered his head and looked to the side, his expression cold and dissatisfied. After Mu Linger left, Jean Z and Ning Cheng walked out. Jean Z took the gold card and played with it, saying to Ning Cheng, See you in Yining. Also, as we agreed before, you have to compensate me for my private bank. Otherwise, even if I stay in Northern Lee, I won't get involved with the Black Clan's matters. Jean Z wasn't polite at all. Ning Cheng was also straightforward. No problem. Leave your tiger token. These few months, the Black Clan's army and the Tiger Army have been in a mess. Jean Z didn't think much and took out the tiger token and threw it to Ning Cheng. He left in a hurry, secretly chasing after Mu Ling. Only after Jean Z left did Ning Cheng's lips curl into a sly smile. Brother, I can only keep you if I have both the woman and the money. If you want money, go ask Long Fei Yi. Ning Cheng returned to the tent and took out a brush and ink. He walked to the map and quickly began to draw circles and dots on it. The markings that Gu Bei West saw just now were all the previous ones. He hadn't written down the places he wanted to mark. He spent the whole night to set up a trap where the Black Clan and the Tiger Army dominated northernly. He didn't want to give this map to the princess, but to set up a trap for the princess. No matter what, northernly must be the princess's power. The next day, in the name of Jean Z, he mobilized the Black Clan's army and the Tiger Army, and stationed them at the Three Roads Pass and several major checkpoints in Northern Lee. A few days later, Ning Cheng handed over all his affairs to the Deputy General and left the camp alone, rushing to Yuning County. 3 days later, the Deputy General received a handwritten letter from Ning Cheng. There was only one sentence in the letter. Everything is fine. Don't disturb me. Don't look for me. The Deputy General was shocked and began to look for Ning Cheng. Unfortunately, he couldn't get in touch or find him. Ning Cheng was missing on the way to Yuning. The Deputy General found Jean Z and asked him to look for him. He also told Ning Jing and Ning Nua to look for him. Unfortunately, no one could find Ning Cheng. All the military forces were ready to wait for Ning Cheng to come to Yuning and compete with him for the power of Northern Lee. However, Ning Cheng abandoned Northern Lee and left. As for Long Fei Yi, who had prepared strong liquor, he was undoubtedly stood up. Chapter 1196. Ning Cheng's disappearance had caused a huge uproar in Cloud Realm Continent. Leaving aside the others, even Long Fei Yi and Han Yunqi were surprised. Long Fei Yi and Han Yunqi were still discussing Ning Cheng's deployment of troops in Northern Lee when they received the news. Ning Cheng had actually taken matters into his own hands and stationed the Black Clan and Tiger troops in various strongholds in Northern Lee, including the most crucial three-way pass. Ning Cheng made all these arrangements before running off on his own. What did he mean by that? The land of Northern Lee was not something that could be conquered by an ordinary army. The Black Clan and Tiger troops were local bullies, while the Ning Clan troops had been hailed as the saviors of the grasslands and heroes in the hearts of the nomads. Under these circumstances, Long Fei Yi had no choice but to hand Northern Lee over to the Ning Clan troops. Long Fei Yi had long given Northern Lee to the Ning Clan troops, or else he wouldn't have let Han Yunqi take charge of Northern Lee's military affairs in the first place. Personal grudges were personal grudges, while military affairs were military affairs. Long Fei Yi hadn't mixed them up then, much less now. The Ning Clan troops had to stay in Northern Lee and rely on the nomads' trust to replace the Black Clan troops in the future. As for whether Ning Cheng would stay or leave, that was Ning Cheng's own business. If Ning Cheng could win the drinking contest, the title of King of Northern Lee would belong to him. If he lost, Ning Cheng would have to promote someone to take charge of the D Clan and the Ning Clan troops. Long Fei Ye's spearhead was Ning Cheng himself, not the D Clan, nor the Ning Clan troops who had risked their lives to save lives. If Ning Cheng left, then so be it. Even if he didn't promote anyone to take charge of the Ning Clan troops, he should have at least stationed them in various strongholds. But Ning Cheng had done the exact opposite. Not only had he stood him up, but he'd also ruthlessly tricked him. Given Northern Lee's current situation, Jean Z, whose origins were still unknown, had become the key to Northern Lee. Han Yunqi pinched her brows. She really couldn't figure out what Ning Cheng wanted to do. She said seriously to Long Fei, "Goldie has always wanted to leave. He has no interest in the Black Clan army. Once he leaves, he will definitely take the Tiger army with him. As for the Black Clan army, that's a bunch of ambitious wolves." Long Fei said, "How good could the army raised by Jun Yixia be? If it wasn't for Jin Zi's fake identity as the orphan of the Black Clan, he wouldn't have cared about that army at all. Long Fei, you wouldn't be so stupid as to leave the Black Race army behind. The Black Race army would definitely be disbanded. However, now wasn't the wrong time. It was almost autumn, and after the Mid-Autumn Festival, the northern part of Northernly would start to get cold. Food, tents, blankets, charcoal, and other supplies would have to be supplied from the south. Reinforcements were ultimately limited. To put it bluntly, this winter, Northernly's herdsmen, especially the herdsmen in the north, would have to tighten their belts. At this time, as long as there was even the slightest bit of conflict, it could easily become a fuse and cause a riot. In other words, this was the perfect time for people with bad intentions to fan the flames. Not only could Long Fei Yi not touch the Black Race army, but he also had to use Jin Zi to firmly suppress them. Once Ning Cheng left, Jin Zi definitely couldn't leave. Han Yunqi's eyes flashed with a trace of complexity. She didn't quite believe that Ning Cheng would deliberately create this kind of problem for her and Long Fei Yi. It was fine if Ning Cheng deliberately made things difficult for Long Fei Yi, but why would he purposely make things difficult for her? Right now, the various military factions and even many strategists were talking about Northernly. They all considered Northernly to be her power. The powers of Western Qin were all coveting it. For the past 2 years, Northernly had been a mess. However, once the grasslands of Northernly had recovered, the war horses of Northernly would be feared and admired by the various military factions. Disaster relief relied on the imperial court's resources and the national treasury's money. When the time came, whoever truly controlled Northernly's grasslands and horse ranches would reap the benefits of their own military factions. Actually, Han Yunqi had been hoping for Ning Cheng's arrival this entire time. She wanted Ning Cheng to accept his rewards and argue with the various military factions. In times of war, everyone would sincerely unite as one. But in times of peace, there would be struggles for benefits. The art of monarch was all about balance. As the future ruler of the empire, Long Fei Yi couldn't show favoritism on the surface, even if he was biased in his heart. Meanwhile, Ning Cheng and the D clan would be his best excuse to refuse the various military factions entering Northernly in the future. Although it was a difficult problem, Long Fei Yi wasn't truly stumped. He immediately ordered, "Chu Shifeng, has Su Donglin returned?" Su Donglin had been borrowed by Gu Beiwe to stay in Medical City. By now, Gu Beiwe should have returned to Medical City. "He'll be back in the next 2 days," Chu Shifeng replied. "When he comes back, you should personally pay a visit to Wintercrow country." There was no need to investigate the slave line. Instead, they would investigate from the line of beast language. Jin Zi must have some background. Long Fei Yi said, in the past, they'd investigated Jin Zi based on the fact that he'd been sold as a slave to three-way black market. They'd investigated both the slave trade at Wintercrow country and the people who'd sold him there. This lead didn't yield any useful information, so it stopped. Later on, because of Bai Yanqing's affairs, Long Fei Yi was too busy to pay attention to the matter. Now that he thought about it, if Jin Zi wasn't from the Black Clan, then there had to be something else. To truly control Jin Zi, they had to figure out his background first. Yes, this subordinate will make preparations right away. Chu Shifeng obeyed and left. I wonder how that girl Ling is doing, Han Yunqi muttered to herself. She'd asked Ning Cheng to investigate Ling and Jin Zi, but Ning Cheng still hadn't given her any feedback. If he wanted to leave, he should have at least reported back first. As they spoke, a guard called in from outside. Your Highness, Princess, Miss Ling, requests an audience. If this was Han Yunqi's room, Mu Ling would have rushed in long ago. Unfortunately, this was Long Fei Ye's study. Han Yunqi was probably the only one who dared to barge in. Little Rue still hadn't left yet. As Han Yunqi expected, Mu Ling lost weight again as soon as she entered. Han Yunqi was worried about losing weight after giving birth, so seeing Mu Ling like this made her feel complicated. When Mu Ling saw Long Fei Yi, she politely called him Your Highness, but affectionately called Han Yunqi Big Sis. She still didn't have the guts to call Long Fei Yi brother-in-law. Han Yunqi wanted to ask Mu Ling about Jin Zi's recent situation, but Mu Ling spoke up first. Big Sis, Ning Cheng returned Jin Zi's indenture agreement. He went back to the Winter Crow clan. Han Yunqi and Long Fei Yi exchanged glances before Han Yunqi asked hastily, When did this happen? 3 months ago, Mu Ling answered. Long Fei Ye's expression turned cold. What a Ning Cheng! He didn't even mention such a big thing. This matter also reminded Long Fei Yi that he had no one in Northern Li. He had many people he could use, but not many were suitable to be sent to Northern Li. Now it seemed that he still had to send a few strategists to the army in the future. Did Jin Zi return? Who was in charge of the Black Clan army these few months? Han Yunqi asked hastily. Mu Ling didn't know anything about the army. She only knew that everything in the army had been stable for the past 3 months. Jin Zi was gone, and so was Ning Cheng. Who was going to clean up the mess in Northern Li at this critical juncture? If Ning Cheng had wanted to leave long ago, why would he have accepted Northern Li's request in the first place? Just when Long Fei Yi thought he'd misjudged the man, Chu Shifeng suddenly doubled back with unexpected news. Your Highness, Jin Zi is outside the palace asking for an audience. Chu Shifeng was about to leave when he ran into Jin Zi. He was very curious. Did Jin Zi come with Mu Ling? Long Fei Yi and Han Yunqi both looked towards Mu Ling, at these words. Mu Ling was at a loss as well. Ning Cheng said he left for 3 months. I only saw him once 3 months ago, but I've never seen him again. What did he come for? Long Fei Yi asked. He said he wanted to see the princess to collect a debt. Chu Shifeng reported hastily. Collect a debt? What did Han Yunqi owe Ning Cheng? Everyone was even more puzzled. Long Fei Yi immediately had Chu Shifeng summon the man inside. Mu Ling averted her gaze. She wanted to avoid him, but when she thought about it, she realized that their agreement had been overdue for so long. Jin Zi wouldn't make things difficult for her here. Despite this, Mu Ling still wanted to leave. She'd always been carefree and fearless, but she didn't know when she'd started to fear seeing him. Big Sis, I'll leave first. Mu Ling murmured. What? You don't want to marry him? Han Yunqi asked back. Mu Ling finally remembered that her big sister had always suspected her and Jin Zi. She averted her gaze. I don't want it any more. I don't want to get married so early. If there's nothing, why did you find someone to keep an eye on me? You really don't want to marry. Han Yunqi asked seriously. Really? Back then I was just hot-headed. Now I don't like Jin Zi either, Mu Ling explained. Then sit down. If Jin Zi comes to ask for someone from me, you should tell him clearly. Otherwise, he'll really think I owe him a debt in the future. Han Yunqi's stern expression made Mu Ling afraid to move. She could only sit back down. Soon enough, Chu Shifeng brought Jin Zi in. Jin Zi was as skinny as ever, dressed in black robes. His hair was short like a foreigner's, and his bangs hid the corners of his eyes. He stood ramrod straight, his eyes cold. He knew Mu Ling was in the palace, but never expected Mu Ling to be here as well. He was clearly surprised, but quickly hid it. He bowed to Long Fei Yi and Han Yunqi. Your Highness, Princess, where's Ning Cheng? Long Fei Yi asked. I want to know where he is too. Unfortunately, I can't find him, Jin Z intoned. I'm here to collect a debt from the princess. Jin Z looked towards Han Yunqi, where Mu Ling was sitting next to Han Yunqi with her head bowed. What do I owe you? Han Yunqi asked cold. Mu Ling had been calm before, but as soon as she heard Jin Z's words, she grew nervous and unconsciously rubbed at her handkerchief. But Jin Z only said, Ning Cheng is the one who owes me the debt. Ning Cheng ran off, so I can only find you to collect it. He didn't come because of us? Mu Linger subconsciously looked up at Jin Z, only to discover that his eyes were cold and calm. He didn't stare at her like she was his prey, like in the past. Chapter 1197. Jin Z didn't stare at Mu Linger like before. At this moment, he treated Mu Linger as air and didn't even look at her. Han Yunqi saw all of this with her own eyes. Han Yunqi was even more surprised. Coldly she asked, What does Ning Cheng owe you? When Ning Cheng left northernly, he promised me that if I came to Yuning Palace with him, he would return my bank to me. I came, but he ran away. Princess, if I don't ask you for the debt, who should I ask for it from? Jin Z said very calmly. Mu Linger only thought that Jin Z came to ask for money, but Long Fei Yi and Han Yunqi both became serious. Gold's line, this sentence could be said to have a profound meaning. According to Han Yunqi's understanding, Ning Cheng had repeatedly persuaded Jin Z to stay and pretend to be the Black Clan's orphan until the end. However, Jin Z didn't agree. Ning Cheng left the army and came to Yuning to report the completion of the mission and to receive the reward. After Long Fei Yi became the emperor, the Ning army must be rewarded according to their merits. Jin Z agreed to come with him. In other words, Jin Z accepted Ning Cheng's persuasion and wanted to receive the title and reward together with Ning Cheng. In other words, Jin Z decided to stay in the northernly army since he could come to Yuning. When Ning Cheng left, not only did Jin Z not follow, but he also came to them. His attitude couldn't be more obvious. At this time, Long Fei Yi and Han Yunqi finally figured out Ning Cheng's layout in northern Li. If Jin Z was sincere in surrendering, then their previous worries were at least unnecessary for the time being. Moreover, the Black Clan Army and the Tiger Army were in charge of northern Li, while the Ning Clan Army retreated to the second line. In this way, the people of the various military factions could not say anything, let alone have the opportunity to point the spearhead at Han Yunqi. Ning Cheng's departure was clearly a retreat in order to advance. He really gave Long Fei Yi and Han Yunqi a big gift. Jin Z took out the tiger tag and presented it with both hands. Princess, this is my sincerity. The money of the bank can't be less. Han Yunqi smiled helplessly, while Long Fei Yi said unhappily, Have you really never seen Ning Cheng? Jin Z spoke the truth. This token was originally with him. A few days ago when I was in the inn, a boy brought it over. Since Ning Cheng has already left, why bother looking for him? In the past, Jin Z didn't know much about the D clan and Western Qin's royal family, but after fighting with Ning Cheng in northern Li for half a year, he understood everything very well. Long Fei Yi didn't say anything. Although Ning Cheng cleaned up the battlefield in northern Li very cleanly and didn't leave any trouble for them, this was a public fact. Ning Cheng and his personal grudges hadn't been settled yet. In these past few months, while Long Fei Yi was busy, he had sent people to find a lot of strong liquor. Was Ning Cheng admitting defeat? Long Fei Yi wasn't someone who would accept defeat. Coldly, he said, In the future, when you see Ning Cheng, please tell him that this crown prince invited him to drink. Okay, I'll remember it. Every time Jin Z drank with Ning Cheng, he would get drunk first. He really wanted to know if Long Fei Yi and Ning Cheng drank, who would get drunk first. Han Yunqi, who didn't know the truth, was rather surprised. Long Fei Yi actually took the initiative to invite Ning Cheng for a drink? Was there any conspiracy behind this? Was Long Fei Yi trying to lure Ning Cheng out? Ning Cheng probably wouldn't show himself, right? Regarding the matter of the bank, go to three-way black markets, East Origin Hall. Someone will arrange it, Long Fei Yi said. Since Jin Zi had come looking for Han Yunqi to ask for a debt, he naturally had to help Han Yunqi repay it. Jin Zi, I will pay attention to your background. I heard Ning Chung say that you miss Winter Crow's grasslands. Han Yunqi said with a smile, In the future, if you have the heart, His Highness and I will definitely support you. Someone will have to manage Winter Crow's slave trade sooner or later. Han Yunqi's words were reserved, but Jin Zi could understand. She said this to make Jin Zi give up on the slave trade. She also gave Jin Zi hope, hinting to Jin Zi that she had thoughts of taking over Winter Crow country. Even if Jin Zi changed his mind one day, there was no way out. All right, this one will remember it, Jin Zi said coldly. He was about to leave, but Han Yunqi stopped him. That's right, there's something else I need to ask, so you won't come back to ask for a debt in the future. What is it? Jin Zi asked. This little sister of mine. You're not going to marry her, right? Han Yunqi asked in a serious tone. Mu Ling didn't expect Han Yunqi to be so direct. She almost buried her head on the table. This time, Jin Zi was also surprised. He had thought that the agreement could be delayed for a while. He had thought that if he didn't give Mu Ling a chance to lay her cards on the table, their relationship would never be considered over. But he finally looked at Mu Ling and asked coldly, Is she still going to marry? Han Yunqi waited for Mu Ling to reply. Mu Ling lowered her head and didn't speak for a long time. Are you still going to marry? Han Yunqi couldn't help but ask. No. I'm not going to marry, Mu Ling said in a low voice. She, who always kept her promises, said the word no when she broke her promise. In that instant, Jin Zi's gaze immediately moved away, no longer looking at her. This was the result of their one-year agreement. She had broken her promise. Jin Zi shrugged. Then I'm not going to marry her. Goodbye. After saying that, he didn't stay and turned to leave. Mu Ling didn't expect things to be so simple. When she was in Northernly, she was on tenterhooks every day, waiting for Jin Zi to come looking for her. She was already prepared to lay her cards on the table and go back on her word. She knew that Jin Zi would reject her, get angry, and even hit her. She had thought of all kinds of excuses to deal with him, and even wanted to use her sister and brother-in-law to threaten him. But who knew that after not seeing her for 3 months, he would let her go so easily today? He just said, Then I'm not going to marry her, and everything would be fine? Mu Ling looked up in disbelief. She couldn't see Jin Zi's cold face, only his thin and lonely back. He walked out of the door, and his back gradually disappeared. Was it over just like that? This guy, who had always longed to return to his hometown and roam the grasslands freely, chose to stay in the Northernly army and shoulder the burden of rebuilding Northernly after the disaster. This guy who forced himself on her, bullied her, and was so stubborn that she couldn't persuade him to change his mind or beg him, had said, Then I'm not going to marry her. Mu Ling should have felt relieved that Jin Zi didn't pursue the matter, but she had an indescribable feeling instead. She faintly sensed that something was wrong with Jin Zi, but she couldn't put her finger on it. Jin Zi, why didn't you leave? When Jin Zi burned his indenture agreement in the beginning, he didn't choose to find Mu Ling or leave. That probably meant that he couldn't leave her for the rest of his life. That was why the hesitant Ning Qing finally decided to send the Black Clan and Tiger troops to the various strongholds to set up a trap for Jin Zi and Han Yunqi. After Jin Zi left, Long Fei Yi murmured to Chu Shifeng, Spread the news. Just say that I intend to make Jin Zi the great general of the North and take control of Northern Li's military. Long Fei Yi knew what to do, but spreading the news ahead of time was precisely to shut up the mouths of his subordinates. After all, as soon as the plague in Northernly ended, many rumors pointed the finger of blame at Han Yunqi. Han Yunqi sat on one side and secretly smiled at the words. It was natural for a married woman to be favored by her husband and protected by her maternal family. But in this world, from the imperial clan to the common folk, there would always be people who couldn't stand to see such things happen. There was no lack of gossip and conspiracies that were impossible to guard against. It was as if a married woman was meant to be bullied, sacrificed, and compromised. There was a good saying, the husband was stronger than the maternal family, and the maternal family was stronger than one's own strength. Only by being strong could one convince others wholeheartedly. Han Yunqi was strong in all aspects, but she lacked a military force that she could truly control. Since the Ning clan troops could retreat to the front lines, she could cultivate Jin Zi's northernly military into a force that truly belonged to her. She wasn't sure how reliable Jin Zi was, but at least he'd be reliable for the next few years. In the next few years, she had to borrow this fellow, Jin Zi, to cultivate a truly loyal force. Northernly was close to the mysterious continent, so Han Yunqi figured that perhaps she could personally travel to the snowy mountains to check on the ice sea after she was done with her business. Long Fei Yi had made Han Qin promise to protect Northernly's northern borders for 20 years. She felt that opening up northernly to the mysterious continent was a good choice. The mysterious continent's agricultural and medical industries weren't as developed as Cloud Realm Continent. Perhaps Northernly could even be called a commercial stronghold. Of course, that was all for later. Han Yunqi played with Jin Zi's tiger medallion and grinned. Long Fei Yi, this plaything's mine. Long Fei Yi glanced at her, too lazy to speak. When had he ever refused to give her anything she wanted? Long Fei Yi tossed over a command medallion, which Han Yunqi accepted. Upon closer inspection, she found it unfamiliar. The medallion was made of bronze and looked very simple. It should be a military command medallion with the word command on the back and the map of Cloud Realm Continent on the front. This is... Han Yunqi didn't understand. I ordered it a while ago and sent it over this morning. Long Fei Yi rose to retrieve a brocade box as he spoke. Inside were several command medallions that looked similar to the one in Han Yunqi's hands, but with a different map on the front. Han Yunqi's medallion was a map of Cloud Realm Continent, while the other medallions represented the east, west, north, south, and central regions of the continent. Without a doubt, this was a brand new set of command medallions. Han Yunqi's medallion was a command medallion that allowed her to control all of Cloud Realm Continent's military affairs. Cloud Realm Continent was so big that it naturally had to be divided into several large military regions. The head of the military regions was basically handed over to the heads of the various military branches. However, the selection of the ministers in charge of the various military regions had to be done carefully. Han Yunqi looked at Long Fei Yi seriously. You have someone in mind? Who? Long Fei Yi's lips quirked up into a faint smile as he took the medallion from Han Yunqi's hands. He fiddled with it with interest, but didn't say a word. Tell me. Han Yunqi grew anxious. Long Fei, you must have someone in mind if he'd already made the medallion. She couldn't guess, because she didn't know anyone suitable for the position. Rather than letting someone unsuitable take on the heavy responsibility, it was better for Long Fei Yi to take charge of the various military factions himself. You can tell me in secret, but I won't tell anyone. At most, I'll tell Gu Beiwa. Han Yunqi grew anxious. Chapter 1198. Seeing Han Yunqi's curiosity, Long Fei Yi's smile deepened. Long Fei Yi placed all the military tokens into the brocade box, then handed it to Han Yunqi. You. Me. Han Yunqi hadn't recovered from the shock yet and only caught the box reflexively. I was planning to wait 2 or 3 years until Northernly had stabilized before handing over military affairs to you. Now it looks like I can give it to you. Long Fei Yi smiled. Only then did Han Yunqi realize that Long Fei had been planning to give her the command medallion. Me. It had to be said that Han Yunchi was both surprised and nervous. Military affairs were the greatest guarantee of a country's stability. "What are you afraid of?" Long Fei Yi arched a brow. "Aren't you afraid that Bailey Yuanlong will come to bother you every day?" Han Yunchi countered. They'd just found a suitable way to deal with Northern Li. But Long Fei Yi was simply stirring up trouble. If news of this got out, wouldn't all of Cloud Realm Continent explode? Bailey Yuanlong had been in charge of distributing disaster relief supplies and had handled matters fairly. Long Fei Yi hadn't been able to do anything to him, so Bailey Yuanlong had returned a few days ago. Long Fei Yi said seriously, "I want to tell the world that I'm not partial to East Qin or Western Qin. I'm only partial to you, the mistress of Cloud Realm Continent." Northern Li still involved the interests of the D clan's Ning family. Now that the Ning family had retreated, Han Yunchi wouldn't hand Northern Li's military power to the Ning family in the future. He was doing this to tell the world that Han Yunchi wasn't just the princess of Western Qin, but also his woman, Long Fei Ye's woman, the future mistress of Cloud Realm Continent. The greatest power behind Han Yunchi wasn't the D clan, but him. Han Yunchi's power was shared with him. He wanted to see who dared to question his authority. There was no need for Long Fei Yi to explain further. The words mistress told Han Yunchi everything. Han Yunchi was really surprised and pleasantly surprised. In truth, she had always wanted to rule the country together with Long Fei Yi. She had many modern ideas that might not be suitable for Cloud Realm's situation, but they could still be used as reference and revised. However, she would not rashly ask for an official position, because she knew that this was still a society where men were above men. Women were not suitable to be involved in politics. She could talk freely with Long Fei Yi about how to govern the country and how to manage the army in private, but she could not sit with him in the imperial study room, facing civil and military officials, discussing together. Who would have thought that Long Fei Yi would be so magnanimous and confident that he would allow her to step out and participate in politics? Han Yunchi looked at Long Fei Yi, not knowing what to say. "Why? Do you agree?" Long Fei Yi frowned at her. "No." Han Yunchi denied inside. She held the brocade box with both hands and said seriously, "I've agreed. You have no room for regret. Also, you're not allowed to give out these command medallions. When the day comes for the reward, I'll personally deliver them to Bailey Yuanlong and the others." Han Yunchi said as she picked out the command medallion and put it in her sleeve. "I'll accept this one." Long Fei Yi looked at Han Yunchi's rare adorableness and couldn't help but laugh. He couldn't help but wonder if he had a daughter, would she be even cuter than Han Yunchi now? Remembering that Rui was only 6 months old, Long Fei Yi couldn't bear to see him like this. There was still a long way to go. He could wait. Han Yunchi was in a good mood and got up lazily. Mu Ling, who hadn't dared to speak all this time, quickly got up as well. Heavens! Seeing Long Fei Yi spoil her sister was simply too scary. Although Long Fei Yi looked especially good when he smiled, it was still very scary in her eyes. She had long wanted to leave, but didn't dare to interrupt them. She could only quietly stand aside and pretend to be air. "Ling, I'm going out for a stroll. Do you want to come?" Han Yunchi asked. She had almost forgotten how long it had been since she left Yuning Palace. "Do you want to take Rui out?" Mu Ling quickly asked. "He's sleeping right now." "No need," Han Yunchi replied. "Then I won't go. I'll go watch over Rui, and wait for him to wake up." Mu Ling smiled. She didn't even realize how ugly her smile was. A complicated look flickered past Han Yunchi's eyes. She knew that there had to be something between Mu Ling, and Jean Zi that she didn't know about. But since Jean Zi wasn't going back to Winter Crow country and had declared in front of her and Long Fei that he wouldn't marry Mu Ling, Mu Ling shouldn't be in any danger anymore. As for what had happened between them, she didn't want to ask. Feelings were too complicated. She rejoiced in the fact that she and Long Fei Yi liked each other by coincidence. Find a few more people to accompany them. Be careful, Long Fei Yi instructed in a low voice. All right. Han Yunqi replied seriously, but her heart was helpless. Who else in Cloud Realm continent could hurt her besides Long Fei Yi? She was planning to pick out some fabric from the cloth shop to make some new clothes for Long Fei Yi and Rui. Although Zhao Mama took care of their meals and clothing, she still had to take care of them as a wife and mother. As soon as Han Yunqi left, Long Fei Yi instructed the shadow guard in a low voice. Go to Kingon Private Bank and tell Manager Luo that this crown prince wants to take over all of Cloud Realm Continent's wineries. The shadow guard couldn't help but remind him, Your Highness, there's little grain left after the war. The winery's business isn't doing well. With so little grain, how could they use it to make wine? As a result, the winery's costs were high, and their business was even worse. Long Fei Yi turned to look, and the shadow guard realized he'd spoken out of turn. He quickly accepted his orders and withdrew. Long Fei Yi didn't interrupt the wine business because he wanted to force Ning Qing out. It wouldn't be too late to find out more about the wineries first. Since he dared to stand him up, he'd like to see if Ning Cheng would come looking for him if he couldn't get a drink. With Ning Cheng's pickiness about the quality of wine and his drinking capacity, he'd be satisfied regardless of whether it was a farmhouse's brew or a small tavern. If Ning Cheng wanted to drink, he'd definitely go to a big winery. Now that the official business was over, he had to settle his personal matters before leaving. Mu Ling followed Han Yunqi out of the study. They walked together for a while before parting ways. Han Yunqi walked out of the palace, but Mu Ling didn't accompany Rui. Instead, she went to the back of the mountain. After leaving for more than 3 months, she found that she wasn't as sad as before when she stood under the thorny tree at the top of the mountain again. Instead, she felt an indescribable sense of intimacy. It was as if no matter how restless her heart was, it all calmed down when she came here. Jinzi, I broke the contract. I'm sorry. Chi big brother, you should know that Ling is free again. But Ling won't chase you all over the world like before. Knowing you're still in this world and looking at the same sky and moon as me is enough to satisfy Ling. Mu Ling stayed in the little hut by the thorny tree for a few days. She decided to go back to Medical City and revive the Mu clan, not for the sake of the clan's reputation or profits, but for the sake of doing what she was best at and most fond of. During this trip to Northern Li, she discovered many problems with the ingredients. If Gu Beiwa hadn't stopped her and asked her to privately discuss the changes with Medicine City's people, she would have spread the news long ago and made a big fuss. She was going to revive the Mu clan and personally teach a bunch of disciples to supervise every bag of medicine sent out by Medicine City. Mu Ling went down the mountain to say goodbye to Long Fei Yi and Han Yunqi when she ran into a letter from Medical City. Chu Shifeng handed a letter to His Highness with a smile. Miss Ling, you came at the right time. Dr. Gu sent you a letter too. Ling has one too? Han Yunqi was curious. What kind of private matter couldn't be put together in one letter? Why split it into two? But when Long Fei Yi opened the letter, he saw that it was a wedding invitation. Everyone was stunned by the sight. Mu Ling quickly opened her own letter and pulled out an identical one. Eldest young Miss Qin. Han Yunqi and Mu Ling exclaimed at the same time. Although they knew that Gu Beiwa and eldest young Miss Qin were going to marry, they never expected it to happen so soon. Gu Beiwa had just returned to Medical City. Could it be that he brought forward the engagement as soon as he got back, and then immediately got married? What's the rush? Is he afraid that he won't be able to find a wife? Han Yunqi was a little angry at Gu Beiwa's sloppiness. For one thing, the Qin clan wouldn't have the guts to betroth eldest young Miss Qin to another man since they'd already sent someone to talk about marriage. For another, Long Fei Yi was going to proclaim himself emperor and found a new country soon. Then Gu Beiwa would definitely be rewarded and conferred a title. Couldn't he settle down first and then think about marriage? Long Fei Yi had asked him to be the grand tutor, but he hadn't even replied yet. Even the cool-headed Long Fei revealed a look of surprise. He quickly opened up the wedding invitation and looked at the date. It was the end of the month, so there were only a dozen or so days left. It was only enough time for them to rush from Yuning to Medical City. Big sis, I still think that Dr. Gu's being forced into marriage. Mu Ling couldn't help but speak up. Han Yunqi didn't care much before, but now she couldn't stay calm. She glanced at Long Fei and said seriously, "Let's get ready and set off. We should at least meet eldest young Miss Qin before the wedding, right? No one can force him. I'd like to meet him." Long Fei smiled helplessly. He was indeed curious about this marriage. However, he was more concerned about whether Gu Beiwei would be the grand tutor or not. Han Yunqi and Mu Ling left first, but Long Fei stayed for 2 or 3 days to deal with the matters at hand. Before winter, he should pay respects to his parents, ancestors, and return to his family. Then he had to establish a new country. This winter, he still couldn't accompany Han Yunqi to the Jiangnan Plum Sea to spend the winter. Perhaps he had to wait until Ru'er could walk. Gu and Ningqing didn't receive an invitation. It wasn't that Gu Beiwei didn't want to invite them, but that he couldn't find anyone. However, news of Gu Beiwei's wedding quickly spread throughout Cloud Realm. Naturally, it reached Gu and Ningqing's ears as well. As for whether or not the two of them would appear at Gu Beiwei's wedding, that was unknown. At this moment, Gu Beiwei was walking alone in the longest corridor of the medical academy. The bright moon hung high in the sky, illuminating the entire back courtyard and making everything seem even quieter. It was just like Gu Beiwei's tall and thin figure, his snow-white robes and gentle face. He was as bright as the moon, as silent as a shadow. When he smiled, even the moon in the sky seemed to soften. Amidst the silence, the little thing jumped out of his sleeve and grabbed his sleeve as if it was swinging on a swing. It flipped over and grabbed his sleeve, climbed all the way to his shoulder, and squatted down. He walked further and further away, turning his head from time to press his cheek against Lilthing. The man and beast formed a world of their own. Where was Gu Beiwei going? Chapter 1199. Gu Beiwei brought Lilthing all the way to the end of the corridor and left the medical academy through the back door. Lilthing sat on the young master's shoulder, full of suspicion. From time to time, it would tilt its head to look at the young master and squeak a few times to ask questions. "It's so late. Where is the young master going?" "And he's going through the back door of the medical academy, as if he doesn't want anyone to know he's gone out." Squeak, 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 squeak. Lilthing squeaked a few more times. Gu Beiwei took Lilthing off his shoulder and placed it in his palm. He looked at it and said softly, "Be good, we're almost there. Don't worry." Lilthing didn't understand, but it knew that the young master wanted it to squeak again. It rubbed against the young master's large and warm palm and settled down. Gradually, Gu Beiwei sped up. His figure was like a shadow as he swept through the empty and quiet streets. He was so fast that Lilthing couldn't recognize the road. Not long after, they entered a secluded alley and stopped in front of the door of a house. Lilthing's round black eyes darted around in the dark. It felt like it was about to learn another secret of the young master. Gu Beiwei looked around and made sure that no one was around before knocking on the door. The speed at which he knocked on the door was clearly a special rhythm. It was a secret signal. Soon, someone opened the door. It was none other than Shi Yuba, who had been missing in Medical City for a long time. Back then, Gu Beiwei had used him to lure Han Yunqi to Medical City. "Master," Shi Yuba said respectfully. Gu Beiwei didn't say anything and walked in. Lilthing laid on his shoulder and stared at Shi Yuba. It didn't recognize him at all. It was a very small house. Gu Beiwei quickly walked into the room. At this time, Lilthing discovered that there was a child hidden in the room. It was about 1 month old and was sleeping soundly. Lilthing was even more puzzled. What was the young master doing? Where did these babies come from? Gu Beiwe personally checked the baby's pulse, limbs, and especially the shape of its feet. Shiyuba quickly came in and whispered, "Master, this child's feet are not bad, right?" This child was an abandoned baby, found by Shiyuba. Shiyuba had made a mistake in the Long Tianma incident, so Gu Beiwe had him leave Medical City to take care of abandoned babies. He needed some children to start practicing shadow arts from a young age. To practice the shadow art, one had to start from a young age. Although the shadow technique was a secret technique of the Shadow Clan, it wasn't something that only members of the Shadow Clan could practice. Outsiders could also practice it. Outsiders needed to start training their leg strength and footwork from a much younger age compared to the Shadow Clansmen. Moreover, their speed after training would be far slower than the Shadow Clansmen. However, it was still very easy to overpower an ordinary Qinggong. He was the only remaining member of the Shadow Clan. Since he had found the princess, he couldn't let the Shadow Clan die out in his generation. He also couldn't let the shadow technique end on him. He had been secretly cultivating a few real shadow guards for the princess, but it would take more than 1 or 2 years. Shadow guard, as the name implied, was a bodyguard that was like a shadow. Not only was there a high requirement for martial arts, but there was also a high requirement for moral conduct. It wasn't for anything else, but because a shadow guard was the person closest to the master, and also the person who understood the master the most. They could know secrets that other servants didn't know. If they didn't have good moral conduct, they would be a hidden danger to the master. Therefore, whether it was martial arts or moral conduct, he had to personally check. He needed to train a few shadow guards, and more importantly, he needed a true successor of the Shadow Clan. He had been searching for the most suitable body type and the most suitable leg shape. However, he didn't expect Shiyuba to find it so quickly. The child in front of him was exactly what he wanted. "It's him." Gu Beiwe asked indifferently, "How many days has it been a month?" "Another 7 days." Shiyuba answered truthfully, "Master, you still have 10 days to get married. So, it's reasonable that he was born a month early." "It's not a problem. I'll find a way when the time comes." Gu Beiwe nodded. Shiyuba couldn't help but remind him, "Master, even if you want to adopt a child, it doesn't have to be eldest Miss Qin. As long as you ask, there are many women in Medical City who are willing." Master didn't care about marriage, nor did he care about romantic relationships. He only wanted to marry a wife, adopt a child, and treat it as his own son to continue the Shadow Clan's bloodline. Not only did he want to let the world know that the Shadow Clan was behind the princess, but he also wanted to give an explanation to the Shadow Clan's ancestors. However, there were many women who were willing to follow Master in name only, and there were many who were more outstanding than eldest Miss Qin. Why did Master choose a woman that no one wanted? Gu Beiwe raised his eyebrows and looked over. Shiyuba immediately shut his mouth, not daring to say more. Why did it have to be eldest Miss Qin? There were too many reasons why he wanted to marry eldest Miss Qin. First, the Qin family was a great power in Medical City and the only power that could contend with the Rin family. If he married eldest Miss Qin, the Rin family would definitely be anxious and wouldn't dare to oppose Medical City's submission to the Long Fei and the jurisdiction of the imperial court. Second, it was difficult for eldest Miss Qin to marry outside because of her handicapped body, and she didn't want to marry. If he married her, he would give her a stable environment, and she would help him give birth to a child. Each of them would get what they needed, and it wouldn't be considered as holding her back. If it were another girl from the Qin family, he would really hold her back for the rest of her life. In this life, he wouldn't hold anyone back, and he wouldn't let them down. Thirdly, he trusted the character of the first miss of the Qin family. Marrying a wife was a matter of life. If she wasn't someone he trusted, and the truth was revealed in 3 to 5 years, how would he deal with it? Gu Beiwe leaned close to the infant and gently kissed its forehead, saying softly, "Child, from now on, you're no longer an orphan. I'll watch you grow up." Suddenly the little thing squeaked. Heavens! The young master actually kissed that child. Who was this child? Could it be the young master's illegitimate child? Why didn't it know who the child's mother was? The little thing finally couldn't stay calm. It squeaked loudly while jumping to the child's side, wanting to see it more clearly. The baby was disturbed. Its little face wrinkled, and it looked like it was about to cry. Shiba hurriedly picked it up and coaxed it. Gubeiwe picked the little thing up. He didn't get angry, but seriously asked it to be quiet. The little thing kicked its feet, wanting to ask clearly. Unfortunately, no matter how much it struggled, the young master didn't understand what it meant. Suddenly, the little thing quieted down. It lowered its head, feeling sad. So what if the young master understood what it meant? So what if the young master answered it? It also didn't understand what the young master said. The young master had never been mine. There were many things about the young master that it didn't know. Seeing that the little thing stopped moving, Gubeiwe gently stroked its back and then put it on his shoulder. Lil Thing slowly curled up into a ball and looked pitifully at the child. It couldn't help but feel sad. Mama Yunchi, did you know that the young master has a child too? Take care of it personally. This matter is confidential, so don't let anyone else do it, Gubeiwe instructed. Shiyuba nodded respectfully. Yes, this subordinate understands. After returning to the medical academy, Gubeiwe's mood didn't change much. He was still as calm as still water and quickly fell asleep. Lil Thing, on the other hand, was curled up in Gubeiwe's stomach. Every now and then it'd switch positions and go back and forth, unable to sleep. In the end, it simply jumped off the bed and onto a nearby cabinet, planning to run out the window for some fresh air. Unexpectedly, it saw 5 or 6 red invitation cards on top of the cabinet. Alarmed, Lil Thing quickly opened the cards, but it couldn't understand them at all. Who's getting married? There's so many of them. They don't seem like the young master's own invitations, but his own. Heavens! When did the young master write them? I didn't even know. Lil Thing grew more and more uneasy. It picked up one of the cards and ran back to bed, flinging it at Gubeiwe's face. Gubeiwe woke up and looked at the fuming Lil Thing, then at the invitation card on the side. He gave a start before bursting into laughter. He definitely didn't know how handsome his sleepy face looked when he smiled. He didn't have his usual calmness and maturity. Instead, he looked lazy and casual. His originally handsome face suddenly looked devilish. Lil Thing stared blankly. Sir, just what kind of person are you? Lil Thing couldn't understand you at all. Gubeiwe picked up the invitation card and flipped through it before getting off the bed to exchange it for another one. He handed it to Lil Thing with both hands with a smile. I'm getting married. This is for you. Lil Thing was even more certain that the young master was the one who wanted to send out these invitations. This letter was meant for it. The young master was really getting married. Was the woman he was going to marry the mother of that child I just saw? Lil Thing didn't move, but its round, black eyes were already wet. Gubeiwe couldn't help but laugh at Lil Thing's pitiful look. Don't worry. No matter who I marry, I'll only treat your master well. Lil Thing only saw the young master smile and didn't know what he said. It slapped the invitation card away with its paw and immediately flew out of the window. Angry, Gubeiwe muttered to himself. Once the little thing got angry, it disappeared for a few days straight. Gubeiwe didn't look for it either. He knew Lil Thing would come back. A few days later, Han Yunchi and Mu Ling were rescued. There were only 3 days left until Gubeiwe's wedding. The news of Gubeiwe's wedding had spread throughout the medical city, but the medical school was still as usual. There wasn't the slightest bit of celebration. It was because Gubeiwe had given the order not to be extravagant, not to hold a banquet, and not to affect the medical school's teaching and treatment. Because of this order, it caused a lot of conjectures. Everyone increasingly suspected that Gubeiwe had other motives for marrying eldest Miss Chin and that he didn't really like her. However, no matter how many rumors and slanders there were, Gu Beiwe never clarified any of them. When Han Yunqi and Mu Ling saw Gu Beiwe, the tailor had just changed out of the clothes sent by the tailor. The clothes didn't fit very well. When he saw Han Yunqi and Mu Ling, he immediately put down what he was doing and walked over. Princess Miss Ling, did you have a safe trip? Chapter 1200. Han Yunqi walked around the room before stopping in front of Gu Beiwe. How are you? She asked. What happened? Gu Beiwe asked hurriedly. Gu Beiwe, we all thought you were hiding a mistress in a golden house when you suddenly wanted to get married. But the wedding date is so close, and you haven't even prepared a house yet. You're not toying with us, are you? Han Yunqi asked seriously. Gu Beiwe heaved a sigh of relief and asked, Princess, why didn't little master come with you? Gu Beiwe's wedding date was so rushed. After she and Long Fei Yi rushed over, they still had to go back as soon as possible to prepare for the founding of the country. She couldn't bear to let Rue run around with them. Han Yunqi couldn't be bothered to explain to Gu Beiwe and asked again, Where's the wedding room? Gu Beiwe smiled helplessly. It's in my room. Gu Beiwe's courtyard was located in the south of the medical school. It was the largest and quietest independent courtyard in the medical school. It was a courtyard with 3 entrances, and each entrance was a small courtyard house. The first entrance was used for meetings and meetings. The second entrance was Gu Beiwe's study room, where the prescription and laboratory were located. The third entrance was used for daily life. At this moment, they were in the guest hall of the first entrance. Han Yunqi walked in alone, and Mu Ling followed. They had heard too many rumors along the way, including the fact that Gu Beiwe didn't have any wedding preparations in the medical school. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes today, they wouldn't have believed it. Gu Beiwe sent the tailor away and followed Han Yunqi and the others in. Han Yunqi and Mu Ling were stunned when they arrived at the third entrance. They found that even the third courtyard, which was supposed to be used as the wedding room, was still the same. There were no festive decorations at all. Everyone said that Gu Beiwe had wronged himself by marrying Miss Qin. However, as women, Han Yunqi and Mu Linger had an intuition that Miss Qin was the one who had been wronged. How did Gu Beiwe look like he was preparing to get married? Half of the day had already passed. How much could he prepare for tomorrow and the day after? He was going to marry her in the morning the day after tomorrow. Dr. Gu, if you don't want to marry her, then don't marry her. If you have any difficulties, just tell us. Let's think of a solution together. Mu Ling could not help but say, You're being too hard on her, aren't you? Although Miss Qin can't get married, but since you want to marry her, you can't do this. Gu Beiwe was calm as he replied, Qin Min said that she likes simplicity and that there's no need to be deliberate. I also don't like to elaborate. So, we decided to hold a small ceremony. I didn't invite many people this time. It's just a few good friends. Today I'll confirm the dress. In the afternoon, I'll tidy up this room and the main hall outside. But women don't mean what they say. Mu Ling said again. Qin Min won't. She's always been straightforward with me. Gu Beiwe answered again. Mu Ling was anxious. Dr. Gu, you don't understand what I mean. Mu Ling thought for a moment and made an analogy. Dr. Gu, it's like if you want to give a woman something. You don't care if she likes it or not. Just give it to her directly. You can't ask her if she likes it after you've given her something. You haven't even given her something yet, and you're already asking her if she likes it. Do you understand? This is different. Gu Beiwe thought about this and felt that it made sense. Han Yunqi wasn't as agitated as Mu Ling. She walked outside and sat down. Gu Beiwe ordered someone to bring tea over. When did you and Qin Min meet? Are you really hiding a mistress in a golden house? Han Yunqi asked. Why didn't you say so earlier? Long Fei Yi even said a few days ago that he wanted to act as a matchmaker for you. Why would Long Fei Yi care about such things? Gu Beiwen knew that the princess was probably going to test him slowly. We've known each other since we were young. I often compared notes with her on medical skills. After that, I went to Tianning and came back several times to visit my family. Gu Beiwe was a little embarrassed. He didn't know if he was faking it or if he really wasn't good at saying such things. He didn't even look at Han Yunqi's eyes. Instead, he smiled self-deprecatingly. The last few times I said I was visiting my family, but I was actually meeting her in private. Han Yunqi knew that Gu Beiwe had returned to the medical academy when he was in Tianning. Han Yunqi was rather surprised. She smiled. So you two are childhood sweethearts. Why didn't you introduce her to everyone earlier? You've been hiding her for so long. Isn't she being wronged? Gu Beiwe felt even more embarrassed. Previously, I was shouldering a heavy responsibility with my life hanging in the balance. Later on, I was entangled with other matters. I was always afraid of delaying her. She even hid the fact that her father was going to marry her off from me. If I hadn't come to Medical City for Bai Yanqing's matter, I wouldn't have known. That's why I sent someone to act as a matchmaker. Han Yunqi listened attentively but didn't make a sound. Gu Beiwe continued. His Highness wants me to enter the palace as a grand tutor. I was afraid that I'd be delayed again if I left, so I rushed back from Northernly. I wanted to take advantage of the time before His Highness's matters to marry her. I wanted to take her with me to Yuning. Gu Beiwe's words were reasonable. His expression was as bashful as a big boy's. Han Yunqi looked left and right, but couldn't find any clues. She just felt awkward. It turned out that no matter how calm and rational a person was, they would still be flustered and embarrassed in front of their sweetheart. Wasn't she like that too? Didn't Long Fei Yi, that ice-cold guy, have his joy and anger written all over his face several times because of her? At this time, Gu Beiwei got up and went to the room to get a large brocade box. He opened it in front of Han Yunqi and Mu Ling. There was a thick set of medical books in the brocade box. Gu Beiwei asked seriously, "This is a medical book written by my grandfather. My father and I both added to it. My medical skills are all learned from this book. I've also memorized everything I've learned elsewhere." Han Yunqi and Mu Ling didn't say anything. They didn't quite understand what Gu Beiwei meant. Gu Beiwei said again, "Qi Min told me twice to keep everything simple." Han Yunqi and Mu Ling both looked at Gu Beiwei quietly, waiting for him to continue. Gu Beiwei smiled and was a little shy. I followed whatever she said and didn't think too much about it. "Miss Ling, Er's words are reasonable, but it's too late to prepare now. I'll give her the medical book to show my sincerity. How about that?" This medical book was Gu Beiwei's most precious thing. If it wasn't someone he really cared about, how could he give it away? Han Yunqi and Mu Ling both believed that Gu Beiwei had feelings for Miss Qin. It seemed that the two of them were thinking too much and meddling too much. Han Yunqi thought to herself, Gu Beiwei was as smart as Long Fei Yi, but he was a fool when it came to dealing with women. Long Fei Yi was also a fool, but Long Fei Yi was very domineering and would use force. Gu Beiwei was the complete opposite. He was overly modest and would do whatever others said. If Miss Qin was really a woman who didn't mean what she said, she would probably be depressed for the rest of her life. Han Yunqi didn't come to ruin the marriage. She just wanted to make sure that Gu Beiwei didn't marry Miss Qin for the sake of the situation in Medical City and the Imperial Academy of Medicine. If they were childhood sweethearts, now the bitterness was over and the sweetness was beginning. It could only be said that Gu Beiwei was tolerant enough, and Miss Qin could bear to be wronged and wait until now. Although she felt that it was too sudden, this was Gu Beiwei's personal matter after all, and no one was in a position to meddle too much. As long as he liked it, as long as he acknowledged it, they were both blessed. Han Yunqi looked at Mu Ling, and asked jokingly, "Ling, what do you think about giving her a medical book?" She'll definitely be touched. Mu Ling thought for a moment and said, "But I still think that this room should be decorated. From simple decorations to simple decorations, leave this to me." Mu Ling stood up and looked around the room. She muttered to herself, "Sis, fortunately we came early, so there's still hope. I heard from Sister Jing that when Tang Li married her, he filled the wedding room with little daisies. It was especially beautiful. Dr. Gu, what kind of flowers does Miss Qin like?" Mu Ling turned around and asked with a smile. How could Gu Beiwa know? He just casually said the name of a medicine. Forsythia. Forsythia flower. This is a medicinal flower, so it's too easy to find. Leave this to me. Mu Ling was very excited. She was frustrated in love, but when she saw that others were happy, she felt that the world was still very beautiful and happy. Gu Beiwa's acting was excellent. Mu Ling happily went to decorate, as if her own family was going to hold a wedding. Han Yunqi and Gu Beiwa chatted for a while, then let Gu Beiwa prepare for the wedding. She went down to the dungeon alone to see Bai Yanqing. She saw Bai Yanqing lying on the straw in the dungeon, like a seriously ill old man on the verge of death. Bai Yanqing used perplexing butterfly illusion, so his immortal body was destroyed. Not to mention internal injuries. Even external injuries could be fatal. As for his teeth, they had even grown out. Large areas of his wounds had festered. He didn't have much time left, perhaps less than 10 days. However, a short period of 10 days was a terrifying torment for him. He brought all of this upon himself. Han Yunqi wasn't here to kill him, much less to forgive him. Moreover, she was here to tell him something. Han Yunqi stood at the door of the dungeon and said coldly, "Bai Yanqing, Ningcheng has taken Northernly, and the Black Clan army is now under my control. On the first day of the 9th lunar month, the Long Fei Yi will proclaim himself an emperor and establish a country, and the name of the country will still be Qin. However, from now on, there will be no distinction between Eastern and Western Qin, and there will be no Western Qin imperial family. Only the Xianyuan imperial family." Bai Yanqing didn't move at first, but when he heard Han Yunqi's last sentence, he finally raised his head and looked at her. Han Yunqi looked down from above and said coldly, "By the way, Ning Jing's teeth have been mended. She is still very beautiful. Also, thank you for protecting my child back then. It is a boy called Xianyuan Rui. He has the blood of the Eastern and Western Qin imperial family, and he is the heir of the empire." Bai Yanqing was so weak that he couldn't speak, but he looked at Han Yunqi with eyes full of resentment and malice. Han Yunqi's last sentence made Bai Yanqing lower his head. She said, "Those who should be forgiven have been forgiven, and those who should die have died. You can slowly repent. From today onwards, no one will disturb you." After she finished speaking, she turned and left, locking the dungeon door. 3 days later, the Long Fei Yi arrived at Medical City before dawn. Fortunately, he still managed to make it in time for Gu Beiwa's wedding. Mu Ling decorated the courtyard of the 3rd section well. It was clean and simple, but it was not simple. The wedding procession was very simple. There was no extravagance, but it still caused the medical school to turn out. Han Yunqi and the others were waiting in the courtyard, waiting for Gu Beiwa to bring the bride back. Chapter 1201. The wedding procession stopped at the entrance of Gu Beiwa's courtyard. Gu Beiwa personally kicked open the sedan door and carried the bride down. The festive red veil covered the bride's face. Judging from her figure, she was of average height and on the skinny side. Gu Beiwa carried her on his back, and the hem of her dress covered her legs. If it weren't for her special status and the fact that her legs were disabled was well known throughout the city, the onlookers wouldn't have thought that the bride couldn't walk on her own. The head of the medical school was getting married, and all the big shots of the medical school were present. They consciously formed 2 sides, and the others could only stand behind them. Without the sound of firecrackers in the courtyard, everyone's discussion grew louder. However, The Vice Academy head, elders, and directors didn't say anything. Even Vice Academy head Shin thought that Gubeiwa's motive for marrying eldest Miss Chin was simple. They were all trying to figure out what the young head of the medical school was going to do next. Gubeiwa carried eldest Miss Chin into 2 courtyards. When he was about to enter the 3rd courtyard, he stopped for a moment and said in a low voice, "The people inside have sharp eyes. Carry me." Eldest Miss Chin was a little hesitant, but in the end, she hugged Gubeiwa's neck tightly and leaned her head against his back. When they entered the 3rd courtyard, it was much quieter without the clamor of the people outside. There weren't many people in the courtyard. There were only Long Fei Yi and his wife, Mu Ling, Su Donglin, Chu Tianyin, and a few of the medical school's higher-ups. Ning Jing and Tang Li had also received invitations, but unfortunately they were in a hurry and couldn't make it. Gubeiwa didn't have any family members. Long Fei Yi and Han Yunqi were his masters, so they were made elders. Long Fei Yi and Han Yunqi sat in the main seats on the left and right sides of the hall, while the others stood to the side. As soon as Gubeiwa carried Miss Chin in, Long Fei Yi and the others saw that Miss Chin was holding Gubeiwa very tightly. However, Han Yunqi didn't pay much attention to it. She seemed to have noticed something and her expression changed. However, she quickly regained her composure and maintained her composure. The matchmaker pushed the wheelchair for first Miss Chin to sit down. Her legs were inconvenient, so she couldn't stand. Gubeiwa took care of her attentively. Although he didn't say anything, his gentleness could be seen from his actions alone. It could be said that he made others envious. "First bow to heaven and earth," the matchmaker shouted loudly. Gubeiwa stood beside the wheelchair and bent over to pack. Miss Chin lowered her head as well. "Second, bow to your parents," the matchmaker shouted again. The matchmaker wanted to turn the wheelchair for Miss Chin, but Gubeiwa stepped forward first. He turned the wheelchair around and helped the bride with the red veil. A man's attentiveness was his sincerity, and the sincerity was in these details. Deputy Shin and the others were puzzled. Could it be that they had guessed wrong? Does Gubeiwa really like this eldest miss of the Chin clan? Facing Gubeiwa, Long Fei Yi and Han Yunqi both smiled. Han Yunqi's attention was more on the bride's legs. After the ceremony, the couple bowed to each other. Then there was the sentence, "Send her to the bridal chamber." It had to be said that these 4 words caused many people to unconsciously let their imaginations run wild. However, no matter how much they thought about it, they couldn't imagine how this gentleman, who was as gentle as the moonlight, would turn into a wolf and make love. He seemed to be an immortal who didn't eat the flesh of mortals and had nothing to do with those things. Gubeiwa was about to turn and leave when the attendant brought 2 gifts. "Master, this is sent by young Master Gu. He said that it must be opened tonight." Gu's gift was in a long brocade box. It was mysterious and no one could tell what it was. "This is sent by the Ning family's head." Ning Ching had sent a jug of wine. With one look at the white porcelain jug, it was obvious that it was expensive. Long Fei Yi glanced at the jug and whispered to Su Donglin to remember it clearly. Han Yunqi and Mu Ling were curious about Gu's gift. The person hadn't arrived, but the gift had. At the very least, it was a thoughtful person. Gu's gift was brought into the bridal chamber by Gubeiwa, while Ning Cheng's wine was left at Long Fei Ye's banquet. Although they were husband and wife in name, Gubeiwa patiently completed all the necessary ceremonies. After eating sweet meatballs and drinking cross-cupped wine, Gubeiwa left to entertain the guests. When he left, he told the maidservant, "I'll be back later in the evening. Bring some food for madam. Don't starve." Before the groom came back and lifted the veil, the bride had to sit on the bed obediently. Therefore, it was common for the bride to faint from hunger when the groom drank too much. Not long after Gubeiwa left, Han Yunqi and Mu Ling found an excuse to leave the banquet and sneak into the bridal chamber. Han Yunqi easily sent the two maidservants away and asked Mu Ling to close the door. The first Miss Qin sat there motionlessly, unaware of everything around her. Miss Qin didn't realize that something was wrong until Han Yunqi and Mu Ling stood in front of her. She asked, Lanji Lanqing, is that you? Bride, guess who we are? Mu Ling smiled. Miss Qin had never seen Mu Ling before, let alone recognized her voice. Han Yunqi thought she would be frightened, but she never expected her to be very calm. She did not lift the veil to look at them either. Instead, she asked, You must be Northmoon's friends. Aren't you afraid we'll come to kidnap you? Han Yunqi asked. You definitely aren't. Miss Qin was very certain. Why? Han Yunqi asked. If you wanted to kidnap me, the best opportunity would have been last night, or when I was still in the Qin family this morning. Choosing a time like this is seeking death, Miss Qin replied. There are plenty of people seeking death in the world. Not everyone is smart, Han Yunqi added. Those bold enough to oppose North Moon are either extremely stupid, unable to enter here, or extremely smart, unable to appear here. The two of you can appear before me silently, so you definitely aren't ordinary people. Miss Qin thought about it and said, Princess, please forgive Qin Min for not being able to bow to you. Please forgive me. Miss Ling. Do you think I've guessed correctly? Sister, she's so smart, Mu Ling blurted out. Don't be rude. Han Yunqi scolded her unhappily. Mu Ling stuck out her tongue and smiled. Sister-in-law, you can just call me Ling. In the future. All right, then I won't hold back. Miss Qin smiled too. Her voice alone gave off a natural and graceful feeling. She just did not know what she looked like. Mu Ling was extremely curious. She had no idea why her sister had dragged her to the bridal chamber. She just assumed her sister was curious about the bride's appearance too. Han Yunqi couldn't determine just how smart this eldest young miss was from a single incident, but she was certain that she wasn't stupid. Other than that, she admired Miss Qin's calmness and composure. At least Miss Qin did not show any signs of panic when she first discovered the two of them. However, Han Yunqi believed that what she was about to do next would definitely make Miss Qin lose her composure. She said, Qin Min, what's wrong with your legs? They were fine before I turned 16. On my 16th birthday, I suddenly felt uncomfortable. I couldn't figure out the reason and gradually lost my strength. Qin Min was still calm as she recounted her experience. I heard that they've atrophied. Can't Gu Beiwe cure them? Han Yunqi asked again. Since Gu Beiwe and Miss Qin had known each other since they were young, he should be very clear about the problem with her legs. He can't cure them. He's been thinking about it for several years, but he still can't figure out what's wrong. It's not atrophied. I've been using needles all these years, and my skin and flesh are still intact. It's just that I can't muster the strength to stand. Qin Min answered again. Actually, it was not Gu Beiwe who took the initiative to treat her. Back then, when Gu Beiwe won the Apricot Woods Conference, she privately looked for Gu Beiwe to treat her. It was also at that time that she met Gu Beiwe. She remembered that he was very busy at that time, but he still took a look at her. However, he gave her a hopeless answer that he could not cure her because he did not understand the situation. Not long ago, before he sent someone to the Qin family to matchmake, he privately looked for her to take a look again, but he was still unable to help her. She remembered very clearly that Gu Beiwe had asked her, Do you have anyone you want to marry? She had said, No, I only have someone I can marry. I can either die or follow my father's wishes and marry that old man. Then Gu Beiwe had asked her very seriously, Then are you willing to marry me? She had always remembered Gu Beiwe's gaze at that time. It was not gentle at all, but very, very serious. He had negotiated the terms with her. Even though they would not be husband and wife in the truest sense, she knew that as long as she agreed, he would seriously protect her for a lifetime of stability and without worries. Wasn't this what she had been yearning for all her life? As the eldest daughter of the Qin family, she had outstanding talent and medical skills. If they were to compete, she would not lose to the most famous fourth daughter of the Rin family. However, the unforeseen event when she was 16 made her fall from the clouds to the abyss. It let her know that as a daughter of the Qin family, no matter how good her medical skills were, if she could not get married, she would be inferior to a mediocre person who only had good looks. She did not want to compete for anything. Medical skills were not used for competitions or to fight for titles, but to save people. She only wanted to create a set of brand new needle techniques to eliminate pain and extend life. However, she could not, because in the Qin family, there was never a daughter who could not get married. In the Qin family, if the elder sister was not married, the younger sisters could not get married. She would either die or give herself to a man who was older than her father and become a concubine. Gu Beiwe was her fortune and her hope. She gratefully agreed to treat him as her benefactor. However, he smiled at her. "As long as I don't let you down, it's fine." She didn't understand why Gu Beiwe wanted to marry her. After all, even if she was only his wife in name, there were still countless women in this city and on this continent who were more outstanding than her. At the very least, those who could stand up would be willing to marry him and spend the rest of their lives alone. She had asked him, "Will I let you down?" However, he laughed loudly and said, "You can save me a lot of trouble. You can be considered to have helped me." She could not help but ask him, "Do you have someone you love?" He said, "There are women who I admire and respect. If there is someone who loves her more than I do, my love is not considered love." She did not understand. She just agreed to him and gave her life to him. Qin Min was immersed in her memories when Han Yunqi's words woke her up. Han Yunqi said, "Qin Min, your leg is poisoned. It's a very rare poison. Not to mention that Gu Beiwe is not familiar with poisons. Even with Gu's standard, he can't tell." Qin Min pulled off the red veil and was extremely shocked. Poisoned? Chapter 1202. The moment Qin Min pulled off the red veil, Mu Ling was stunned. She had heard that the eldest daughter of the Qin family was beautiful, but she couldn't help but be shocked when she saw her in person. This kind of beauty was intellectual but not lacking in charm, especially those big eyelids. It was as if they had a magical power that attracted people to stare at her. Mu Ling thought of the words "beautiful lady" and felt that these words were specially made for Qin Min. Han Yunqi was also quite surprised. She rarely saw people who had been ill for a long time maintain such a good mental state. Qin Min should be 21 or 22 years old this year, right? She was in a wheelchair when she was 16. After so many years, she didn't lose her youthful aura because of illness. In Qin Min's eyes, she didn't see any signs of depression or self-abandonment. Instead, she was as beautiful as a plum blossom that would never be destroyed by the wind and snow. Although she didn't have a deep understanding, Han Yunqi couldn't help but sigh in her heart again. Gu Beiwe really knew how to pick people. He didn't pick the wrong person. It looked like she and Mu Ling were really worried for nothing. "Princess, what poison am I poisoned with?" Qin Min asked nervously. She remembered that when she first sought treatment from Gu Beiwe, he was also there. Gu Beiwe let Gu take a look and asked if there was any poison. Gu Beiwe only took one look and said that there was no poison. At that time, she felt that Gu only took one look and wasn't very reliable. However, Gu Beiwe believed him, so she chose to believe him. Who knew Mu Ling recovered from her shock and was very surprised. "Sister, so she was poisoned." Han Yunqi squatted down beside Qin Min. Qin Min was very surprised and said seriously, "Princess, you can't do that. You can't do that." Han Yunqi looked up and smiled. "Ling, look at her. Doesn't she look like Gu Beiwe?" Yes, Mu Ling was very sure. Qin Min recalled Gu Beiwe's usual humble demeanor, and she couldn't help but smile helplessly. "Ling, give me a hand. I'll check it carefully." Han Yunqi stopped joking and became serious. Mu Linger hurriedly brought a chair over for Han Yunqi to sit on. She also helped Qin Min raise her legs and place them horizontally on the chair. "Miss Qin, please excuse me." Han Yunqi lifted the hem of Qin Min's bright red dress. Qin Min's legs were beyond their expectations. Both of his legs were crippled and had a tendency to atrophy. Moreover, he had to perform acupuncture every day. His legs should have been riddled with scars. Who would have thought that this pair of legs would actually be well-proportioned and fair, and the skin was extremely delicate and moist? Women would be envious, jealous, and hateful when they saw it, but men would probably let their imaginations run wild. "You take good care of it," Han Yunqi said. Acupuncture wouldn't leave any traces unless the person had a bruised body. However, with frequent daily use, there would still be some traces. Although there wouldn't be any scars, they would still be visible. "I can't even walk anymore." "I can't possibly let it become ugly," Qin Min answered. Mu Linger casually said, "Hee, Dr. Gu will see it, so we can't make it ugly." "Dr. Gu won't like it." Qin Min was clearly blushing. Mu Linger saw it and said, "Sister, she's blushing." This time, Qin Min's cheeks were really red. Even a married middle-aged woman with children would blush when she heard Mu Linger's explicit words, let alone Qin Min, who had just gotten married. Han Yunqi glanced over unhappily. Mu Linger muttered softly, "I'm just saying it here." If Han Yunqi knew that Mu Linger had pestered Ning Jing about how to give birth in Tiger's prison, how would she react? Although Qin Min was embarrassed, she still said, "Miss Linger, I take good care of my legs, not for others to see. I can't do anything about my legs, but I can take good care of them. At least I can make these legs useless, right? If I take good care of them, I'll feel comfortable looking at them, right?" Mu Linger thought about it seriously and nodded. Yes. She could tell that Qin Min was not only strong, but she also pitted herself. This was what Han Yunqi admired the most about her. When she said this, the detoxification system had already analyzed the poison in Qin Min's body clearly. "Miss Qin, the poison in your legs is a slow-acting poison. The poison is hidden in your body and will be released bit by bit. It will affect the muscles in your legs, causing them to feel weak and sore. It's very similar to rheumatism, especially at night. It's especially uncomfortable," Han Yunqi said seriously. Qin Min nodded repeatedly. The princess was right. For so many years, if she had not studied the acupuncture technique for labor pains herself, she would not know how to get through each painful night. "The poison is very small, but it has a great effect on the muscles," Han Yunqi said again. If she had not used the detoxification system, perhaps she could only suspect that she had been poisoned. However, she would not be able to find out the poison, let alone identify what kind of poison it was. "Princess, can this poison be cured?" Qin Min could not hide her nervousness. "Yes." Han Yunqi smiled faintly. Qin Min was overjoyed. She was so excited that she did not know what to say. For so many years, except for that one time when her father had forced her into a corner, she had wanted to commit suicide. She had never given up. Now that she suddenly knew that there was hope for her legs, she actually did not dare to believe it. Was she dreaming? Han Yunqi took out a set of gold needles. Mu Ling hurriedly came over to help pass the needles to her. Han Yunqi explained as she applied the needles to detoxify the poison. "After I detoxify the poison, your legs will basically regain their strength. However, you will have to take medicine continuously for a month to completely remove the poison. Also, although you have the strength to stand, you have not walked for so many years. You still have to spend some time on rehabilitation and walking training." Qin Min was extremely excited. She looked at Han Yunqi's serious expression and could not say a word for a long time. After Han Yunqi was done with the needles and applied a layer of medicine for her, she asked in a choked voice, "Princess, how should I thank you?" Han Yunqi smiled helplessly. This woman was really similar to Gu Beiwa. Did she have to be so calculative? Mu Ling laughed mischievously. Sister-in-law, why are you being so courteous? If you really want to thank my sister, why don't you tell us how you met Dr. Gu and how did Dr. Gu fall in love with you? Dr. Gu has too many secrets. Qin Min was slightly shocked, but she did not show it. She looked helplessly at Mu Ling, indicating that she was in a difficult position. Aya, there's no one else here. Just tell us. Don't tell me you don't know what kind of rumors have been spreading about you two in Medical City. Hurry up and explain to my sister. My sister is Dr. Gu's master. Mu Ling was extremely curious. Qin Min blushed shyly and told them the story. It was almost the same as what Gu Beiwa had told them before. So you two are really childhood sweethearts. Mu Ling said with a chuckle. Han Yunqi also smiled. She got up and packed her things. She gave Qin Min a few packets of medicine that could be used immediately and wrote a prescription for her. She seriously instructed Qin Min on how to apply the medicine and how to wash the leg. This medicine was used to absorb the residual toxins. After using it, she had to dispose of the waste and wash the legs with extra care. This was because if the toxins remained on the surface of the body for a long time, it would easily seep back into the body. Qin Min listened seriously and nodded repeatedly. Mu Ling stood at the side and helped to pack up the things and put the chair back in its original position. She smiled mischievously and said, Sister-in-law, Dr. Gu will come over tonight. Don't tell him about this immediately. Give him a surprise. He'll definitely be very happy. How would Gu Beiwa react? Qin Min really couldn't guess. She nodded and snickered with Mu Ling. Oh, yeah, he might mess with the bridal chamber tonight. You have to pretend. After messing with the bridal chamber, give him a surprise, Mu Ling added. Han Yunqi didn't know what Qin Min understood, but she understood anyway. After messing with the bridal chamber, they would do it. Therefore, giving him a surprise after messing with the bridal chamber was self-evident. Han Yunqi frowned and looked at Mu Ling. She couldn't understand when this eldest daughter of Huang had become so dirty. Seeing that it was getting late, Han Yunqi said, Get the servants to send you food. Otherwise, you'll have to go hungry. We'll be leaving first. Princess, wait. Qin Min hurriedly stopped her. Han Yunqi stopped in her tracks and looked back. Don't stand on ceremony. Just say it. Qin Min pressed her hands on the edge of the bed and tried her best to support herself, trying to stand up. Seeing this, Han Yunqi and Mu Ling hurriedly went back to support her. However, Qin Min said, Princess, don't move. I can do it. She gritted her teeth and exerted all her strength. Surprisingly, she really stood up on her own. She smiled. That smile that came from the depths of her heart was so beautiful and sweet. As she smiled at Han Yunqi, she carefully let go of her hands that were supporting her. She actually bowed respectfully to Han Yunqi and said respectfully and sincerely, Qin Min will never forget Princess's great kindness. If Princess needs anything, Qin Min will not hesitate to go through water and tread on fire. She was clearly a weak woman, and it was clearly a gesture of gratitude. However, when she stood up, her words were sonorous and forceful. Han Yunqi walked back and said with a smile, You and I are both medical students. From now on, we don't owe each other anything. There's no need to remember any favors. It's not that serious. Come, 1,000 taels for the consultation fee. Qin Min was stunned at first, but then she smiled. She had heard many things about this Qin Wangfei, this Western Qin princess. However, seeing once was better than hearing 100 times. Now that she had seen it for herself, she finally understood why this master could be so loyal and protected by Gu Beiwa. They were both medical students, and they didn't owe each other anything after saving a life. It was said that talking about money hurt feelings, and that talking about money was tacky. However, Han Yunqi was very carefree and open-minded. Qin Min took out 1,000 taels banknote from a piece of dowry and handed it to Han Yunqi with both hands. This is 1,000 taels. Thank you very much. You're welcome. Han Yunqi graciously accepted the banknote and turned to leave. However, suddenly there was a clang from the side. Mu Ling dropped a long brocade box. That box was the wedding gift that Gu had given to Gu Beiwe. She was just curious about what Qi brother would give her. When she saw the box on the cabinet earlier, she secretly opened it to take a look. Who knew that she would be shocked by what she saw? Qi brother was really too much. Ling, what's wrong? Han Yunqi and Qin Min both turned to look at her. Mu Ling was shocked. She squatted down and blocked their view with her body. No, nothing. It's nothing. Chapter 1203. If Mu Ling had said she had dropped something and needed to pick it up, Han Yunqi and Qin Min would not have taken it to heart. However, Mu Ling eyes 3 no's in a row only made it more conspicuous. Qin Min was still afraid to take a step forward, while Han Yunqi walked over quickly. Mu Ling picked up the items that had fallen out of the wooden box in a fluster, but Han Yunqi caught her in the act. Gu gave it to you? Did he drop it? Han Yunqi bent down, but she froze inside. That was because she saw something familiar. Gu's embroidered box contained none other than the little black book Granny Zhao had given her all those years ago. No, this little black book was different from the one Granny Zhao had given her. At the very least, the cover of the book Granny Zhao had given her was completely black, but Gu's book did not even leave the cover untouched. Seriously, Han Yunqi's little black book had ended up in Long Fei Ye's hands a long time ago. Although she had only read it once or twice, it had left a deep impression on her. Han Yunqi's face had already reddened, let alone Mu Ling. Even her ears had turned completely red. She hurriedly put the small book into the brocade box. What's wrong? Did you drop the gift? Qin Min asked loudly as she sat on the couch. Han Yunqi and Mu Ling had no idea how to answer her. Qin Min thought Mu Ling had broken something, so she said in a hurry, "It's fine. I'll tell North Moon later." Qin Min still felt rather awkward when she referred to Headmaster North Moon as North Moon. It's not broken. It's not open. Who knows what's inside? Mu Ling said in a hurry. She thought about it and added, Qi brother gave it to Dr. Gu. We can't open it so casually. Qi brother will get angry. Qin Min was a little puzzled. She felt that something was amiss, but seeing that Han Yunqi was talking too much, she didn't take it seriously. We're leaving. Miss Qin, have a good rest. Han Yunqi didn't dare to approach her. She felt that her face was still very hot. Princess, you can just call me Qin Min. The banquet hasn't ended yet. Princess, you should go back quickly. Don't let His Highness wait too long. Qin Min smiled. When Han Yunqi and Mu Linger left the room, they both breathed a sigh of relief. Han Yunqi unconsciously looked at Mu Linger, and Mu Linger also looked at her. The 2 sisters looked at each other, and Mu Ling burst out laughing. Sister, Brother Qi is so mean. I didn't see anything. I don't know, Han Yunqi said seriously. I didn't see anything either. Mu Ling also expressed her opinion. If Gu Beiwen knew that they saw something inside, how would they face each other in the future? The 2 sisters walked forward in silence. When Han Yunqi saw that Mu Linger was laughing and scolding Gu, she knew that this little girl had survived. Not long after, Mu Linger became restless. She whispered, Sister, will Qin Min open that box? Han Yunqi originally wanted to say no. However, when she thought about it carefully, she was the one who opened most of the things that other people gave to Long Fei Yi. That's their business. Why are you so worried? Hurry up and leave. Sister, will Dr. Gu open that book when he sees it? Mu Linger asked again. Before Han Yunqi could reply, Mu Linger asked another question. Sister, Chi brother is a big pervert. He must have read it. Sister, when you and His Highness got married. Han Yunchi stopped and looked at her seriously. Sure. Mu Linger shut her mouth resentfully. Her face was so red that it was about to burn, but she still kept asking. Han Yunchi really had to hand it to her. After Han Yunchi glared fiercely at her, Mu Linger finally ended the topic. She didn't know that thanks to Granny Zhao, that old palace maid, her sister had actually read it. In fact, she had read the entire book. Although not many people were invited to the wedding, it was still quite lively. Han Yunchi returned to Long Fei Ye's side and found that Long Fei Yi was in a good mood. He was drinking with Gu Beiwe, Vice Academy head Shin, and the other higher-ups of the medical academy. Amidst the toasts, Long Fei Yi deliberately talked about Gu Beiwe's idea of taking up a position in a large hospital and opening up a specialty in medicine during the imperial examinations to recruit talents in the medical field. Gu Beiwe also took advantage of the idle chatter at the table to convey his views to everyone present. Men always talked about important matters at the table. Han Yunchi pulled Mu Linger to sit at the side and listened attentively without making a sound. At this time, the servant girl had not entered the room. Qi Min was attracted by the room, full of forsythia flowers. When Han Yunchi and the others were present, her attention was all on her legs, and she didn't notice the layout of the bridal room. She only saw a few pots. However, after Han Yunchi and her sister left, she realized that the bridal room was simply a greenhouse. Yellow forsythia flowers could be seen everywhere. On the table, on the cabinet, on the floor, on the wall, and even on the bed. She had mentioned to Gu Beiwe that the wedding didn't need to be extravagant or decorated. It was fine as long as it was simple. She indeed didn't like ostentation or liveliness. However, she didn't expect that Gu Beiwe would actually give her such a greenhouse. For the first time, she realized that the bridal room of a big wedding didn't need to be red. It could also be decorated so quietly and beautifully. Even if it was a fake marriage, he was really considerate. However, she couldn't figure it out. How did Gu Beiwe know that she liked forsythia flowers? Hearing footsteps outside the room, Qi Min hurriedly covered her head with the red veil. Medicine was applied on her legs, and Han Yunchi helped her bandage them very well. After she lowered her skirt, no one could tell what had happened. Perhaps she could really give Gu Beiwe a surprise, even if they treated each other with respect. She didn't want to let down the title of Madam of the Dean too much. After all, this title was worthy of a woman who was hundreds of times better than her. There was no disturbance in the bridal room, as Mu Linger had said. The bride's legs were inconvenient, and Gu Beiwe didn't like to be noisy. More importantly, other than the Long Fei Yi, none of the invited men dared to disturb Gu Beiwe's romantic night. And the Long Fei Yi would definitely not do such a thing. After the wedding banquet, the Long Fei Yi and Gu Beiwe drank tea and chatted for a while. Gu Beiwe officially agreed to be the grand tutor, so the Long Fei Yi let him go. First, the Long Fei Yi was busy with the establishment of the country, so he didn't have time to stay in Medical City. Second, Gu Beiwe was newly married and had to spend more time with his bride, so he didn't have time to accompany her. Therefore, that night, the Long Fei Yi, Han Yunchi, and Mu Linger set off for Yuning Palace. When Gu Beiwe returned to his room, it wasn't early, but it wasn't very late either. Qi Min was tired from sitting, so she leaned against the bedpost and fell asleep. She didn't even notice when Gu Beiwe came in. The servant girl wanted to wake her up, but Gu Beiwe raised his hand and stopped her, telling the servant girl to leave. The servant girl whispered, "Master, the wedding nanny is still waiting next door." Gu Beiwe handed the servant girl a bag of silver and said in a low voice, "No need. You've been busy all day. Go rest." "Thank you, master. You have a son early." The servant girl was overjoyed. She took the silver and quickly left. Gu Beiwe closed the door and looked at Qi Min from afar. A trace of pity flashed through his eyes. He hesitated for a moment, but still walked over and whispered, "Eldest Miss Qin, wake up!" Qi Min was still sleeping soundly. Gubeiwa called her several times, but she didn't wake up. "You've been sitting all day. Are you tired?" Gubeiwa whispered with a smile. If she slept sitting like this, her whole body would be sore the next morning. Moreover, Qin Min's legs probably wouldn't be able to take it. Gubeiwa seemed to hesitate, but he soon calmed down. He carefully made the bed and took down the forsythia flowers that Mu Linga had laid. He was about to pull off Qin Min's red veil when he suddenly stopped. He deliberately took the wedding scale that the wedding nanny had put aside and lifted the red veil. Gubeiwa had seen Qin Min several times, but Qin Min was a beautiful woman. However, after lifting the red veil, he was still a little surprised. Qin Min, who was wearing red makeup, was much more beautiful than usual, especially under the illumination of the red candles. Her facial features appeared even more delicate. Gubeiwa had never thought of Qin Min as a bride, but when he saw Qin Min's makeup, he realized that he had married a wife. Although it was just an act, it could be considered a real marriage. She didn't know what he was thinking, but a warm smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He was still gentle and indifferent. Qin Min actually didn't sleep at all last night. The group of people in the Qin family took turns to talk to her, asking her to beg Gubeiwa for this and that. Although she didn't agree in her heart, she still agreed on the surface. She was very tired. Her red veil was already lifted. She subconsciously stroked her hair, but she still didn't wake up. Gubeiwa frowned. After thinking for a while, he bent down and held Qin Min's shoulders with one hand and her legs with the other. He gently carried her horizontally. Gubeiwa had never carried a woman like this. Just now he was frowning and thinking about how to carry her, so his movements were really stiff. Luckily, he didn't carry her for too long. Once he carried Qin Min, he immediately laid her flat on the bed. However, just as he was about to withdraw his hands, Qin Min suddenly opened her eyes. At this moment, Gubeiwa's right hand was still behind her neck and his left hand was still under her legs. His whole body was leaning in front of her very close. Qin Min was still in a daze at first, but she quickly woke up and realized that Gubeiwa was lying on top of her. Heavens! He was so close, so close. What was going on? Gubeiwa didn't expect Qin Min to wake up at this time. Although he was surprised, he was still calm and collected. He immediately retreated and got up. Qin Min quickly sat up and stared blankly at Gubeiwa. Her face couldn't help but turn red and she didn't know what to say. Gubeiwa explained calmly, "I called you a few times, but you didn't wake up. I was afraid that you'd tire yourself out and hurt your leg, so—" He smiled. "Sorry for my lack of manners." Only then did Qin Min let out a sigh of relief. She was nervous, but not because she was afraid that Gubeiwa would do anything to her. She knew that he wouldn't. However, she didn't know what she was nervous about. She avoided the topic and said, "Dean Beiwa, what time is it now?" "It's midnight," Gubeiwa answered. Qin Min was shocked. "It's time." There was medicine on her leg. Although it wasn't much, it was already time to change it. Han Yunqi had said that it had to be changed on time, or the toxins that had been sucked out would seep back into her leg. Gubeiwa was confused. What time? Qin Min looked at him. As she looked and looked, she suddenly smiled. Qin Min's smile made Gubeiwa even more puzzled. He didn't pursue the matter and just looked at Qin Min. "Dean Beiwa, I want to share a piece of good news with you." Qin Min became serious. "I think this matter doesn't just concern me, but you too. After all, we're husband and wife now." "What is it?" Gubeiwa asked. Qin Min gently lifted her skirt, just a little, but Gubeiwa immediately noticed that she had medicine on her leg. He actually didn't notice when he was holding her leg. Chapter 1204. Although Miss Qin had only lifted the corner of her dress slightly, Gubeiwa gave it a few more glances before asking, "Did the princess bandage this for you?" Gubeiwa had personally witnessed the princess apply medicine and bandage the wounds after detoxifying them with needles. He had even helped out before. This method of bandaging was very special. It was both firm and did not require too many layers, which would damage the skin. This was the princess' unique way of bandaging wounds. Before Qin Min could answer, Gubeiwa asked again, "You were poisoned?" Only then did Qin Min tell him the details. Gubeiwa was indeed shocked, but he was not overjoyed. At least, Qin Min did not see any joy on his face. Qin Min could not help but explain. "Dean Beiwa, I said this matter was related to you, because if I can stand up, no one will say you married a cripple." "Miss Qin, are other people's opinions that important?" Gubeiwa asked in return. "It wasn't important before, but it is now. After all, I've taken on the title of Dean's wife." Qin Min was very honest. Gubeiwa asked again, "Even I don't mind. So why do you care what other people think?" Qin Min was speechless. She did not see his surprise, so she asked again, "Isn't this good news?" "It's time. Let's change the bandages first." "We'll talk later," Gubeiwa said indifferently. Qin Min thought he would call the nurse over to help, but instead he said to her, "Miss Qin, I'll have to be rude again. You can call the nurse over. I know how to change the bandages. I'll just explain it to her." Qin Min grew nervous. Only then did Gubeiwa smile. "I've dismissed all the servants. It's just you and me in this courtyard tonight." Only then did Qin Min remember it was their wedding night. It really was inconvenient to call the servant girl back at a time like this. It would even raise suspicions. "Then I'll do it myself," she said quietly. She did not even dare to look at Gubeiwa. She was different from Han Yunqi. In Han Yunqi's eyes, there was not much difference between genders in front of doctors. However, Qin Min was a lady from a noble family, so she was still very wary of it. Although Gubeiwa had seen her leg before, seeing and applying medicine were two different things. Infected with poison? Not good. I don't have an antidote. Why don't you close your eyes? It'll be fine in a while. Gubeiwa said seriously. He clearly knew her taboo, but why couldn't she see the slightest bit of awkwardness in his calm and serious eyes? Qin Min's lips curled into a self-deprecating smile. Perhaps she was overthinking things? Gubeiwa was so calm that he was almost emotionless. His heart must be open. As long as one's heart was open, nothing would be awkward, right? Just like when he hugged her just now, her heart was about to jump out of her chest, but he pushed her away so calmly and only said, "Excuse me." On the other hand, was she not open enough, or did she have some expectations in her heart? Qin Min did not dare to keep thinking. She had always known what kind of person Gubeiwa was. Their marriage was nothing more than an agreement. "Then I'll have to trouble Academy head Beiwa. The medicine the princess left is in the drawer on the side." She also became polite and closed her eyes at his words. Gubeiwa fetched the medicine and gauze, then placed her legs on the chair. He carefully lifted up her skirt, stopping at her knees. She only heard Gubeiwa say, "It really is the princess's handiwork." Then she felt him remove the gauze on her leg. Not long after, she didn't feel much movement, nor did she feel his hand touch her leg. The entire piece of gauze was lifted. What nimble movements! It should be very similar to the princess's. The room was so quiet that she, who was already a little nervous, gradually became nervous. After all, she was facing Gubeiwa. She felt like she still had to say something to divert his attention. She said, "Academy head Beiwa, your bandaging technique," and before she could finish, Gubeiwa actually grabbed her calf with one hand and lifted her leg slightly. Heavens! Qin Min secretly sucked in a breath of cold air. An indescribable numbness spread from her calf. She could not help but open her eyes, only to see, but she saw him lowering his head, with a serious and focused face, using the medicine to wipe off the remnants of the medicine on her legs. He did not know that she had already opened her eyes, nor did he know how flustered her heart was at this moment. After wiping off the medicine, he gently smeared it on her leg and got used to it. When his fingers brushed against her skin, Qin Min clearly trembled. She quickly closed her eyes and forced herself to hold back. Calm down. He was so pure, yet she was so flustered. She was too ashamed to show her face. Gu Beiwa was such a meticulous person. He naturally sensed Qin Min's discomfort and awkwardness. After bandaging her leg, he immediately stood up and explained. Tonight was too special. I've offended you. I'll arrange for a trusted aide to take care of you tomorrow. In other words, there wouldn't be a next time. Qin Min didn't dare to raise her head. Oh. Gu Beiwa cleaned up and washed his hands before sitting in front of Qin Min. He sat on the chair. He hadn't sat on the bed even once since he left. Applying medicine was something that was unavoidable, but he was even more particular about etiquette than Qin Min. He sighed softly. I was careless. I should have let the princess examine you earlier. Even if the wedding was delayed by a day, it would have been fine. Qin Min didn't say anything. However, Gu Beiwa said very seriously, Miss Qin, I'm afraid I'm going to ruin your life. If he knew Qin Min's leg could be cured, he wouldn't have married her. Now that he had married her, if he divorced her, who would dare to marry her? Who would be willing to marry her? The status of the dean's wife was too special. If he didn't divorce her, wouldn't an outstanding woman like Qin Min spend her life with him? Once her leg was cured, with her family background, beauty, and talent, wouldn't she be able to pick any of the young talents in Medical City? Qin Min understood what he meant. She didn't know why, but when she looked at this gentle and quiet man, she felt a faint sadness in her heart. She couldn't help but ask, Dean Beiwa, why are you giving up on the marriage? Is there someone you want to marry in your heart, but can't? Is it that woman you admire? Gu Beiwa didn't answer her. Instead, he asked, Miss Qin, tell me, what should you do? Unless you don't want me anymore. Otherwise, I'll marry you and be your wife forever. Our agreement will always be valid, Qin Min said quickly. You, Qin Min interrupted Gu Beiwa. You're not me. How do you know I'll ruin my life if I marry you? Dean Beiwa, there's someone I want to marry in my heart, but I can't. I'm the same as you. My heart can't hold anyone else. It's pretty good for us to live together. You can't go back on your word, or I'll. Qin Min lowered her voice and warned, Otherwise I'll tell about the child adoption. Who do you want to marry? Gu Beiwa wasn't interested in her threats. For once, he was curious about her private matters. Tell me who you want to marry, and I'll tell you who I want to marry. Qin Min snickered. Her eyes were playful, making her look very cute and sly. Gu Beiwa still avoided this question. He stood up and said seriously, Miss Qin, if you regret it one day, you can leave at any time. I, Gu Beiwa, have wronged you, but I won't treat you unfairly. If you have any requests, feel free to tell me. A trace of disappointment flitted through Qin Min's eyes. She smiled faintly. Dean Beiwa is a man of his word. Qin Min will remember. It's getting late. Go rest. There's no one in the courtyard tonight. I'll be in the study next door. Just call me if you need anything. Gu Beiwa said indifferently. Qin Min nodded. Gu Beiwa was about to leave when he looked back and asked, Miss Qin, who poisoned you? The person who poisoned you must be in the Qin family. As for whether they're from the Qin family, that's hard to say. I'll go back in a wheelchair tomorrow. I'll keep this a secret for now and let my father and mother make the decision. Qin Min had already made up her mind. This was exactly what Gu Beiwa admired the most about Qin Min. She was sensible and knew when to stop. Although this was a family matter of the Qin family, Qin Min was now confirmed to be the dean's wife. If this matter was exposed rashly, someone with ulterior motives would definitely make use of it and cause even more trouble for the Qin family. If the person who poisoned you was from the Qin family, not only would the Qin family lose face, but the Qin family's relatively stable situation would also be disrupted. If the Qin family fell into chaos, the Rin family would be happy. If the person who poisoned you was not from the Qin family, but a spy, then they definitely had other motives. They had to be careful. Although Qin Min was involved, the Qin family was still the one most affected by this matter. In the end, it was up to the head of the Qin family to make the decision and deal with it. "Oh, right, Gu's gift for you is over there," Qin Min reminded him. Only then did Gu Beiwe remember this matter. He took the brocade box and opened it to take a look. His expression clearly froze. Qin Min looked at him suspiciously and asked jokingly, "I heard that Gu is an extraordinary person. His gift must be extraordinary, right?" "Yes, it's all right." Gu Beiwe finished speaking and left. "What gift?" Qin Min muttered to herself. She was not very curious and was just asking casually. Looking at the closed door, she felt a little empty in her heart. She did not know why. She suddenly remembered that she had not asked Gu Beiwe how he knew about her liking for Scythia flowers. She wanted to chase after him and ask, but she could not walk, so she could only give up. After Gu Beiwe entered the study, he hid the brocade box in the cupboard. He shook his head helplessly. Shao-Chi, this fellow. He had been busy the whole day and drank a lot of wine. He was also tired. He lay down on the warm couch and soon saw the little thing that had been missing for a few days hanging upside down on the roof beam. It was wagging its tail and brandishing its claws at him. He did not know if it was angry or excited. The princess had been here for a few days and looked for the little thing. But this fellow did not show up. Tonight, it was finally willing to come out. Seeing that the little thing did not come down after a long time, Gu Beiwe retracted his gaze and rested one hand on the back of his head. This time, the little thing swooped down and landed in his arms, squeaking nonstop. The little thing was excited. It was angry for a few days and secretly watched him for a long time. Only today did it know who he was going to marry. It was hiding on the roof beam in the bridal room just now. It did not know what it was going to do or what it could do. But who knew that young master actually left after helping eldest Miss Qin change her dressing? At that moment, it almost cried. So young master's marriage was fake. The little thing did not cry just now. But at this moment, it was buried in young master's arms, and its eyes were red. Chapter 1205. Gu Beiwe closed his eyes, but his large hands gently rubbed Lil Thing. Lil Thing's precious fur was always so docile and soft under his caress. He said softly, "Lil Thing, you've accomplished something big today. Let's go to Yuning in a few days and get ready to work." He didn't know if Lil Thing understood, but it snuggled into a comfortable position in his arms and fell asleep peacefully. Han Yunqi and Long Fei Yi were on their way back to Yuning. On the second day, Long Fei Yi and Han Yunqi brought Rue to pay respects to the imperial tombs of Eastern and Western Qin. Regardless of whether they went to the imperial tombs of Eastern Qin or Western Qin, the important members of both camps were present. Long Fei Yi could be considered to have officially acknowledged his ancestors and returned to his original name, Xianyuan Yi, while Rue was officially named Xianyuan Rue. However, Han Yunqi still liked his original name and still called him by it in private. She said that her Long Fei Yi was just Long Fei Yi without any status, just her husband. After the ceremony, Long Fei Yi officially announced the establishment of the country as the emperor. The country's name would be Qin, and the year's name would be Yongping, implying that Cloud Realm would be at peace forever. 10 days later, on the 8th day of the 8th month, Long Fei Yi officially ascended the throne in Yuning Palace's Chengqian Hall, accepting the worship of the civil and military officials. Long Fei Yi was dressed in a bright yellow dragon robe with a jade crown on his head, sitting high up on the dragon throne. He was incomparably noble and had an extraordinary bearing. He was handsome and spirited, like a celestial being. After the officials paid their respects, they stood on the left and right, each in 5 rows. The huge hall was extremely quiet. However, apart from Gu Beiwe, who was standing in the first row on the right, no one else was calm. Next should be the time to reward them according to their merits and confer titles and titles. Cloud Realm had been unified and the country had just been established. Whether it was civil or military, most of the important positions had yet to be officially appointed. Although many of the candidates for important positions were basically confirmed, even the people involved were not 100% confident. No one dared to be at ease before they accepted the official appointment. After all, their master often didn't play by the rules and was very unpredictable. Long Fei Yi coldly and solemnly looked down at the officials. Just as everyone was anxiously waiting for him to begin to reward the meritorious officials, a burst of grand and festive music came from outside the hall. Everyone was puzzled. They wanted to look back, but they didn't dare to. What was he trying to do? Long Fei Yi stood up and walked down step by step. He passed through the crowd of officials and walked out of the door. This time, everyone turned to look, including Gu Beiwei. He had a faint smile on his face, as if he understood everything. Soon enough, everyone couldn't take it anymore and rushed to the door. Bailey Yuanlong and a few other military officials went outside as well. Quite a few people were kneeling on the left and right sides of His Highness. Long Fei Yi passed through the center aisle and quickly made his way to the door. He saw a large palanquin with 8 carriers waiting at the entrance, its doors tightly shut. The carefree person was none other than the shadow guard, while Mu Ling stood alone by the palanquin, dressed in red robes. It looked like a wedding, but there was something different about it. There was a crowd of onlookers around them, but no one knew what this ceremony was or what was going on. When Long Fei Yi saw the palanquin, his cold lips curved into a warm smile. It was 3 parts helplessness, 7 parts doting. Many years ago, he had watched from a distance as Han Yunqi kicked open the palanquin door and walked into the Duke of Qin's estate. He never thought he'd pay back the debt he owed one day. Back then, he hadn't wanted to kick or see the person inside the palanquin. But now he was perfectly willing to do so. He even kicked carefully, afraid of scaring the person inside. Long Fei Yi kicked open the palanquin door, startling Han Yunqi inside. Long Fei Yi had ordered for her to be conferred the title of Empress and bestowed with a golden seal. When the palanquin stopped, she was still puzzled. She was about to ask Su Donglin why he hadn't left when Long Fei Yi kicked open the door. "He's, bride, get off the palanquin," Mu Ling shouted. Han Yunqi came to a sudden realization. She looked at Long Fei Yi and saw him dressed in dragon robes, noble and dignified. She also saw his deep, gentle eyes. So Long Fei Yi had come to pay back his debt. She couldn't help but laugh foolishly at him, but her heart was filled with emotion. Back then, she had kicked open the palanquin door and walked into the Duke of Qin's residence because she was stuck between a rock and a hard place. She had never thought that she would one day fall so deeply in love with this man, much less that the kick she owed him would be paid back one day. Today was clearly the day he ascended the throne, and all the civil and military officials were waiting inside. However, at this moment, when she looked at him, she had a feeling that today was their wedding day. Han Yunqi was still laughing foolishly when Long Fei Yi walked up and picked her up in a princess carry. Everyone was stunned. After all, the incident of the Duke of Qin's residence kicking open the palanquin door was the laughingstock of all of Cloud Realm Continent. Today, news of the incident would still spread throughout Cloud Realm Continent. Han Yunqi had not only washed away her shame, but Long Fei had also given her the highest honor of all. "You should be carrying me, not hugging me." Han Yunqi was actually conflicted about this issue. "I prefer hugging you," Long Fei Yi smiled. What could Han Yunqi do in front of so many people? She could only let him carry her. Long Fei Yi could only carry Han Yunqi through the kneeling officials back to Qingqian Hall. Seeing Long Fei Yi return, everyone in the hall returned to their original positions and bowed their heads respectfully. However, they were all sighing in their hearts. The exception this woman had received, the honor she had received, it was truly too glorious. This was especially true for those from the Southern Army. Each and every one of them was unwilling to accept this. Han Yunchi had received such supreme honor. If other women entered the palace in the future, how would they be able to suppress them? Wouldn't they be trampled to death? Long Fei Yi carried Han Yunchi to the front of the hall before putting her down. He himself returned to the dragon throne and sat down, loudly saying, "Han Yunchi, come forward to receive the conferment." A eunuch walked out and loudly read out the imperial edict conferring the title of empress. Han Yunchi naturally and gracefully knelt down, respectfully accepting the edict. She was willing and sincere to bow to the man in front of her, the ruler of Cloud Realm. This man was also the ruler of the rest of her life. The eunuch brought up the empress's golden seal. This was the symbol of the empress's authority, as well as the symbol of the mother of a nation. Han Yunchi received the golden seal with both hands and knelt down to express her gratitude. Long Fei Yi looked at her from high above, the tenderness and joy hidden in his cold and solemn gaze that no one else could see. Only he himself knew that this woman kneeling in front of him was his ruler. As soon as Han Yunchi stood up, the officials behind her all knelt down, loudly chanting, "Long live the Empress!" Han Yunchi walked step by step towards Long Fei Yi amidst the sounds of worship. Long Fei Yi held her hand and sat down together on the dragon throne. Actually, Han Yunchi was filled with gratitude from the moment she got off the sedan chair. She really wanted to hug Long Fei Yi tightly. However, she still sat in a dignified manner in such an occasion. Dressed in a phoenix robe, she was noble and luxurious. Her magnificence was boundless, and she had the bearing of a phoenix. Conferring empress was within everyone's expectations. It was just that no one had expected Long Fei Yi to open the sedan door and carry her all the way in. This was a precedent for conferring empress. However, just as everyone was still in shock, Long Fei Yi did something even more surprising and shocking. He had the eunuch read out the first imperial edict, appointing Han Yunchi as the head of the military council and the head of the entire army. She was in charge of all military affairs in Cloud Realm. For a moment, everyone was dumbfounded. Only Gu Beiwe lowered his head and snickered. No one could believe or accept it. However, when Han Yunchi received the command medallion, this matter became reality. Everyone could see that the eunuch had placed several command medallions on the large plate. Those were to be conferred to the various military commanders. With such an occasion and such a thing in front of everyone, who would dare to step forward or make a sound? None of them had been conferred their titles yet. If anyone dared to speak up and ruin Long Fei Yi's good mood, they would probably return empty-handed. There were 2 or 3 people from each military faction present, so Long Fei Yi had a lot of options. The entire scene was silent. No one was foolish enough to be the first to step forward. Since there was no one who stood up for him, the matter passed just like that. This was also the reason why Gu Beiwe was snickering. Long Fei Yi had tricked all the officials on his first day on the throne. The Great Qin's official system was adjusted from the previous dynasty system. It was a 6-department system. The 6 departments were the civil service, military, penal, and engineering departments. The 6 departments had many different levels of organizations, and they were in charge of various affairs in the country. The highest ranking officer in each department was directly responsible to the emperor. Han Yunchi was the head of the military, which meant she was the head of the military. Logically speaking, appointments shouldn't start from the military. However, Long Fei Yi had placed the military first. Long Fei Yi didn't appoint anyone else but Han Yunchi first. This was to tell everyone that if anyone dared to oppose, they would lose the opportunity to be appointed. This was a blatant threat. It was the first show of strength after the coronation. Han Yunchi deliberately turned around to look at the generals, and then graciously accepted the command medallion. No one knew that at this moment she secretly swore in her heart that from now on, she would no longer be impartial and only protect the interests of the Great Qin people. Next, Long Fei Yi appointed the generals of the 5 military regions in the east, west, north, south, and central regions. Bailey Yuanlong was in charge of the central regions. Jinzi was in charge of northern Li. Chu Shifeng and the generals of the western regions were in charge of the 3 western regions, while the southern regions were in charge of the south. Long Fei Ye's elite troops and Bailey Yuanlong's troops were in charge of the eastern regions, where the capital was located. According to Han Yunqi's intentions, these local tyrants couldn't stay in their own territories for too long, or else they'd be a disaster. However, the country had only just been established, so it wasn't easy to mobilize these people. Moreover, there were still many things to be done after the war, so these people were still needed to understand the local situation. The army fought in wartime, but when it wasn't, they had to participate in the construction of many large projects. Cloud Realm Continent's territory was redivided into 30 large prefectures and 15 large cities. The previously independent Medical City, Medicine City, City of Daughters, and Carefree City were now under the jurisdiction of the prefectures. Yuning Prefecture was the temporary capital, while Tianning's former imperial capital was renamed Celestial Capital for the Great Qin Empire. Long Fei Yi personally appointed all civil and military officials of 4th rank and above. Gu Beiwei was made the Grand Tutor, a first-rank official. He was the head of the civil officials, the Crown Prince's teacher, and the Emperor's spokesman. After all the appointments and rewards were over, Long Fei Yi appointed Rui as the Crown Prince. Rui wasn't even a year old when Zhao Mama carried him into the Great Hall. He didn't cry or make a fuss, but laughed instead. Apart from the fact that Long Fei Yi had kicked the Empress's sedan chair, the Crown Prince's performance was also known as a lie. Just when everyone thought the ceremony was over, Long Fei conferred the title of the Great Qin's first and only Qinhuang. Chapter 1206. The only prince conferred by Long Fei Yi was none other than Gu. In fact, Long Fei Yi originally wanted to confer Ning Qing the title of Northern Li King. Unfortunately, Ning Qing stood him up and did not appear until now. Ning Cheng left in such a way. He respected Ning Cheng's choice. Now, there were only personal grudges between him and Ning Qing, because the place where the Medicine Ghost Valley was located was called Yu. In the past, Long Fei Yi gave Gu the title of Yu. Han Yunqi was also very surprised by this matter. She laughed in her heart. Gu was not a wild crane this time. As long as there was a major event in the imperial court or something in the palace that required the presence of a prince, Gu would not be able to escape. Gu Beiwei was also very surprised. His thoughts were different from Han Yunqi's. He approved of Long Fei Ye's approach. In the past 2 years, Shao Qi had sacrificed too much. The contest with Bai Yanqing was a big war without smoke. The degree of cruelty was no less than any battle. No one in the imperial court knew how much Shao Qi had sacrificed. However, Long Fei Yi did not forget. Shao Qi was worthy of this honor. Although Gu was not present and did not come forward to hear the conferment, the edict had been issued. This matter was settled. Currently, Gu Qishao was researching a new type of tea and pastries in the kitchens of a certain estate. He'd missed Rui-er's full moon celebration, so he decided to build a tea house himself and gift it to Rui-er when he turned 1. He was very busy and had no interest in Long Fei Ye's imperial court matters. He did not care so much. As for whether he would react when he found out that he had been conferred the title, that was a matter for another day. After the ceremony, Long Fei Yi led everyone to the altar that had just been built in the western suburbs of Yuning. After the ceremony was completed. It was already night when they returned to the palace. Long Fei Yi held a banquet and invited officials of the 3rd rank and above. After such a fuss, it was already late at night when they returned to the palace. Han Yunqi was very tired but still missed Rui-er. These days, she had been preparing for the ceremony and did not have much time to accompany her. Now that the dust had settled, everything was settled. Long Fei Yi, as the emperor, would probably continue to be very busy. However, as the Empress, she should be able to relax for a while. During times of peace, there was no need for her to be involved in military affairs. As soon as Han Yunqi entered the room, she told the servant girl, "Have Zhao Mama bring Ruer here. I want to keep him company tonight." However, Long Fei stopped her and said coldly, "No need. Everyone can leave. There's no need to serve tonight." Han Yunqi immediately sensed that something was wrong. Could it be that Long Fei had something important to discuss with her? She sat down and made tea herself, waiting for Long Fei to come over. When Long Fei came closer, she got up and hugged him. She whispered, "If there's anything, we can talk later. Let me hug you first." She wrapped her arms around his waist and buried her head in his warm embrace, feeling the scent that was exclusive to her. She had wanted to hug him in the palace during the day and had been holding back until now. She said, "Long Fei today. I'm very surprised. It seems that I only officially married you today." Long Fei gently stroked her long hair and kissed her forehead. He smiled but did not say anything. Han Yunqi laughed. "Say, what would have happened if I hadn't gotten off the sedan chair back then?" "Didn't you get off the sedan chair?" Long Fei retorted. Actually, both he and Han Yunqi knew very well that if Han Yunqi hadn't gotten off the sedan chair, there would only be two outcomes. The first was that Han Yunqi would be trapped in the sedan chair and die at the gates of the Duke of Qin's estate. The second was that she would be carried back to the Han estate and sentenced to death for refusing to marry. Back then, Emperor Tianhui had only given Long Fei a warning. He wouldn't really force him to do anything. No matter the outcome of the contest between Emperor Tianhui and Long Fei, Han Yunqi would be the one to suffer the most. All the blame would be placed on her. But, to the surprise of the entire capital, Han Yunqi actually got off the sedan chair herself. Han Yunqi wrapped her arms around his neck and looked up at him. Long Fei looked into her eyes and grew serious. "Yunqi, it's all my fault. Fortunately, you came down. I can't bear the consequences of missing out. I can't bear the consequences either." As Han Yunqi spoke, she suddenly stood on her tiptoes and pulled Long Fei down to kiss him. She took the initiative to kiss him passionately. That one foot in the sedan chair could have caused them to miss out on a lifetime. Both of them felt lingering fear at the thought. This kiss grew deeper and deeper, more and more lingering. The two of them had been busy for so long that it had been a long, long time since they'd kissed and tangled with each other properly. They were both reluctant to let go. In the end, it was Long Fei who let go of Han Yunqi first. Actually, he was the one to let go first every time. Because if he didn't, Han Yunqi wouldn't have been able to break free. No matter who started first, he'd always take the lead in the end. Han Yunqi was kissed until she was delirious and her cheeks flushed red. She didn't look like a married woman at all, but like a dainty young girl. She let go of Long Fei. She was too familiar with Long Fei. She could already feel the heat and desire in his kiss. They still had important matters to discuss. Long Fei was going to start his first morning court session tomorrow. She couldn't really be a source of trouble and delay him. She turned to pour a cup of tea, wanting to wake them up. Unexpectedly, Long Fei hugged her tightly from behind. He rested his smooth chin on her shoulder and asked, "How did you know I had something to talk to you about?" "If you have nothing to talk to me about, why did you send the servants away? Why didn't you see your precious son?" Han Yunqi retorted. In the past, they weren't used to having servant girls keeping watch at night. However, after having little Ruey, there was no servant girl keeping watch at night. When little Ruey made a fuss at night, even the invincible and omnipotent couple couldn't handle it. Seeing that Long Fei didn't speak, Han Yunqi was puzzled. She asked in return, "Don't tell me you have nothing to talk about." "Long Fei, you must have a lot of things to do at the morning court session tomorrow. The 6 ministries of civil service, military, penal, and works had just been established. Many major policies needed to be discussed, and Long Fei Yi would make the final decisions. Han Yunqi could predict many things. For example, someone from the military would probably raise the issue of the military's pay. Soldiers needed pay when they were in war, but they also needed money when they weren't in war. For example, the Ministry of Revenue would propose that Northern Li's disaster relief supplies be reduced. Another example would be the Ministry of Works starting to ask for money from the Ministry of Revenue. The construction of the palace in the imperial city required a lot of money. These problems couldn't be solved in 1 or 2 discussions. However, Long Fei Yi had a plan in mind. The infighting and infighting in the imperial court would begin tonight. Tonight, many people were preparing for tomorrow's morning court session. How could Long Fei Yi have nothing to talk about? Even if he didn't want to talk to her, he would have to talk to Gu Beiwa, right? Long Fei Yi finally opened his mouth. There's something important, very important. Han Yunqi suddenly felt that something was wrong. She wanted to turn around, but Long Fei Yi held her so tightly that she couldn't move. Before she could ask, Long Fei Yi's kiss landed on her neck, pecking all the way to her ear. He said in a low voice, "I've paid my debt. Shouldn't you pay yours too? I owe you?" Han Yunqi didn't understand for a moment. Did she owe him a debt? No, right? Long Fei Yi laughed. "I pay my debt in the morning, and you pay it in the evening. I've owed you for so many years. Since you didn't charge me interest, I won't accept it from you." He kicked her every time in the morning, and on the night of their wedding, Han Yunqi suddenly understood what he meant. She didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She said, "Long Fei Yi, you actually still remember this kind of debt." She owed him a bridal night. That night, she had spent the night in his study looking pitiful. Now that she thought about it, this guy was really despicable. In any case, he was the one who slept in the study. Long Fei Yi laughed. He carried her in his arms and strode towards the hot spring at the back of the palace. It was close to mid-autumn, and the nights were cold. It was the season to soak in the hot spring. When she was gently undressed and carried into the water, Han Yunqi finally understood why he sent all the servants away. The water reached her chest, and the mist was dense. Under the moonlight, her snow-white skin looked even more dainty. The thing that Long Fei Yi couldn't take his eyes off of was her beautiful collarbone. After a while, he couldn't control himself anymore. He pushed her to the shore and was extremely gentle. He said there wouldn't be any interest, but he was like a wolf or a tiger. He didn't let her off easily in the hot spring, and when they returned to their rooms, he was even more ruthless. In the end, Han Yunqi was so tired that she sprawled on top of him. She didn't want to move at all. She muttered, "Fei, where did the blood on the red handkerchief come from?" Long Fei Yi replied, "A drop of blood on my fingertip. That's right, this debt needs to be repaid too." Han Yunqi was so confused that she forgot that she'd already paid him back when she cured his poison. When Long Fei Yi flipped her over and bullied her beneath him, she looked at him pitifully on the verge of tears. "The future is long, the future is long. I'll pay you back slowly, all right? If you oversleep tomorrow and miss morning court, I'll be a sinner." Long Fei Yi agreed easily. It'd probably take another round of lovemaking before Han Yunqi realized she'd been tricked, right? The next day, while Han Yunqi was still snoring away, Long Fei Yi went to court. Just as Han Yunqi thought, there was a pile of important matters to attend to. After Long Fei Yi left court, he stayed in the imperial study with a group of officials until late at night. Han Yunqi knew he was busy, so she had Zhao Mama boil some soup and personally deliver it to him. She also stayed on one side to listen in. The imperial harem didn't interfere with politics, but Han Yunqi's status as the head of the military meant that no one dared to say anything. When she arrived, Gu Beiyue's men had mentioned Long Tianma. When the imperial palace was being renovated, Long Tianma, who was under house arrest, was sent to the Yamen's prison and was still locked up to this day. Gu Beiyue cherished Long Tianma's talent in governing the country and pleaded for him. Long Fei Yi allowed it, but didn't give him any official title. He only said, if he has the heart, he can participate in the imperial examinations. When he passes the court examinations, we won't treat him unfairly. Han Yunshi felt that it was reasonable. Long Tianma was the crown prince of the previous dynasty after all. If he had the heart and power to become an official, Long Feiyi would accept it. If he didn't have the heart, Long Feiyi didn't need to be a good person. Just like that, Long Feiyi began his busy path of governing the country. Han Yunshi accompanied Rui as well as stayed by his side. Their days were busy but happy. The Tang clan's hidden weapons were used by the imperial court. Tang Zijin and the elders were busy with the imperial city and the palace. Tang Li was also a fool, so the Tang clan's affairs fell on Madame Tang's shoulders. Ning Jing dragged Tang Li to play with her daughter every day. The family of 3 planted daisies in the mountains of the Tang clan. She still hadn't given up and would talk to Tang Li about the past every day. Gu was still busy with his manor, preparing for Rui's first birthday. Ling went to Medicine City and truly took control of the Mu clan. She began to accept disciples. Gu Beiwa said that he would take full control of Medicine City and Medicine City under the imperial court's jurisdiction within 3 years. He would also set up a food and drug administration. Mu Ling did everything to cooperate with him. Occasionally, Mu Ling would think of Qi brother, but she missed him openly. But when she thought of Jin Zi, she didn't know why she thought of him. Why did she think of him? Jin Zi returned to Northern Li and took control of the Tiger and Black clan troops. The Ning clan troops were under the command of Deputy General Chen, who was personally promoted by Ning Cheng. They respected Jin Zi greatly and didn't complain much about Northern Li's situation. Since the Ning clan troops didn't rebel, the people of Myriad Merchant Hall didn't dare to raise any objections. They began to expand their business in hopes of reviving Cloud Realm Trade Consortium's glory one day and contending against the Jiangnan Group. Ning Cheng still hadn't shown his face, so his whereabouts were a mystery. Bailey Mingxiang had been staying with the Bailey Navy all this time, drifting on the seas as the Navy's military doctor. As for Gu Beiwa, he ordered people to bring Qin Min over after he bought the estate in Yunnan County. The two treated each other with mutual respect and almost never interacted with each other. Lil Thing didn't disturb Qin Min either, but ran between the Grand Tutor's estate and the palace every day. It often played happily with Rui but it fled as soon as Long Feiyi approached. The civil and military officials of the court had already begun to scheme against each other and fight for fame and fortune. But there were too many things to be done in Cloud Realm Continent after the war. There wasn't much to gain from it. Everyone stopped fighting and put their energy into rebuilding after the war. With the Emperor and Empress united, there were too many things to be done. With all the officials working together, the Great Qin Empire would return to Cloud Realm Continent's golden age. And Mo has something to say. Starting with the wedding and ending with the wedding night, Long Dachin has waited for a long time. So has everyone else. Yi Shi is in love, the enmity between Eastern and Western Qin is cleared, and the Great Qin Empire is established. There are many bugs in the plot, but I hope everyone can understand and improve on them. As for the supporting characters, they weren't supposed to have so many scenes in the main story. Because there were too many drafts to play with, some adjustments were made. The supporting characters' scenes were left to be written in separate chapters. The initial plan included Yi Shi's chapters on ruling the country, raising children and the Southern Patrol, Tongning's chapter, Ling Er's chapter, and a few more chapters on 7th Young Master and the others. I welcome everyone's suggestions and additions. The first 3 days of the chapters will be updated once, then twice a day for the rest of the chapters. Chapter 1207. The vast Tang sect encompassed the entire Crouching Dragon Mountain Range. There were 3 peaks in the Crouching Dragon Mountain Range: Sky Dragon Mountain, Earth Dragon Mountain, and Divine Dragon Mountain. Between the 3 mountains were basins, deep streams and streams. The Tang family and the elders resided in Divine Dragon Mountain, while the Tang Sect's foundation and workers were spread out in the various weapon workshops on Sky Dragon Mountain and Earth Dragon Mountain. In this autumn, there was a gorgeous scenery in one of the mountain ranges. Over there was Divine Dragon Mountain, and all the daisies had bloomed. These daisies were all of the same species. They all had white petals and yellow cores, and they were Ningjing's favorite. This sea of flowers had been planted by Ningjing and Tang Li when they returned to the Tang sect. Back then, on the night of their wedding, Tang Li had planted little daisies all over their wedding room, and Ningjing had not cared about them at all. However, even now, she still remembered what Tang Li had said back then. Under the flickering red candlelight, he had said, "No matter what, I will take responsibility until the end. Jing Jing, I, Tang Li, will only love you in this lifetime. From now on, we will live on Crouching Dragon Mountain and forget about the mundane world. Let's plant little daisies all over the Crouching Dragon Mountain range, okay? When autumn comes and the mountains are filled with your favorite flowers, I will do nothing but sit with you in the sea of flowers every day and watch the sunrise and sunset. Okay, Tang Li, Divine Dragon Mountain is already filled with my favorite flowers. Why haven't you woken up yet?" At this time it was early morning. Little Tang Tang, who could already walk and run, was playing with the maidservants in the sea of flowers. Under the sunlight, laughter filled the air. Ningjing and Tang Li sat on a big rock at the side, watching their daughter run and laughing. Tang Li had already learned how to smile. Every time he saw his daughter giggling, he would smile even more brightly. Those who did not know him would think that he had recovered and that he was the elegant and roguish guy he used to be. In the past year and in the past few months, Ningjing had found a reason to persevere and stubborn under his smile. Tang Li looked at his daughter while Ningjing looked at him. In this sea of flowers that covered the mountains and plains, life was not difficult, but the flowers will wither and winter will come. Ningjing looked at the smiling Tang Li and muttered to herself, "Ah, Li, wake up before the flowers wither, okay?" Almost every day, Ningjing would ask Tang Li this question. Even if he could never wake up, she was willing to stay by his side for the rest of her life. However, even if she wanted to, the Tang sect had to agree to it first. Just yesterday, Mrs. Tang had half-jokingly said to her, "Ningjing, you have to give birth to a boy for the Tang family before his father comes back." Back then, it was only after I gave birth to Tang Li that no one in the Tang sect dared to talk about taking in concubines. Otherwise, you'll have to deal with those girls in the future. Tang Zijin doted on Mrs. Tang so much that he had quarreled with his parents and elders over the issue of concubines. Ningjing had even heard that Tang Zijin had considered eloping with Mrs. Tang in the past, but her situation with Tang Li was different from theirs. Mrs. Tang could give birth to a boy, but she had no chance. Moreover, people changed. Not everyone would admit their impulsive youths or stick to their ideals. When Tang Li had run away from home to escape his marriage, Tang Zijin had never stopped searching for him. He even forced Tang Li to marry Tsang Qiuying without considering Tang Li's feelings. It was all for the sake of Tsang Qiuzi's power on Celestial Mountain. Ningjing might be young, but she wasn't an ignorant and naive girl. She knew how cruel the reality of the Tang clan was in this sea of flowers. Even now, she didn't dare to tell Mrs. Tang that she couldn't get pregnant again. No matter how much Mrs. Tang doted on Tang Li, she wouldn't stand by her side when it came to having no children. Only Tang Li, who was now the head of the Tang clan, could be her and little Tang Li's only support. "Tang Li, when will you wake up?" Abruptly, Tang Li turned to look at Ningjing. Ningjing's heart skipped a beat. After all, he never responded to her questions every day. He was always entranced by his daughter. This was the first time he had turned to look at her when she had asked him this question. Ningjing was so moved that her heart leapt into her throat. She wanted to take Tang Li's hand, but didn't dare. Instead, she waited anxiously for his answer. Tang Li murmured, Will the flowers bloom again after they've withered? Ning Jing smiled helplessly. They'll bloom again next year. Once they're gone, perhaps they'll never come back. Are we leaving? Tang Li asked again. Ning Jing didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He wasn't asking, "Are you leaving?" but "Are we leaving?" If she wanted to take him away, she wouldn't have come back. But now, she really did want to take him away. Tang Li waited for Ning Jing's answer. At this time, Mrs. Tang's maid, hurried over. "Clan master, madam, old man fainted. Quickly go and take a look." Old man fainted. Ning Jing was shocked. She told the servants to take care of little Tang Tang while she pulled Tang Li and ran. Little Tang Tang stood up from the cluster of flowers and looked at her father and mother. Her delicate face was full of confusion and ignorance. She watched for a while, and when she saw her father and mother walking further and further away, she immediately burst into tears. She had just learned how to speak and didn't know many words. As she cried, she babbled, "Ma, Ma." The maid had no choice but to run after them with little Tang Tang in her arms. When Ning Jing and Tang Li arrived at the top of the mountain, Mrs. Tang had already been sent to her room, and the doctor was taking her pulse. Tang Li, her son, stood expressionlessly outside the crowd, while Ning Jing rushed to the front. She waited quietly with a worried expression. The surrounding maids, who didn't know what was going on, were all suspicious. After all, Mrs. Jing had fought with Old Man many times after she married into the Tang clan. The entire Tang clan knew that the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law didn't get along. After the doctor stood up, Ning Jing quickly asked, "What's wrong with Old Man?" "Don't worry, madam. Old Man just overworked himself and caught a cold. His body is weak, so he fainted," the doctor said seriously. The physician said seriously, "This old man will prescribe a medicine to help old madam drive away her cold. As long as old madam rests more and recovers from her cold, she will be fine with a little nourishment and nourishment. Madam will wake up soon." Ning Jing sighed in relief and told the maid to go with the doctor to get the medicine. After everyone left, only Ning Jing and Tang Li were left in the room. Tang Li stood to the side in a daze. If Ning Jing didn't say anything, he would probably stand there forever. Ning Jing sat down by the bed and calmly said, "Tang Li, come here. Your mother is sick." Tang Li looked over and obediently walked over immediately. Ning Jing moved aside and let Tang Li sit beside Madame Tang. Tang Li still did as he was told, but his head was lowered. Looking at the mother and son like this, Ning Jing suddenly felt upset and said angrily, "Tang Li, look at your mother. Your mother loves you the most. Look at her, okay?" Tang Li's gaze fell on Madame Tang's face. After looking at her for a while, he still looked like a fool and didn't say a word. Ning Jing wanted to say something, but she suddenly realized that the corners of Madame Tang's eyes were wet. Soon, a line of tears silently flowed down the corner of her eyes. Ning Jing then realized that Madame Tang had actually woken up a long time ago. Ning Jing steeled her heart and pulled Tang Li's hand to wipe Madame Tang's tears. Unexpectedly, Tang Li uncharacteristically slapped her hand away and suddenly stood up. Ning Jing also stood up and asked, "Tang Li, what are you rejecting?" Tang Li shook his head repeatedly. Why are you disobeying me?" Ning Jing asked again. She clearly felt that Tang Li was acting strangely. Tang Li suddenly turned and ran out. At this time, the servant girl was about to come in with little Tang Tang, but she was bumped into by Tang Li. Just like that, little Tang Tang was sent flying out. "Tang Tang, my granddaughter." Ning Jing chased after him. Madame Tang was so anxious that she rolled off the bed. She didn't care about the pain or the dizziness in her head. She got up and chased out of the door. As soon as she reached the door, Madame Tang saw a very thrilling scene. Little Tang Tang was about to fall to the ground, but Tang Li, who had flown over, caught her in time. He turned around and fell heavily to the ground, his limbs in air. Thank goodness! Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Madame Tang couldn't hold back her tears, her eyes blurring. Although Ningjing didn't show anything, her tightly clenched hands betrayed her heart. On the other hand, little Tang Tang sat in Tang Li's arms and giggled. She seemed to like this kind of thrilling game very much. It wasn't clear whether Tang Li was frightened or not, but at this moment he was smiling foolishly at his daughter. With her daughter around, Ningjing never forced Tang Li to do anything. She had the servant girls and attendants look after Madame Tang while she sent her back to her room. The mother-in-law and daughter-in-law didn't say a word, as if the matter of wiping away tears didn't happen. Ningjing helped Madame Tang to the bed and was about to leave after settling her down. However, Madame Tang called out to her, "Ningjing, let's talk." Ningjing could more or less guess what Madame Tang wanted to talk to her about. She sat down. "Recently, has Ali been sleeping in your room?" Madame Tang asked. This was an interesting question. Ever since they got married, even though they slept in different beds, Tang Li didn't have the habit of sleeping in the study, not even for a day. And after she brought Tang Li back to the Tang sect, Tang Li only recognized her and her daughter. If Tang Li didn't sleep in her room, where would he sleep? Madame Tang asked a question that she already knew the answer to. Ningjing knew that Madame Tang wanted to ask about that. More accurately, Madame Tang wanted to ask if there was a possibility of her getting pregnant. Ningjing's eyes flashed with a hint of calculation. Perhaps this would be an excellent excuse for her. She replied, "No, he's not willing." Actually, she didn't know if Tang Li was willing or not. But every night, she fell asleep with Tang Li in her arms and slept until dawn. If she said that Tang Li wasn't willing, did that mean that they wouldn't find another woman for Tang Li in the future? Unexpectedly, Madame Tang took out a small packet of powder and handed it to Ningjing. She whispered, "You should know how to use it. Ningjing, help Tang Li have a son." Ningjing had already guessed what Madame Tang wanted to do, but she didn't expect that Madame Tang would want her to drug Tang Li. Looking at the packet of powder, she only felt that it was especially ironic. Ningjing's lips curled into a cold sneer. Madame Tang saw it and said, "Zijin and the elders are all in Tindu. The project there won't be finished without 3 or 4 years. In these 3 or 4 years, many of the affairs of the Tang sect should be shouldered by Tang Li. Now, with Tang Li like this, what can he do? I can do it." Ningjing said seriously. She knew the current situation of the Tang sect very well. She had also given many suggestions to Madame Tang. "If you don't have a son, who will believe you?" Madame Tang asked helplessly. Chapter 1208. Tang Zijin and the elders had all gone to Tindu. Not long ago, they'd even sent over plenty of skilled workers from the Tang clan to construct the secret passageways and mechanisms for the imperial city and palace. Even if they did have the skills, they had to be trustworthy people. Not to mention how to deal with the architects and technicians who designed the mechanisms after the construction of the capital city. It would be very difficult to prevent the blueprints from being leaked out due to the long construction period. Thus, Tang Zijin could only send over the most trustworthy members of the Tang clan. In this way, the Tang clan didn't have many skilled workers left. If the Tang clan only supplied weapons to the palace and court, Lady Tang could deal with them easily. After all, the Tang clan had a stockpile of weapons. Moreover, the weapons they provided were all ordinary weapons that didn't require much time or effort to manufacture. But not long ago, Han Yunqi's head of the military had issued an order to get all weapons from the Tang clan in the future. Han Yunqi's order was killing 3 birds with 1 stone. First, she could use this opportunity to support the Tang clan. While raising its status in the Great Qin Empire, she could also suppress the Bailey clan's arrogance. Otherwise, they'd still look down on the Tang clan as nobles. Second, she could keep the goodies within the family. Weapons cost money after all. From the purchase of raw materials to the production and sale of the weapons, everything had to be done one by one. If she hadn't allowed the various armies to buy their own weapons, how many tricks would there have been behind the scenes? Wouldn't those people have excuses to ask the court for money every day? If they bought from the Tang clan, they'd be earning money for the Tang clan instead. Tang Li was Long Fei Ye's cousin, but he hadn't been made a prince. Precisely because of that, he didn't need to avoid suspicion and could accept the crucial business of weapons. The income from selling weapons was countless times greater than the actual salary and power of a prince. Third, she could help Ningjing. When Long Fei Yi had sent Tang Zijin to build the capital, Han Yunqi had been keeping an eye on the construction. She was well aware of how many people the Tang clan had sent. With the Tang clan's current manpower, it wouldn't be easy to build weapons. Ningjing was in charge of Cloud Realm Trade Consortium's arms trade, although she hadn't been in charge for a long time. However, she was very familiar with the manufacturing and trading of weapons. If the Tang sect was at their wits' end, they would definitely turn to her for help. There were two main aspects to weapon manufacturing. The first was weapon storage. Even when there was no war, a certain amount of weapon storage was needed in case of war. The second was the research and development of new types of weapons. The Tang sect could still take a breather on these matters. However, there was one batch of goods that couldn't be delayed, and that was the weapons of the palace guards and officials. The reason why Mrs. Tang fell ill was precisely because she was worried about this matter. With the Tang sect's original ability to manufacture weapons, they could only reluctantly take on this task. But now, Tang Zijin, the elders, and a large group of technicians were all absent. Madame Tang was a woman who had never been in charge before. What could she do? A few days ago, his subordinates bought a batch of raw materials and were cheated. Not only did they waste money, but they also wasted the world. Moreover, the technicians at the weapons workshop were in a bad mood as well. Two groups of them had even gotten into a brawl yesterday. Madame Tang knew that she couldn't manage so many things, but she didn't want her husband to tire himself out by rushing about on both sides. Thus, she had kept all this from Tang Zijin. She could only ask Ningjing for help. She knew that Ningjing would definitely be able to take care of things. But Ningjing had to earn the trust of the Tang clan first. To put it bluntly, Ningjing had to give birth to a son for Tang Li so that Tang Li would have a successor. No one would believe that a daughter of the D clan like her would wholeheartedly help a foolish husband without any second thoughts. But they would believe that a mother like her would help her own son. To put it bluntly, everyone had already given up on the foolish Tang Li. Only Tang Li's son was their hope and that of the Tang clan. Looking at Madame Tang's serious expression, Ningjing's heart was filled with bitterness. But she couldn't say it. She didn't dare to say it. Everyone in the Tang clan, including the old man, was watching. Tang Li was already so foolish. Would she still be willing to give birth to a son for Tang Li? No one knew that this wasn't a matter of whether she was willing or not. It was a matter of whether she could or not. Although Ningjing had never asked about Tang Li since she brought him back, she could guess the Tang clan's current predicament. Madame Tang must have said this today because she couldn't take it anymore and was begging her for help. Ningjing looked at Tang Li and forced herself to ignore the bitterness in her heart. She took the medicine and said softly, "Mother, I'll do my best." Madame Tang was overjoyed. "Ali, I'm sorry." "You're welcome." "Mother, how about this? Tell me what's going on, and I'll give you an idea. Then you'll handle it personally?" Ningjing asked. That was exactly what Madame Tang had in mind. "Good. Excellent. Mother, you should rest first. I haven't been involved in the arms trade for more than a year. I'll go and find out about the current market situation," Ningjing said calmly. Madame Tang was in a much better mood. Her complexion seemed to have recovered. Ningjing walked out of the room and saw Tang Li standing at the door with little Tang Tang in his arms, waiting for her. Little Tang Tang was very sensible. She was always very obedient in her father's arms. Ningjing glanced at the father and daughter. She didn't walk over to hold Tang Li's hand like before. Instead, she lowered her head and walked forward. After a few steps, Tang Li caught up to her with little Tang Tang in his arms. He was clearly anxious. He took Ning Jing's hand and clasped her fingers tightly. At this moment, Ning Jing finally couldn't hold back her tears. However, it flowed down silently and no one noticed it. She lowered her head all the way back to her and Tang Li's courtyard full of little daisies. When she reached the house, she quickly walked back into the room and closed the door. Tang Li stared blankly at the closed door. Little Tang Tang also looked confused. She called out in a childish voice, "Mother, mother!" The servant girl realized that something was wrong. She quickly came over to coax little Tang Tang and took her out to play. It was always easy for such a young child to be distracted. However, Tang Li still stood in front of the door and stared blankly at the door. Ning Jing was crying. She hid behind the door and covered her mouth. She didn't know what to do. She regretted it. She should have taken Tang Li and little Tang Tang away long ago. Why did she come back? Ning Jing cried and cried. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door behind her. It was Tang Li. She wiped away her tears and calmed herself down. She didn't answer. Tang Li knocked louder and louder. The more he knocked, the more anxious he became. In the end, he even kicked the door forcefully. Ning Jing had no choice but to open the door. She reprimanded him unhappily. "What are you doing?" Tang Li looked at her swollen, tearful eyes and didn't say anything for a long time. Ning Jing was already used to his silence and his expressionless face. She was about to turn around when Tang Li suddenly said, "Jing Jing, who bullied you?" Ning Jing was shocked. She jerked her head back to look at him. He said again, "You're unhappy. Let's go." He still had that dazed look on his face. However, this was the first time he had said such things to her. In the past, when she was unhappy or sad, he would only look at her and stay by her side. Ning Jing's tears, which she had held back with much difficulty, instantly burst out. She threw herself at Tang Li and hugged him tightly. "You bullied me. Tang Li, you bullied me. It's you. It's you." Grief and joy intertwined in her heart. Ning Jing, who had almost given up all hope, saw hope again. "Me." Tang Li muttered to himself, I. Ning Jing became nervous. She looked at Tang Li and said seriously, "Yes, you bullied me." "Me." Tang Li seemed to be thinking. He even frowned. Ning Jing became more and more nervous. In the past few months, Tang Li didn't care about anything except when he was thinking about the word Jing Jing. Ning Jing didn't dare to move. She waited and watched nervously. Helpless, Tang Li at least repeated the word "me" seriously, just like how he always muttered to himself seriously. "Jing Jing, I want Jing Jing. Tang Li, think about who you are." Ning Jing said loudly. Tang Li didn't respond. Ning Jing made up her mind. She pulled him down and kissed him on the lips. Tang Li still didn't respond. He was like a piece of emotionless wood, allowing Ning Jing to kiss him. Ning Jing simply pulled him into the room. She threw the medicine Mrs. Tang gave her outside the door and slammed the door. Inside the room, Tang Li was still wooden. He looked at Ning Jing foolishly and didn't react at all. Ning Jing gritted her teeth and took off her clothes one by one. When she stood in front of Tang Li completely naked, she clearly saw the change in Tang Li's expression. She saw his surprise and also saw the most familiar dark look in his eyes. "Jing Jing," he muttered to himself again and walked towards her step by step. "Tang Li, who am I? Who are you? Tell me," Ning Jing asked loudly. Tang Li ignored her. His gaze seemed to be locked on her body as he greedily looked at her beauty. This was the first time in months that Ning Jing saw such an obvious look in Tang Li's eyes. She was shocked. At this moment, he was so similar to how he was in the past. Even the dark look in his eyes was exactly the same. "Tang Li," she murmured. She murmured. How she wished that he would answer her for the rest of her life and tell her that everything was fine. However, Tang Li didn't say anything. Instead, he picked her up and strode towards the bed. When he kissed her, Ning Jing really believed that this man was awake and knew who she and he were. They were so similar. Their habits and hobbies from the past had not changed. He could still skillfully torture her to death. In the end, he would still lie on top of her like before and not get up. Ning Jing didn't chase him away. Instead, she hugged him quietly and murmured, "Tang Li, do you like me?" "Yes," he answered immediately. "Do you know who I am?" Ning Jing asked again. "Jing Jing," he answered. "Do you know who Jing Jing is to you?" Ning Jing asked again. "Wife," Tang Li answered. "What's a wife?" Ning Jing continued to ask. However, Tang Li looked confused. He shook his head honestly. After this, Tang Li changed in another way. Whenever he slept at night, he'd roll over of his own accord to claim her. Ning Jing didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She didn't know how to tell Dr. Gu about this change in Tang Li. Was this another good sign? Ning Jing promised to try her best to have a child. Mrs. Tang began to tell Ning Jing about the military equipment and asked her to come up with ideas. Besides helping Tang Li recover, the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law had another thing in common. With Ning Jing supporting her from behind, Mrs. Tang handled things with much more ease. In the blink of an eye, it was the end of the year. Tang Zijin was coming back. Chapter 1209. Time was tight for the Imperial Capital project. Long Fei Yi had already urged Tang Zijin twice. Everyone thought that Tang Zijin would stay in the Imperial Capital this year and not return to the Tang sect for the new year. But who knew that Tang Zijin would suddenly appear in front of Tang Li's courtyard on the 25th day of the 12th lunar month? Ning Jing held little Tang Tang in one hand and Tang Li in the other. She bumped into Tang Zijin as soon as she stepped out of the door. Tang Zijin's face was taut and very serious. Ning Jing was slightly surprised. Tang Li didn't react at all. Little Tang Tang, on the other hand, was very happy. "Grandpa, Grandpa, Father, you're back." Ning Jing curtsied. Unfortunately, Tang Zijin didn't pay attention to little Tang Tang or her. His gaze was fixed on his son. This was the first time he had seen his son since he found out that his son had lost his mind because of Ning Jing. He had always been filled with anger towards his son, Tang Li. He expected better from him. When he ran away from his marriage, he endured it. Later, when he was poisoned by Ning Jing and had no choice but to marry her, he endured it. He hoped that Tang Li could use Ning Jing to gain benefits from the D clan. He hoped that Tang Li could follow Long Fei Ye's older brother and earn some merit for the Tang sect and a title of nobility. But what about him? He actually lost his mind because of Ning Jing. He abandoned his parents and the Tang sect. He was so stupid. This was intolerable. Tang Li was indifferent to Tang Zijin's stare as Tang Zijin walked in step by step. This was quite similar to when he wasn't stupid. He usually wouldn't directly clash with his father. He would either let his father scold him or hide far away. "Grandpa, Grandpa, hug, Grandpa, hug, hug, hug." Little Tang Tang started to make a fuss. She wasn't sensible. She hadn't seen her grandfather in a long time and wanted him to hug her. "Ning Jing, take the child away." Tang Zijin didn't even look at little Tang Tang. Ning Jing's heart ached for little Tang Tang, but she didn't say anything. She carried little Tang Tang and was about to leave. She wasn't going to get involved in the matters between the father and son. Tang Zijin wouldn't dare to do anything to Tang Li no matter what. Only Tang Li could anger Tang Zijin to death, but there was no possibility that Tang Zijin would anger Tang Li to death. However, as soon as Ning Jing let go of Tang Li's hand, Tang Li took her hand and wanted to go with her. Ning Jing broke free and didn't make a sound. Tang Li didn't hold Ning Jing's hand anymore, but he followed her out. His gaze never focused on Ning Jing. He walked past Tang Zijin, treating him like air. Tang Zijin was finally enraged. "You unfilial son, stop right there!" Ning Jing continued to walk, and Tang Li continued to follow. No one paid any attention to him. Tang Zijin waited for a long time. When he saw that there was no movement behind him, he turned around and saw that Tang Li had already walked out of the courtyard with Ning Jing. "You unfilial son! You don't even acknowledge your father!" He was so angry that his face turned green as he chased after them. However, Tang Li didn't respond. Tang Zijin couldn't take it anymore and shouted, "Ning Jing, stop right there!" When Ning Jing stopped, Tang Li immediately stopped as well. Tang Zijin sneered at this scene. Although he wasn't at the Tang sect, he had always been concerned about Tang Li's situation. As expected, Tang Li would only listen to Ning Jing even if he was stupid. "Someone come and take Tang Tang away. Today, old man will teach this unfilial son a lesson and wake him up." Tang Zijin said loudly. Little Tang Tang didn't understand what her grandfather was saying, but she could tell that he was scolding her father. She was so scared that she started crying. She broke free from her mother's hand and threw herself at her father. Tang Li was stupid, but he still loved his wife and daughter. He hugged little Tang Tang and coaxed her. "Don't cry, don't cry. Daddy will take you to play. Don't cry, okay?" "Okay." Little Tang Tang's childish voice was laced with sobs. Hearing it made one's heart melt. Tang Li said to Ning Jing, "You go too, okay?" Tang Zijin was so angry that smoke could come out of his nostrils. Ning Jing didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She asked loudly, "Ah, Li, your father wants to talk to you. You stay here, okay?" Tang Li immediately shook his head. Tang Zijin was so angry that he immediately swung his sword at Tang Li. Tang Li immediately dodged, his movements so nimble that Tang Zijin couldn't do anything to him. The father and son chased each other around the courtyard. Ning Jing, who was originally in a heavy mood, suddenly laughed. Little Tang Tang was scared at first, but when she saw that her father wasn't hit, she giggled. "Daddy, run, run, run." When Madame Tang heard the news and rushed over, Tang Zijin was already panting from exhaustion, leaning on his sword to rest. Tang Li was standing far away, staring at him blankly. If she could ignore Tang Li's expression, this scene would be so familiar to Madame Tang. She wanted to laugh and cry at the same time. She had forgotten that ever since Tang Li was a few years old, Tang Zijin couldn't catch up with his son. "Master, when did you come back? Why didn't you tell me?" Madame Tang asked. Tang Zijin turned back and said coldly, "Thanks to you." When he finished speaking, he angrily stormed off, leaving Madame Tang at a loss. They hadn't seen each other for more than half a year. It was fine if Tang Zijin didn't miss her, but how could he give her that attitude? Madame Tang felt wronged and tears welled up in her eyes. "Tang Zijin, stop right there. What did you just say?" She angrily chased after him. Ning Jing sighed in relief. She knew that Tang Zijin was henpecked. She thought that as long as her secret didn't get out, at least Madame Tang would still stand by her side. With Madame Tang as her mother-in-law, Tang Zijin shouldn't be able to make things difficult for them. However, Ning Jing quickly realized that she had underestimated the situation. In the afternoon, Tang Zijin sent someone to invite Ning Jing to the study and told Ning Jing to go there herself. Little Tang Tang was still sleeping, and Tang Li was at the side fiddling with his hidden weapons. Ning Jing gave the servant girl a look and secretly slipped away. Who knew that just as she entered the study and sat down, Tang Li would appear at the door. He walked in front of Ning Jing and stared at Ning Jing without moving. Ning Jing knew what he meant and hurriedly explained, "I saw that you were busy, so I didn't want to disturb you." Tang Li then retreated behind Ning Jing and stood there. He only sat down when Ning Jing pulled him to a seat. He lowered his head as soon as he sat down, as if immersed in his own world. Clearly, his world was only open to Ning Jing and little Tang Tang. Madame Tang was already used to it, but Tang Zijin was getting angrier and angrier. What had his son, the master of the Tang clan, become? "Husband, didn't you have something to ask?" Madame Tang spoke up. Ning Jing was very surprised. She thought that Madame Tang would know what Tang Zijin wanted from her, but now it seemed that Madame Tang was also here because of Tang Zijin. Who was the one who proposed to sell the latest batch of weapons? Tang Zijin got straight to the point, his tone extremely strict. After spring, the Tang clan had to hand over a large batch of weapons to the imperial court. Last time, there was a problem with the raw materials, and they had to buy new materials. In addition, the transportation to the Tang clan had been delayed for almost a month. According to the previous schedule, they wouldn't be able to make it in time no matter how hard they tried. Madame Tang was very frustrated, so Ning Jing suggested that the Tang clan buy the weapons from other arms dealers, modify them slightly, and print the Tang clan's logo on them before handing them over to the imperial court. At this time, the large batch of weapons had already been stored in the warehouse. Ning Jing suggested that Madame Tang increase the wages of the disciples so that they could work until New Year's Eve. Ning Jing had calculated that as long as they followed the schedule, they would be able to deliver the weapons on time. What was Tang Zijin's intention for pursuing this matter? Ning Jing was about to answer, but Madame Tang beat her to it. It was my idea. As she answered, she gave Ning Jing a look. Ning Jing immediately sensed that things weren't so simple. You. Tang Zijin sneered. Madam, when did you become so smart? How did you manage to buy so many weapons at such a low price? Tang Zijin, what do you mean by this? Did you think I was stupid all this time? Madame Tang was furious and slammed the table. Tang Zijin coughed awkwardly. Madam, someone has already reported this matter to His Highness. I came back especially to investigate this matter. Why aren't you telling me the truth? How can I help you? Are the weapons you bought secondhand? Madame Tang and Ning Jing were both shocked by these words. The war had just ended, so the major arms dealers were in short supply. Ning Jing's own arms dealer was also out of stock. Otherwise, she wouldn't have needed to find someone else to buy them. She had finally managed to contact the Chun clan's arms dealer who had stock, only to learn that the weapons were secondhand. They had been picked up from the battlefield and cleaned and polished. Ning Jing had discussed this matter with Madame Tang. After analyzing the pros and cons, they had decided to buy the weapons back. Ning Jing was no longer calm. Coldly, she asked, "The weapons haven't been handed over to the imperial court yet. Who reported this?" Regardless of whether the weapons have been handed over or not, since the Tang sect is in charge of the Great Qin's arms, every weapon in the Tang sect's possession belongs to the imperial court. Tang Zijin's expression was cold and stern. Ning Jing, times have changed. It's fine if you say this here, but if word gets out, even the Empress may not be able to protect you. Tang Zijin's words weren't pleasant to hear, but they were very reasonable. The Tang sect controlled all of Great Qin's armaments, including the production, storage, and distribution of armaments with the military. After Han Yunqi gave the order, the Ministry of Revenue gave the Tang sect money, and the Tang sect was considered part of the military. According to Ning Jing's words, the Tang sect's weapons didn't belong to the imperial court before they were handed over. Then, who did the Tang sect's weapons belong to? Keeping weapons for themselves or providing them to others was a serious crime. People would definitely accuse them of treason. Ning Jing was a smart person, and she immediately understood what Tang Zijin meant. In the past, Long Fei Yi and Han Yunqi could make all the decisions on their own. Now that they were the empresses of the Great Qin Empire, they could even dictate the affairs of the Great Qin Empire. However, they couldn't dictate for no reason. Their decisions had to be respected by the masses. Ning Jing calmly admitted, "This isn't Mother's fault. It was my idea. I originally planned to wait until after the New Year to report this to the Empress. The Empire has just been established, and there are many things waiting to be done. The Empress has long advocated increasing sources of income and reducing expenditure. These second-hand weapons can still be used after repolishing them. Why waste them? The Imperial Court gave us the money for a first-hand weapon," Tang Zijin said coldly. "Second-hand weapons cost less than a third of the cost of a first-hand weapon. I've already accounted for this debt, and the account book is in my study. When the weapons are handed over, I'll send the account book along with them. Ning Jing spoke seriously. She didn't lack money, and she had a lot of money in her private savings. She would only help Han Yunqi save money, and she wouldn't be greedy. Tang Zijin shook his head. Ning Jing, you might be smart for a while, but you'll be muddle-headed for a lifetime. The person who filed the complaint said that our Tang clan acted on our own, acted first and reported later. We deceived our superiors and our subordinates, and despised the imperial authority. Tell me, should this old man hand you over, or hand over Madam? Ning Jing and Lady Tang were both stunned. How could this be? Tang Zijin continued. Do you know who filed the complaint to His Majesty? Who? Lady Tang asked hastily. Tang Zijin laughed coldly. Someone from Cloud Realm Trade Consortium. Chapter 1210. Cloud Realm Trade Consortium had actually sued the Tang clan. Ning Jing was surprised. Before Ning Cheng left, he'd left all military affairs to Deputy General Qin. The Ning clan troops had always cooperated with Jin Zi in Northern Li, while Cloud Realm Trade Consortium had been well behaved over the past few months with Ning Nuo as its head. Why did that brat Ning Nuo sue the Tang clan? Although he wasn't as capable as Ning Cheng, he wasn't stupid. Suing the Tang clan was the same as suing her. Why would Ning Nuo do that? What did Cloud Realm Trade Consortium do? Ning Jing asked next. It was an anonymous letter. We only know it came from Cloud Realm Trade Consortium. His Majesty suppressed it personally. But the Tang clan has to give His Majesty an explanation. Tang Zijin said before adding, Ning Jing, no matter what Cloud Realm Trade Consortium did, your little brother Ning Nuo has to nod his head, right? Hee, what does little uncle mean by this? How did Ning Jing know what Ning Nuo meant? Could it be that someone in Cloud Realm Trade Consortium had gone behind Ning Nuo's back to report them to Long Fei? To sow discord between the Ning clan and the Tang clan? Cloud Realm Trade Consortium had complicated factions, so Ning Jing couldn't help but suspect such a possibility. His Majesty said that we have to give him an answer after spring, Tang Zijin said seriously. Ning Jing, you should know that although esteemed Empress is in charge of military affairs, it's still the Emperor who makes the decisions. Your crime of acting first and reporting later can be serious. I'll definitely explain things clearly to His Majesty and Her Majesty. No matter how serious the crime is, I'll shoulder it. I definitely won't implicate the Tang clan, Ning Jing said without hesitation. Tang Zijin's expression was matter-of-fact, but Lady Tang looked troubled. Ning Jing, I'll go with you to Yunning after the New Year. This is the Tang clan's business, after all. How can you shoulder it alone? Lady Tang's words were like a slap to Tang Zijin's face. Tang Zijin looked at his wife awkwardly at a loss for words. This is Tang Li's responsibility. As his wife, I should shoulder it for him, Ning Jing said calmly. As his mother, even if the sky falls, I have to carry it for him. Don't be afraid. Fei won't make things difficult for Li or you. Even if he wants the Tang clan to give him an explanation, it's just for show. Don't worry. Madame Tang comforted. Tang Zijin had long heard that Madame was mocking him. He didn't dare to defend himself, nor did he want to. Now was not the time to explain. Ning Jing hesitated before she said, I have to make a trip back to Cloud Realm Trade Consortium first to figure out what's going on. Ning Nuo would never do something like this, so he probably doesn't know about it yet. A cunning look flashed through Tang Zijin's eyes as he said seriously, After the Spring Festival, the weapons will be handed over. Looks like you'll have to make a trip there before the New Year. I'll be leaving in a few days. I'm afraid I won't be able to spend the New Year with the two elders, Ning Jing said. Tang Zijin smiled coldly. Don't count on that. As long as I can take care of the trouble and let the old man celebrate the New Year in peace, he'll be satisfied. Ning Jing nodded silently before rising to leave. As soon as she did, Tang Li followed her out. As soon as the door closed, Madame Tang asked, Old Master, say, Do you know who made the report? Madam, this matter concerns the future of the Tang clan. If I knew, why would I hide it from you? Tang Zijin retorted. Madame Tang pursed her lips resentfully. In any case, I don't care so much. Ning Jing's a girl with real skills. She's already promised me that she'll give Ali a son. So don't treat her with such a straight face. Do you think it's easy for her to protect Ali so wholeheartedly? If it wasn't for her, would your son have been so stupid? He wouldn't even recognize his own parents? Tang Zijin couldn't help but lose his temper. Madame Tang gave a start before sobbing. You're fierce. Be fierce all you want. It's fine if you're fierce to your son and daughter-in-law, but now you're fierce to me as well. Tang Zijin, it's only been a few months, but you've really grown capable. Tang Zijin grew anxious as soon as he saw her tears. Madam, I'm not fierce to you. I'm just anxious. It's all my fault, my fault. Don't cry anymore. Then will you be fierce in the future? Madame Tang asked. I won't. I promise there won't be a next time. Tang Zijin replied hastily. All right, you said it yourself. If I see you being fierce to my son and daughter-in-law again, Tang Zijin, this old mother won't let you off. Madame Tang gritted her teeth. Tang Zijin was at a loss for words. He wanted to explain himself, but held back. 2 days later, Ning Jing set out for Cloud Realm Trade Consortium. At noon, she brought along Tang Li and little Tang Tang to have a meal with Tang Zijin and Madame Tang. It counted as an early overnight meal. Tang Li couldn't bear to leave her, so he naturally wanted to tag along. She couldn't bear to leave little Tang Tang behind, so she decided to bring her along as well. The trip to Cloud Realm Trade Consortium would take around 10 days. Since it was the first month of the lunar month, she could take Tang Li and little Tang Tang back to her maternal home to see Ning Nua and Ningen. Perhaps she'd be able to see her big brother, Ning Cheng, too. When she and Tang Li were at the dentist, Ning Nua and Ning and had both visited them. They wanted to see little Tang Tang as well, but they didn't like coming to the Tang clan. Forget about the Ning clan. Even Ning Jing herself didn't like coming here. In this house where Tang Li had no say, she didn't feel at home at all. The meal was very quiet. Aside from Madame Tang's occasional words, everyone else was silent. After the meal, Ning Jing stood up with little Tang Tang in her arms, followed by Tang Li. Father, Mother, you don't need to stay. I'll take care of things at Cloud Realm Trade Consortium before heading straight to Yuning Palace, Ning Jing said seriously. All right. After the new year, I'll go to Yuning Palace first. I need to see Ruer too. Why don't you keep little Tang Tang, and I'll take her with me. Madame Tang couldn't bear to part with her granddaughter. Little Tang Tang understood and wrapped her arms around her mother's neck, pouting as she shook her head. Ning Jing couldn't bear to part with her daughter either. She was about to speak when Tang Li suddenly fell to the ground with a thud. Tang Li. Ning Jing was alarmed as she quickly set down her daughter to help him up. Ali. Madame Tang panicked as well, but neither of them were as fast as Tang Zijin. He pulled Tang Li to his feet and handed him over to 2 guards. Take him away and lock him up, he ordered coldly. Ning Jing immediately understood and raged. You drug him. Little Tang Tang threw herself at her father and hugged his leg tightly. She started sobbing and wouldn't let the guards take him away. Madame Tang was furious as she grabbed Tang Zijin's hand. Tang Zijin, have you gone mad? What are you trying to do? Tang Zijin allowed his wife to tug at him and ignored her. He said coldly to Ning Jing, Tang Li is the head of the Tang clan. He has to be present to pay respects to the Tang clan ancestors on New Year's Eve. You can take your daughter away, but Tang Li can't go with you. Ever since Ning Jing married into the Tang clan, she'd always treated her parents with proper etiquette, regardless of her pretense or her current sincerity. But Tang Zijin's words only made her laugh coldly. Old Tang clan head, are you chasing me away, or are you afraid that I'll kidnap Tang Li away? She asked angrily. Old man, I don't know why your Cloud Realm Trade Consortium is suing my Tang clan. In any case, you can investigate if you want, but you can't take Tang Li away." Tang Zijin said cold. Ning Jing understood now. If little Tang Tang was a male grandchild, she probably wouldn't be able to take him down the mountain either. Tang Zijin still didn't trust her. Madame Tang suddenly flung Tang Zijin's hand aside and walked to Ning Jing's side. "Tang Zijin, fine. If you won't let your son go, then I'll go with Ning Jing. You can stay with your precious son to celebrate the new year." "Madam." Tang Zijin was furious. "Don't call me madam. You dared to drug my son. Tang Zijin, you better keep an eye on my son. If he wakes up and doesn't see Ning Jing, I'm telling you now that I'll divorce you." Madame Tang was so angry that her face had turned green. She had no idea that her husband had such a trick up his sleeve. "Someone come, take Madame Tang away." Tang Zijin hardened his heart. But all of the servant girls and servants in the room were kneeling on the ground. They were all Madame Tang's people, so no one dared to move. Perhaps outsiders would find it strange, but they had long gotten used to seeing old man's men flip out over the past 20 years. No matter how much trouble they caused, the old clan head would always lose. Thus, they never dared to make a move against old man's men. Tang Zijin's 2 guards were holding onto the unconscious Tang Li, so they couldn't free up their hands either. "Tang Zijin, this old mother will divorce you right now. This old mother won't come back, sob sob." Madame Tang covered her face and began to cry. Ning Jing didn't expect her mother-in-law to be so partial to her. Although she knew that this was on the premise that she had to bear Tang Li a son, she still felt grateful. "Mother, don't be like this. You and Tang Tang stay. As long as you're here, Tang Li. Tang Li will at least be able to find you," Ning Jing said seriously. These days, Tang Li and little Tang Tang had always been very close to each other, so he would more or less pay attention to his mother. She didn't know how Tang Li would react if he didn't see her when he woke up, but at least with Tang Tang around, she could still suppress Tang Li's temper. "I'm leaving. Even if you don't leave, I'm leaving. I can't live with this kind of person anymore." Madame Tang said angrily, "Madam, this is the Council of Elders' decision. I'm not driving her away. She'll settle this matter properly and come back as our Tang clan's daughter-in-law." Tang Zijin defended himself. "Who's the Council of Elders' decision? Call them out." Madame Tang was so angry that she almost lost her mind. Ning Jing pulled her back and said seriously, "Mother, you don't want to come back, but I do. If you leave, I won't be able to come back." As soon as she said this, Madame Tang calmed down. Ning Jing's words contained too much. Ning Jing walked to little Tang Tang's side, and little Tang Tang immediately let go of her father. But she was afraid that her father would be pulled away, so she still held back and grabbed onto her father's clothes. She was still so young, not even 2 years old. She looked mischievous, naive, and cute, but she was actually much more sensible than other children her age. She held onto her father's clothes with one hand and her mother's hand with the other. She didn't say anything and just kept shaking her head. The fear hidden in her big, teary eyes broke Ning Jing's heart. Tang Li loved his wife so much, so he must love his daughter even more. Little Tang Tang should have been very, very happy. Chapter 12:11. Ning Jing's life had been full of ups and downs. How she wished her daughter could live a carefree life, even if it was just an ordinary one. She looked at little Tang Tang for a long time, then gently approached her and whispered in her ear, "Be a good girl, Tang Tang. Mother will be back soon. Once Mother comes back, Father will be fine. Then Father will be able to protect us." Little Tang Tang's big, teary eyes shone with excitement. "Good girl, Mother will definitely come back," Ning Jing said gently. Only then did little Tang Tang let go. Ning Jing glanced at Tang Li, then stood up and left without another word. Lady Tang picked up little Tang Tang and chased after her, insisting on sending Ning Jing down the mountain. Tang Zijin followed them to the gate, but didn't follow them down. He looked back at Tang Li, who was being helped out by the guards. He seemed hesitant, but in the end he made up his mind. Send him to that room. Tang Zijin had drugged Tang Li a few days ago, so he had to be ruthless and leave no way out. By the time Lady Tang returned to the top of the mountain, little Tang Tang had already fallen asleep in her arms. Children were children. No matter how sad they were, they would fall asleep when tired from crying. Lady Tang settled little Tang Tang down and immediately went to find Tang Li. But who would have thought that she wouldn't find Tang Li in his room? Lady Tang began to feel uneasy. She didn't have time to catch her breath and immediately rushed to Tang Zijin's study, but it was also empty. The more Lady Tang thought about it, the more she felt that something was wrong. She asked several attendants, but none of them knew where Tang Zijin had taken Tang Li. What should she do? Tang Zijin couldn't be thinking of hiding Tang Li so that Ning Jing wouldn't be able to find him when she returned, could he? Ning Jing was a member of the D clan, so Tang Zijin had always held a grudge against her, especially after being mocked by Bailey Yuanlong. He disliked Ning Jing even more. Lady Tang knew all of this. That damned old thing. Lady Tang huffed. She went back to her room and found a piece of white silk without saying a word. She went around the beam and was about to hang herself. This frightened all the servant girls in the room. Thus, it didn't take long for the news of the old man's suicide to spread throughout the Tang sect. Tang Zijin was standing guard outside a small house in the shade of the mountain. Tang Li was locked in the room by him. When the attendant ran over to report this, Tang Zijin was so scared that his heart almost stopped beating. He did not even care about Tang Li and hurriedly ran away. At this moment, in the locked room, Tang Li was half asleep and half awake. His body was burning hot, and his face was abnormally red. Beside him lay a delicate and pretty girl. She was none other than the daughter of the Tang sect's fifth elder, Xiaolon. She and Tang Li shared the same quilt. Both of them were covered so tightly that only their heads were exposed. She seemed to be very nervous. Her little face was taut, and she didn't dare to move. She had liked Tang Li since she was a child, but she never dared to say it out loud. A few days ago, her father told her that the old sect master wanted Tang Li to take her as his concubine. Although Tang Li had become a fool, and she was only going to be his concubine, she was still willing to do so. Her father said that she had to take advantage of the fact that Tang Li had not yet recovered. Once Tang Li recovered, he had to acknowledge her no matter what. The Tang sect master promised that as long as she could give birth to a son for Tang Li one day before Ningjing, she would become Tang Li's legal wife. Under the quilt, she was naked. Her arm was pressed against Tang Li's body. She could sense Tang Li's every movement. She could also feel his body temperature rising continuously. She knew that this was because of the effects of the medicine. If Tang Li had not become a fool, perhaps he would still have the willpower to withstand the effects of the medicine. However, Tang Li was now a fool. As long as the medicine took effect, everything would be out of control. Actually, she was a little resistant at first. However, after her father secretly told her that Ning Jing had also used this method to get Tang Li, she immediately agreed. She didn't believe that she, who was gentle, would lose to that tomboy Ning Jing. Suddenly, Tang Li pulled off the quilt on his body and opened his eyes. He sat up and looked at the room in a daze. He subconsciously pulled at his collar. Hut, hut, jing jing. He muttered to himself. Just as he was about to get off the bed, a jade-like arm suddenly came over and wrapped around his waist. Jing jing. Just as he was about to turn around, the woman behind him approached and pressed herself against his back. She was so close that he could feel her graceful and exquisite body. However, Tang Li still had that dazed expression on his face. He muttered, "It's not Jing Jing." As he spoke, he suddenly broke free from the woman behind him, got off the bed and turned around. Xiaolon hurriedly pulled the blanket over her body to cover up her body. However, Tang Li had already turned around and did not dare to look. He was clearly anxious. He quickly walked forward to open the door, but no matter how he pulled, the door would not open. Xiao Lan was full of grievances. She was already so lowly, but Tang Li did not even look at her. Didn't they say that men were creatures of instinct? Why was this man still so well-behaved, even though he was drugged? Was he really stupid, or just pretending to be stupid? Tang Li pulled the door with all his might. He kept muttering Ning Jing's name, and his voice was clearly getting more and more panicked. Tang Li, don't waste your energy. Your father won't let you out, Xiao Lan said angrily. Tang Li ignored her and kept kicking the door, shouting, Jing Jing! Jing Jing! Xiao Lan did not say anything. She just sat on the bed in a daze and watched. Tang Li kicked the door for a long time, but it did not open. He had already pulled at his collar more than once, but he did not notice it. The effects of the drug were getting stronger, and his body gradually became restless. He kicked the door weaker and weaker, and finally he stopped. He pressed one hand on the door, and his other hand uncontrollably tore open the layers of his shirt, revealing his firm chest. Xiao Lan was right behind him, watching quietly. She bit her lips and waited. After a while, Tang Li tore off his shirt. It was clearly winter, but he still felt warm even though he was shirtless. There was a wave of restless heat in his body that needed to be released quickly. Xiao Lan finally opened her mouth and called out softly, Ah, Li! However, Tang Li still ignored her. He became more and more irritable and punched the door. God knows what Tang Li did. Even Tang Li's fist could not break through the door. Tang Li did not know why he was here. Jing Jing said that she would take him away. Why was he locked up here? Why? Why did he feel so uncomfortable? His lower abdomen was on fire, and it kept surging up. It was strange yet familiar, and it made him want to see that woman even more. Ning Jing! Ning Jing! Tang Li suddenly calmed down and muttered to himself, Ning Jing! Ning Jing! Who was Ning Jing? Why did she sound so familiar? Jing Jing! Who was Jing Jing? The headache that came out of nowhere made him feel even worse. He slowly fell to his knees, feeling so uncomfortable that he did not know what to do. He only felt that his body was about to explode. However, even so, he still clung to those two words, Ning Jing. What was the relationship between Ning Jing and Jing Jing? Who was Ning Jing? Who? Just as Tang Li was thinking hard, Xiao Lan suddenly got off the bed and ran over. She hugged Tang Li tightly from behind. At that moment, his body that was about to explode from the heat seemed to have been saved by Xiao Lan's jade-like skin. His lower body felt much better. However, it was not enough. Far from enough. Xiao Lan hugged him tightly and pleaded softly, Ah, Li, hug me. Ah, Li, I'm cold. Tang Li could not control himself anymore. He turned around abruptly and pinned Xiao Lan down in an instant. However, when he saw Xiao Lan's face, he was stunned. He was dumbfounded. Ah, Li, hug me. I'm cold, so cold. Xiao Lan was determined to get him. She wrapped her arms around Tang Li's neck and refused to let go. Tang Li resisted. His gaze was locked on her face as he muttered, You're not Ning Jing, you're not. I am. I'm Ning Jing. Xiao Lan felt that she must have gone crazy. However, in order to get him, she was willing to be Ning Jing just for once. Ah, Li, I'm Ning Jing. I'm your Jing Jing. Hug me, hug me. Xiao Lan yelled. Ning Jing. Jing Jing. Tang Li's tone gradually became agitated. He kept repeating, Ning Jing, Ning Jing. Ning Jing. Jing Jing. I'm Ning Jing, I'm her. Xiao Lan shouted. She wrapped her legs around Tang Li's waist. She did not notice that Tang Li's expression had changed. His originally dazed expression gradually became cold and stern. Gradually anger appeared. Ning Jing is Jing Jing. Ning Jing is my Jing Jing. Tang Li repeated himself before he gave a loud roar. He violently broke free of Xiao Lan's grip and rose to his feet. He leaned against the door. His angry expression instantly turned into a sorrowful cry. He kept shaking his head and started muttering again, "You're not her. Ning Jing is dead. Haha, she was so close. I can't save her. I can't save her." The effects of the drug had completely disappeared from his body. How strong was his willpower? How strong was his will? He looked dazed, but he also seemed to be sober. His gaze was empty as he looked in front of him. A self-deprecating smile appeared on his lips. "Xiaolon, you're not Ning Jing. You're not." Xiaolon was shocked. She could not believe her ears. Tang Li actually knew who she was. How was this possible? Didn't Tang Li only know Ning Jing and his daughter? Even though he did not exclude Mrs. Tang, he had never called her mother before. Tang Li walked to the bed. He grabbed the blanket and threw it at Xiaolon, covering her entire body. He sat on the bed and held his head with both hands. He rubbed his temples hard. His head was throbbing so badly that he could not stand properly. He only remembered that he was in the underground palace of Clear Breeze Mountain. He knew that Ning Jing had fallen into the fire pit. What happened after that, why he was in this room, and why Xiaolon was here, he did not know. He could not remember. The only memory he had was that he seemed to be sad for a long time. That kind of sadness was indescribable. It was as if his heart was blocked. Every day, every moment was unbearable. "Ning Jing," he muttered to himself. His eyes gradually became wet. Xiaolon was wrapped in the blanket. She looked at Tang Li in confusion. She did not dare to make a sound. She was too afraid that this man would wake up. Once he woke up, even the old clan leader could not do anything to him. Chapter 12:12. Tang Li had regained his consciousness, but he had forgotten all the memories of the period when he was in a coma. His memory was still stuck at the moment when Ning Jing fell off the cliff. He muttered Ning Jing's name. He was no longer in a coma, but he was still immersed in endless pain. Xiaolon was sure that Tang Li had recovered, but she had no idea what was going on with Tang Li. She looked at Tang Li, not knowing what to do. The room was silent, but the sound of crying could be heard from outside the door. Tang Li and Xiaolon knew that it was Madame Tang's voice. Xiaolon wrapped herself in the bedding and hurriedly got up, but Tang Li said coldly, "Don't move." Xiaolon didn't listen to him. Tang Li had regained his consciousness, and she had to tell the old clan leader, an old man. But just as she walked to the door, a hidden dart flew from behind her, brushed past her ear, and silently shot into the door. Behind her, Tang Li's incomparably cold voice sounded. "Xiaolon, why don't we have a competition to see if you can talk faster, or if my hidden dart can cut through your throat faster?" Xiaolon was stunned. She turned to look at Tang Li, only to see his handsome face filled with a cold and cruel expression. At this moment, Xiaolon couldn't believe that Tang Li had recovered, even if she didn't want it. She wanted to explain, but Tang Li gestured for her to keep quiet. Xiaolon immediately didn't dare to make a sound. She could see that Tang Li's eyes were simmering with anger that could explode at any time. She couldn't say much about today's scheme. She had to push all the blame to the old clan leader. Otherwise, Tang Li would definitely look down on her. Xiaolon wrapped the bedding tightly around herself and sat down with a delicate and pitiful look. Tang Li walked closer and leaned against the door to listen to the movements outside. Although he couldn't remember what happened during this period, he was very curious. How did he return to the Tang sect? Why was he drugged and locked up in here with Xiaolon? What was his father trying to do? Outside the door, Madame Tang and Tang Zijin were getting closer and closer, and the noise became clearer. Tang Li didn't move and quietly listened. "Tang Zijin, are you going to open the door or not?" Madame Tang was crying. "Madam, what's the point of opening the door?" Tang Zijin asked helplessly. "Don't tell me anything. I want you to open the door. Are you going to open it or not?" Mrs. Tang roared angrily. She had argued and argued with Tang Zijin the entire way, but Tang Zijin had always looked at her with a helpless expression. She knew that Zijin was stalling for time. Tang Zijin wanted Tang Tang, and Xiaolon had to be done with him. Madame Tang pushed Tang Zijin aside and strode to the door. Just as she was about to remove the wooden plank, Tang Zijin grabbed her hand and pushed her away. Tang's wife, it's been so long. Even if the two of them haven't done anything, Tang Li's long seen Xiao Lan's naked body. No matter what, Tang Li has to be responsible for her. Otherwise, how am I going to explain it to the fifth elder? Tang Zijin asked helplessly. Madame Tang immediately retorted. Tang Zijin, do you have any shame? You keep bringing up the Council of Elders. If the Council of Elders doesn't listen to Ali, do you think they won't listen to you? Let me tell you, Ning Jing is the only one who can give birth to Tang Li's son. I know my son. If you drive Ning Jing away, sob, what will Li do? He only cares about Ning Jing. What do you want him to do? Madame Tang sobbed. I'm not forcing Ning Jing to leave, but Tang Li's son can't be hers. Our Tang sect successor can't be her son, the Ning family's nephew. Tang Zijin pressed a hand on the door and became serious. Madam, do you know that the court is now divided into two factions? The Western faction and the D clan, led by Jinzi, are the Western faction, while Bailey Yuanlong has allied himself with the Southern faction and is the Eastern faction. The D clan is deeply prejudiced against the Tang sect, and Bailey Yuanlong keeps bringing up Ning Jing's identity to squeeze us out of the Eastern faction. The Tang sect is in control of the weapons and is stuck between a rock and a hard place. Do you think the Council of Elders and I have been working in the imperial capital these past few months and ignoring the world's affairs? How is that a rock and a hard place? Madame Tang was fierce, disagreeing with Tang Zijin's point of view. Her Majesty, the Empress, gave the weapons to the Tang sect. The Emperor and Her Majesty the Empress want the Tang sect to stand between the Eastern and Western factions and be in an undefeatable position. At the same time, they want to keep both factions in check. Without the weapons, I'd like to see what Jinzi and Bailey Yuanlong can do. Although Madame Tang was a woman, her words had truly pointed out the most important reason Han Yunxi had given the weapons to the Tang sect. The Tang family was Long Fei Ye's former subordinate, while Ning Jing was Han Yunxi's former subordinate. The Tang family and the Ning family were connected by marriage, so they could act as the middleman between the Eastern and Western factions. Moreover, Han Yunxi believed that Ning Jing definitely had the ability to use the weapons to keep the Tang sect in an undefeatable position. Tang Zijin, you've been smart all your life, so how can you be so foolish now? The present is different from the past. There's no such thing as Eastern and Western Qin anymore. There's only one imperial clan, the Great Qin Imperial Clan. That old man Bailey Yuanlong colluded with the Southern faction to pursue his own interests. He's no longer fighting for East Qin or His Majesty's interests. He's fighting for his Bailey clan's interests. Why are you blindly interfering with him? If he runs on you, won't you take care of him? There's no such thing as the 7 noble families anymore. In terms of status, we're much nobler than his Bailey clan. At most, he's a great general, while you're His Majesty's imperial uncle. What are you afraid of him for? Do you have nothing better to do? Why are you joining the Eastern faction? Madame Tang's words were clear and logical. Tang Zijin, let me tell you, I'm going to support Ning Jing as my daughter-in-law. She's also agreed to give birth to a son for our Tang sect. If Bailey Yuanlong runs on you, you can go to the Western faction. Let's see if he's worried. Right now, we're really short on weapons. When the new weapons are developed next year, we'll send them to the Western faction first. I want to see if he'll come personally to beg for them. Let's take 10,000 steps back and say that even if you look down on the Western faction, you can still form your own faction. You can borrow the Ning family's name and the Western faction's influence. Bring out the dignity of an imperial uncle. Why are you afraid of Bailey Yuanlong? Tang Zijin looked at his wife in disbelief. After a while he asked, Who told you this? Ningjing. Madame Tang replied unhappily. A complicated look flashed through Bailey Yuanlong's eyes. He knew that Ningjing had a talent for business. He also knew that Ningjing had a talent for management. But when did Ningjing become so familiar with the powerful connections in the political scene? Did she figure it out on her own, or did someone guide her from behind? How could Tang Zijin not understand these powerful connections? Since they'd already spoken, Tang Zijin didn't hide anything. He said seriously, "Madam, if the Tang sect wants to remain undefeated, we can't do without Ningjing as our daughter-in-law. But the Tang sect's future successor can't be her son." As soon as he said this, Mrs. Tang was stunned. She looked at her husband. She didn't expect him to be so shrewd. So he understood everything. So he wasn't that different from Bailey Yuanlong. He was just using East Qin's name to suppress Ningjing. He wanted to keep Ningjing, but he was afraid that Ningjing would steal the limelight in the future. Madame Tang finally understood why Tang Zijin was so obsessed with Tang, Li's eldest son. "Your plan is really, really good." Madame Tang laughed coldly. "Tang Zijin, you don't understand your son at all. You don't understand Ningjing at all. Let me tell you, don't even mention Tang Li having a son with someone else. As long as Tang Li touches someone else, Ningjing will definitely leave. You can't keep her. If Ningjing leaves, the Empress might not hand the weapons over to the Tang sect. She won't leave. She didn't leave a few months ago, and she definitely won't leave now. I forced Ali to do this. She'll only blame me, not Ali." Tang Zijin immediately defended himself. Moreover, Ali became so stupid because of her. If she leaves, she'll have to bear the scolding of the world. For the sake of this matter, he had racked his brains to rush back and even lied to trick Ningjing into leaving. If he wasn't completely confident, he wouldn't have taken the risk. "Tang Zijin, I've gotten to know you all over again today." Madame Tang shook her head in disappointment. Tang Zijin suddenly realized that he had exposed too much. For a moment, he didn't know how to explain himself. "Madam, I'm doing this for the Tang sect and for Ali. Do you want Ali to become Ningjing's puppet one day? Do you want our grandson to become the Ning family's puppet?" Tang Zijin asked sincerely. "Ningjing wouldn't do that," Madame Tang said loudly. "Why do you believe her?" Tang Zijin asked. His wife used to complain about Ningjing countless times. How could she trust Ningjing so much in just a few months? "Because Ningjing loves Ali, just like how I loved you back then," Madame Tang said, tears rolling down her cheeks. "Tang Zijin, didn't she make things difficult for us back then? Why do you want your son to repeat the same mistakes?" Madame Tang shoved him away and ordered the guards to open the door. Seeing that the old sect master didn't say anything, the guards had no choice but to obey and open the door. Who knew that when the door opened, they would see Tang Li standing there with a dark expression. The anger in his eyes was like a stormy sea, surging violently. Tang Zijin and Madame Tang were stunned. "Where's Ningjing?" Tang Li asked coldly. "Ali." Madame Tang was shocked and happy. She quickly grabbed Tang Li's hand, so excited that she couldn't speak. He had always called Ningjing Jingjing before, but he had never called her Ningjing so clearly before. Tang Li's angry gaze fell on Tang Zijin. He said coldly, "Mother, where's Ningjing? Tell me, where's Ningjing? She's not dead, is she?" Madame Tang grew even more excited. Tang Li was calling her mother. Tang Li was calling her mother again. Tang Li must be awake. He must be. "Ningjing." Lady Tang couldn't care less as she cried out, "Quick! Ningjing just left the mountain. She can't have gone far. Quick, let's find her." Tang Li's furious gaze finally shifted from Tang Zijin's face. Without a word, he ran out of the room with his arms bared. Madame Tang chased after him as she shouted. He went in the direction of Cloud Realm Trade Consortium. "Ali, find her. Mother will testify for you and explain for you." Chapter 1213. In the dead of winter, Tang Li had no choice but to run down the mountain with his upper body bare. The guards at the gates were all frightened by his actions and retreated to one side, thinking that their foolish clan leader had lost his mind. Tang Zijin stole a horse and chased after him in the direction of Cloud Realm Trade Consortium. Ning Jing set out alone. For the sake of time, she didn't take a carriage but rode a horse instead. She'd been gone for almost a day and was currently eating in one of the village's farmhouses. She wasn't planning to spend the night, but the snow had only gotten heavier and heavier. It showed no signs of stopping even by nightfall, so she could only wait. Late at night, Tang Li braved the wind and snow to pass by the village. His teeth were chattering from the cold, but he didn't realize it himself. He entered the village and searched through the houses one by one in the crisscrossed paths. Ning Jing shouldn't be traveling at night with such heavy snow, so this was the only place nearby where she could rest. Tang Li knocked on the door of the first house, and an old granny came out. As soon as she saw Tang Li holding a sword, she shut the door in fright. Tang Li knocked twice more. Ning Jing, are you inside? There was no response from inside, so Tang Li had no choice but to search for the next house. But the situation was the same. Tang Li threw away his sword and went to find another house, but the person who opened the door shut it as soon as he saw him. He didn't even have a chance to ask. Tang Li's heart was burning with impatience. He simply mounted his horse and galloped through the paths while shouting, "Ning Jing! Ning Jing! Ning Jing! Come out! Ning Jing, come out! I'm here to find you, come out!" The clatter of horse hooves and the whistling of the north wind couldn't drown out Tang Li's voice. His shouts were as loud as a bell, echoing through the paths and within the village as the horse galloped. Ning Jing was about to fall asleep when she heard her name being called. She quickly sat up and listened carefully, then froze. This voice, Li. She scrambled off the bed, forgetting to put on her outer robes or shoes as she ran out the door. All he saw was a familiar figure riding on horseback, holding a torch as he skipped past from not too far away. "Ning Jing, where are you?" "My Tang Li, I'm here to find you." "Ning Jing, come out." "I'm here to find you." The ruckus had long alarmed the entire village. Every household lit up their lanterns and came out to watch the show. Even those who'd been frightened by Tang Li came out to watch. Ning Jing was stunned at first, but as Tang Li got closer and closer, and as more and more people stood in front of her, she immediately came back to her senses. She quickly pushed away the people in front of her and rushed barefoot into the snow. "I'm here. Tang Li, I'm here, I'm here." Tang Li was chasing after her, and Tang Li was calling her name. Had Tang Li recovered? Ning Jing was excited and nervous. As soon as she rushed out of the crowd, Tang Li saw her. He jumped off the horse's back and flew towards her. Ning Jing used her lightness techniques to fly over as well. The north wind whistled, and snowflakes flew all over the sky. One was shirtless and the other was barefoot. They stood in front of each other. Ning Jing had been pursing her lips to stop herself from crying. However, when she saw the person in front of her and saw his eyes that were shining even in the dark night, she could not help but sob. "Tang Li, you're finally awake." Tang Li did not say anything. He pulled Ning Jing into his arms and hugged her tightly. He was afraid that this was a dream that he would wake up from no matter how long and beautiful it was. "Ning Jing, I thought you." "Tang Li, I thought you." The two of them spoke at the same time and stopped at the same time. Tang Li held Ning Jing's face and looked at her seriously. Suddenly he smiled. "I'm so glad that you're still alive." Tang Jing's tears streamed down her face. "Tang Li, you recognize me now?" Tang Li smiled bitterly. He did not know how to answer. Of course, he knew who she was. Ning Jing was not sure if Tang Li was really awake. She thought for a moment, then hugged Tang Li's face and said seriously, "Tang Li, I want to eat red bean porridge." Tang Li looked at her and did not say anything for a long time. Ning Jing panicked when she did not get an answer. Her tone was almost pleading. Tang Li, I want to eat red bean porridge. Tang Li broke into a grin like his old roguish self. Aya, Ningjing, are you begging me now? Every time she wanted to eat red bean porridge, she would order him around. Almost every time she ordered him, he would chuckle and say, Ningjing, beg me. If I beg you, I'll cook it. She would always glare at him, and he would stick to her and cook it obediently. Ningjing was stunned at first, but then she came back to her senses. She knew that Tang Li had really recovered. She wanted to glare at him fiercely, like before, but she could not bring herself to do so. Her tears flowed uncontrollably. All the bitterness and grievances of the past few months welled up in her heart. Tang Li, I thought you would never wake up again, she said in a choked voice. She buried her head in his arms and hugged him tightly. Tang Li hugged her tightly as well. He looked up at the sky, full of snow. After a long time, he muttered, Ningjing, you're finally hugging me sincerely. Ningjing looked up. Tang Li looked down at her and emphasized seriously, Really, this is the first time you've hugged me sincerely. You have to hug me a little longer. Even red bean porridge was not as touching as Tang Li's words. This was the real Tang Li who was always mischievous. Ningjing smiled through her tears. I still want to kiss you, okay? Tang Li immediately moved closer and whispered seductively, No, you can't take the initiative for this kind of thing. He did not even give Ningjing a chance to refute. After he finished speaking, he kissed her fiercely. This long-awaited embrace and long-awaited kiss was enough to warm each other amidst the flying snow. As expected, Tang Li had recovered his bad habits. As he kissed her, he wanted to pounce on Ningjing and do her on the spot. Fortunately, the noisy discussions of the villagers woke Ningjing up. Ningjing bit his lips like before, and only then did his restless hand stop. What are you trying to do? Haven't you embarrassed yourself enough? Ningjing scolded him angrily. Tang Li looked at her, licked his lips, and smiled seductively. He did not say a word, but tilted his head and suddenly kissed her again. After a long, loving moment, he was finally willing to let go. He whistled to call the horse over, carried Ningjing onto the horse, and rushed in the direction of the Tang sect. He stopped teasing her and asked seriously, Ningjing, was I in a coma for a long time? You don't remember? Ningjing was very surprised. I only know that I was at Clear Breeze Mountain. Tang Li quickly asked, Didn't you fall into a pit of fire? Ningjing then told him what had happened in the past few months. The more Tang Li listened, the tighter his arms around Ningjing's waist. Even if Ningjing played it down, he wasn't an idiot. Based on what his father had said before, he could imagine how much pressure Ningjing was under. How did you wake up? Ningjing turned around, and only then did she realize that Tang Li was shirtless. She was so excited and surprised that she actually turned a blind eye to it. It's such a cold day. What happened to your clothes? What happened? Ningjing became uneasy. My father locked me in the room, drugged me, and forced a woman on me. When Tang Li talked about this matter, his anger was stuck in his chest, and he felt very uncomfortable. What did his father think of him as? Ningjing was stunned. She stared at Tang Li in shock, as if she wanted to ask something, but she did not. Tang Li lowered his head and pressed his forehead against hers. He murmured, No, nothing happened. I swear. My mother asked someone to open the door. The moment I came out, I immediately came to look for you. Ningjing stared at him and was about to ask if it was Mrs. Tang who gave him the antidote. She had personally experienced how crazy this man was after being drugged. However, Tang Li panicked and asked loudly, Ningjing, you don't believe me? I believe you. If you say you didn't, then I didn't, Ningjing quickly replied. She thought that it must be Mrs. Tang who gave him the antidote. Tang Li's panicked heart finally calmed down. He hugged Ningjing and pecked her neck a few times, as if this was the only way to calm his panic. He was so afraid that this woman would misunderstand and mind. He knew how hot-tempered she was. After returning to the Tang sect, Tang Li and Ning Jing kept sneezing and both caught a cold. Tang Li did not care about his father and Xiaolan. He carried Ning Jing back to his courtyard first. He placed Ning Jing on the bed and wrapped her tightly in the bedding. He poured another cup of hot water for Ning Jing to drink before grabbing a fox fur coat to wrap around himself. He used to be a pampered young master, but after marrying Ning Jing, he learned all sorts of chores to serve others. He was just short of personally washing Ning Jing's clothes. He said, "Jing, wait here. I'll go make red bean porridge for you. Hot red bean porridge." No matter how big the world was, Ning Jing eating red bean porridge was the most important thing. Ning Jing could not bear to. "No need. Come here." Tang Li insisted on going. Ning Jing said fiercely, "Are you coming or not?" Tang Li immediately went over. Ning Jing pulled him close and wrapped him in the bedding. She wrapped him tightly and gave him the hot water in her hands to drink. The two of them had snot running down their noses. They looked pitiful but affectionate. Even if they were both sick, they were still happy. Ning Jing had never felt so relaxed in her entire life. She only felt that she had let go of everything. She actually hoped that tonight's snow would continue to fall until the end of time. She was willing to wrap herself in the same bedding as Tang Li and keep each other warm forever. In the silence, they could really hear the sound of falling snow. Tang Li said calmly, "Ning Jing, I have something to tell you. That day when my brother and sister-in-law left the three-way black market, I wanted to break out of prison to find you and tell you this. Tang Li was actually embarrassed. He had bullied this woman many times, but when he spoke to her, he actually blushed. He did not even dare to look at Ning Jing's face. He hugged her and said softly, "Ning Jing, I love you very, very much. Although I don't know when it started, but I really, really love you." Ning Jing's face also turned red. She did not speak for a long time. Tang Li waited for a long time. Finally, he could not help but ask, "You don't want to say anything to me?" Ning Jing burst out laughing. "No, you do." Tang Li was like a child who could not eat candy. He started to make a fuss. "You do. Tell me." "No, I really don't." Ning Jing refused to admit it. The two of them were making a fuss on the bed when Mrs. Tang's choked voice came from outside the door. "Ali, have you found Ning Jing? She's back. What's the matter? We'll talk about it tomorrow. We're sleepy." Tang Li shouted. Mrs. Tang did not leave. "Ali, you should all go over. Xiaolan, she wants to commit suicide.